Thank you for joining this special Boston Redevelopment Authority meeting, which is being held virtually in order to ensure the safety of the public, staff members, and the BPDA board members during the COVID-19 pandemic. Simultaneous Spanish and Arabic interpretation services are being provided for this meeting. Tonight's meeting is the first time the BPDA has used language interpretation functionality with Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. A reminder to all that are speaking this evening, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you are speaking too quickly, we may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower. So thank you in advance. To enable interpretation for either Spanish or Arabic, please select the interpretation box that will appear at the bottom of your screen. The box won't appear until both of our interpreters, Gabriela and Danielle, have finished translating my comments. For the Spanish audio channel, please select Spanish. And for the Arabic audio channel, please select Russian. And Danielle will explain that. We just have a limitation. So, Gabriela, would you now please kindly instruct how to select the audio channel for Spanish interpretation?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Gabriela Herrera y yo voy a ser su intérprete de esta sesión. Bienvenidos todos a la reunión especial de la Junta de la BPDA. Esta es la primera vez que hacemos esta reunión a través de Zoom y vamos a ofrecer interpretación a español y a árabe. Si ustedes necesitan interpretación al español, van a ver en la parte de abajo de su pantalla un globito que va a decir language o va a decir interpretación como está enfrente de la pantalla. Lo oprimen y ahí les va a dar la opción para español o también para ruso, que en realidad es árabe, pero Zoom no tiene la posibilidad para árabe. Pero ustedes no se preocupen porque ustedes se van a ir al español. Entonces, en un momento van a poner eso disponible para nosotros para que nos vayamos a nuestro canal. Gracias y buenas noches.
Gracias, Gabriela. Danielle, would you please now kindly instruct the audience how to select the audio channel for Arabic interpretation?
Thank you, Priscilla. مساء الخير جميعا، أهلا وسهلا بكم إلى جلسة الاستماع لمشروع سافوك داونز. أنا اسمي دانيال نجمي وأنا هكون المترجم للغة العربية اليوم، وعندنا أيضا ضحى وخليد اللي بيساعدونا في الترجمة. بالنسبة للاستماع إلى قناة اللغة العربية، بعد ما أخلص كلامي دلوقتي إحنا هنشغل القنوات المختلفة، فستجدون على الشاشة زرار بشكل الكرة الأرضية حسب نوع الجهاز اللي عندك. ممكن يكون في أسفل الشاشة أو في أعلى الشاشة. إذا كنت تتصل بالزوم من على هاتف جوال، ممكن هيكون عليك أن تختار كلمة more أو 3 نقط حتى تلاقي هذه الخاصية. بس لما تلاقي الكرة الأرضية هتضغط على الكرة الأرضية وهيكون في قائمة من اللغات. عليكم أن تختار اللغة الروسية حتى تستمعوا إلى اللغة العربية. للأسف زوم ما عندوش اللغة العربية كقناة. طبعا اللغة العربية موجودة، أنا هكون بترجم باللغة العربية، بس أنتوا هتختاروا إيه اللغة الروسية اللي هو بالإنجليزي Russian. هتختار اللغة الروسية وبعد ذلك هتقدر تسمع كل الحوار اللي يدير اليوم بقناة اللغة العربية. إذا كان عندكم أي أسئلة أو أي صعوبة في استخدام التكنولوجيا، في رقم تليفون ممكن تتصل بي وإحنا هنساعدكم. أعتقد موجود على الشاشة تحت الفقرة باللغة العربية، في فقرة بالإنجليزي لا، في فقرة باللغة العربية تحت مع هذا الرقم 617-918-4246. وطبعا إحنا حابين نسمع أصواتكم. يا ريت تبدوا بشهادتكم برأيكم عن المشروع بتعليقاتكم، وخليد وضحى هيكونوا موجودين حتى نترجم كل كلامكم إلى اللغة الإنجليزية ليسمعكم الجميع. شكرا جزيلا.
Great. Thank you, Danielle. Okay, so we're going to wait a few minutes to allow folks to select their interpretation channels and enter into those rooms. So please stand by for about a minute or so. Thank you.
I'm going to head back because I'm going to have to help him. We have to go reboot something in the back of the machine for WGBH to connect. That way they know what they're doing with this, and it's a human.
Okay, Secretary Polhemus, are we ready to proceed or should we continue waiting?
You saw the garbage crap. All right. All right.
Let's wait another few seconds.
Yeah, thanks.
Sounds great.
Chair Rojas, I think we can begin. I haven't gotten any feedback that there are any issues.
Okay, great. Thank you, Secretary Polhemus. If you are having any difficulty activating interpretation, as you can see on the slide, please call the phone number on the screen. Please take note of the phone number on the screen that corresponds to the language you speak so that if you have difficulties later in the meeting, you can always call that number. In addition, I'd like to make you aware that we will be taking a brief recess at 7:30 this evening, so we can all plan for that. Okay. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications. Also at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 1962. In addition, this is being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. I will now take a roll call of the members to begin this meeting. Ms. Downs.
Present.
Mr. Monahan.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. Miller.
Present.
Thank you. We have one item on the agenda. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80 of the Boston Zoning Code, to consider the proposed Suffolk Downs project in East Boston, which consists of the construction of approximately 10.52 million square feet of mixed-use development, as well as approximately 27 acres of open space, consisting of approximately 7.31 million square feet of residential development and approximately 3.21 million square feet of office, hotel, retail, and other commercial development on an approximately 109 acre site. The proposed project will also include an extensive network of new streets, sidewalks, bicycle facilities, and pedestrian walkways, as well as approximately 6,760 parking spaces. This hearing was duly advertised on September 12, 2020 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. When I call for testimony, we are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. When I call for testimony, please click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When testimony begins, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You then must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, we ask that you please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. If you run longer than 2 minutes, your microphone may be turned off. Each individual may only speak once. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read out loud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal, if they so desire. Mr. Raoul Duverge will now begin the presentation.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Before I get started, I would like to inform those participating in tonight's board hearing that Spanish, Arabic, and English versions of tonight's presentation can be accessed by visiting bostonplans.org and specifically on the BPDA's Suffolk Downs project page. As mentioned, the item before you today is the proposed Suffolk Downs Redevelopment project in East Boston, located at 525 McClellan Highway on a 161-acre former horse racing facility spanning between Boston and Revere. The project and master plan area before you this evening is the 109-acre portion of the entire site, which is in Boston and is bounded by the Revere-Boston border on the north, the MBTA Blue Line right-of-way to the east, and McClellan Highway, and an existing oil tank farm to the west, and Waldemar Avenue to the south. Again, the proposed project consists of approximately 10.52 million square feet of development, as well as an approximately 27-acre open space network. The overall project consists of approximately 7.31 million square feet of residential development and approximately 3.21 million square feet of office, hotel, retail, and other commercial uses, along with approximately 6,760 vehicle parking spaces. And again, will include an extensive network of new streets, sidewalks, bike facilities, and other pedestrian amenities. The master plan for the project is divided into 5 phases, all of which will include a mix of uses and portions of the 27-acre public open space network. In terms of the Article 8 review process for this project, it underwent an extensive process beginning in November of 2017 when the proponent filed a project notification form with the BPDA. Since the submission of this initial document, the proponent made additional Article 8 document submissions, which include a draft project impact report, supplemental filings, additional information, a PDA master plan, and PDA development plans for each phase of the project. All of these formal submissions made by the proponent triggered multiple public comment periods during which BPDA staff facilitated and sponsored over 25 community and impact advisory group meetings. Spanish translation was provided at all of the community meetings, and most recently in August, the BPDA sponsored and held 3 additional public meetings in English, Spanish, and Arabic. It's important to note that key Article 80 documents translated into these languages and were made available publicly on the BPDA's website. The proposed project as presented today has evolved considerably since the initial filing through the public review process and the extensive feedback from the BPDA, city, elected officials, and members of the public. Again, BPDA staff sponsored and facilitated over 25 public and impact advisory group meetings since the original filing, and translation services were provided throughout the community to ensure community participation. It's important to note that in addition to the BPDA-sponsored meetings, the proponent also conducted extensive community outreach with many abutters, nonprofit organizations, East Boston neighborhood and civic associations, as well as other local stakeholders and elected officials. This extensive community process yielded many updates to the project and resulted in the project team committing to significant investments in open space, resiliency, transportation, affordable housing, and other area infrastructure. Before turning it over to Tom O'Brien of HYM Investments, I'd like to take a brief moment to acknowledge and thank all of my colleagues from the BPDA and City of Boston for all the time and effort they have put into the review of this project. I'd also like to thank the local elected delegation, including the Mayor's Office, Councilor Lydia Edwards, State Representative Adrian Matero, and State Senator Joe Boncory for their participation and advocacy during this review process. I especially would like to recognize my fellow project manager, Mike Sinatra, our former colleague, Tim Serwinski, our East Boston neighborhood planner, Christina Rico, and many others who led the majority of this community and review process on behalf of the Boston Planning Development Agency. At this time, I would like to turn it over to Tom O'Brien of HYM Investments to further the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeVerge. Thank you very much, Chairwoman Rojas, and thank you, members of the board, for hearing us tonight. We're very pleased to be here with all of you, and we're looking forward to a good discussion about this project. As you can see, the project is a very large site that's located close to Logan Airport, but also close by to some really wonderful assets that are natural assets, including Belle Isle Marsh and the beach that's located in Revere. So we really believe that this is a very unique opportunity to take this site and turn it into a place where people will live, a place that can generate jobs, and an opportunity to do something really interesting for East Boston and for the greater Boston area as a whole. Next slide, please. We've tried very hard to try and put together a project that will accomplish a lot of different things. This slide is something that we put together in conjunction with BPDA staff in order to highlight a couple of key objectives here. First, we want this to be a place where people will live. As Mr. DeVerge said, there will be over 7,000 units of housing that will be created in East Boston. Overall, across the entire site, including Revere, there will be 10,000 units of housing. We'll make contributions into an East Boston Housing Stabilization Fund that will allow us to make as many as 1,430 affordable units available to people, including 930 of those directly on site. We've committed to a minimum of 35% of these units to be 2 and 3 bedroom units. And we've also committed to 10% of all of our units across the board to be available for senior housing. So these will be for people who are 55 plus. There will be an opportunity for people to work here, obviously. So as we construct the 5 million square feet plus of office and lab development, there will be over 25,000 permanent jobs created by this site. In addition to that, as you'll hear from my presentation tonight, we've also created the largest and a very historic project labor agreement, which is the largest project labor agreement ever agreed to in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And that will create approximately 14,000 union construction jobs. And that will cover, again, the entire site, including both Revere and in East Boston. As part of that, we'll make a $1 million contribution to Building Pathways, which is a program that offers job preparation programs, particularly for young people, for women, and for people of color. We'll make sure that we've made a commitment as well to 10% of our retail that will go to local businesses, and we've already started with that outreach. You'll hear from some of those business owners tonight. We will also create, as Mr. DeVerge said, 40 acres of open space. There will be 5.7 miles of new protected cycle tracks and bike lanes. We'll make an investment of almost $200 million of on-site roadways, sidewalks, and utilities. We'll make a further investment of over $40 million to improve 30 off-site traffic intersections that you'll hear about tonight. We've made a commitment of $20 million toward the MBTA to improve Blue Line access. You'll hear more about that tonight, as well as to make an ongoing commitment to the MBTA Blue Line for operating subsidy to ensure its continued strong running. We also believe, too, that this is an opportunity to do something really, really great in terms of the sustainability of the site and to address climate change related issues. So we'll do 50,000 square feet of passive house demonstration projects. That will be the largest, obviously, ever taken on in the city. All buildings will be implemented with energy savings code, well over code today. 2 megawatts of the site will be, the site will create 2 megawatts of solar energy as well. We'll have 25% of our spaces will be EV parking spaces, and 75%, the remainder will be EV ready. There'll be no increases in flooding, creating a new storm management system that we've put together, and we're planting over 1,500 new trees. Next slide, please. This is the site, just to give you a sense of it. It's obviously a very big site, as Mr. DeVerge cited in his introduction, but there are, I think, in this slide a couple of things that I would point out. The first is we're right by 2 MBTA stations, the Suffolk Downs T-stop and the Beachmont T-stop. We see those as our front door, and we are working very hard to make sure that we design a site that will encourage people to use those MBTA stations. In addition, on this slide, you can see how proximate we are to Logan Airport, and we're about 10 to 11 minutes by Blue Line to downtown Boston. Next slide, please. This has been a really interesting and great community engagement process. This is, for our company, this is a key part of what we do as a group. So as Mr. DeVerge cited, we've done over 450 different community and stakeholder meetings. I think the key pieces on this slide that I would just cite is we started this process nearly 3 years ago. We filed our project notification form in November of 2017. After the large project review had gone on for approximately a year, we then filed draft PDA documents that were filed in February of 2019. Those documents and other key project-related materials, including a website, were all translated into Spanish. The website was created to allow people on demand to click a button and to allow the entire website to be translated into Spanish. After that process, and the PDA process continued for another year and a half, and based upon comments from residents and elected officials, the BPDA and others, we then filed further updated PDA documents that were filed in September of 2019, and then again in February of 2020 of this year, so many months ago. We've continued to update those, and all those documents were translated into Spanish. We've continued to update those. And then as we got to the August timeframe, as Mr. DeVerge said, we held 3 meetings that were also interpreted into Arabic. And so all the documents were then refiled in September as interpreted into Spanish and to Arabic as well. So this has been a really robust, I think, process, and one that has yielded a better project due to the various public comments. Next slide, please. This gives you a sense of the Spanish and Arabic translation services that have been provided during the course of this process. I won't go through all the different pieces here, but this is a listing of some of the meetings and the translation services that were provided. Obviously, this document, this presentation will all be made available to the public as well. Next slide, please. So our vision is that we want to create a site in which everyone is welcome. And that's really our bottom line. It has been our watchword all the way through the planning process. Everyone is welcome here on this site. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, Tom, can I just ask that you just slow it down just a tad?
Yeah.
Okay.
Gabriella and Danielle, we've been together now. This is our, I don't know how many meetings we've done together, but we've done a lot. So I apologize, Gabriella and Danielle. I'll allow you to catch up. On this slide, what we're showing here is this is the site as it exists today. And this is a really important slide for people to understand. Obviously, the site is an abandoned horse racing track. This also shows you in the middle of the slide the border between Revere and Boston, which cuts through the middle of our site. But the red hatched area is meant to show you the site as it exists today. So the entire site is fenced because that horse racing track is fenced and divided from the public, as well as all the horse barns on the far side. So the site has not been part of the urban fabric, and really our challenge, our opportunity is to introduce this site into the urban fabric and to help it connect both Orient Heights as well as to Revere, and offer opportunities for people to have access to the site in order for it to truly be a place where everyone is welcome. Next slide, please. We've agreed already to adopt as part of our project documents a non-discrimination and fair housing covenant. This is a covenant that City Councilor Lydia Edwards has been leading the charge on and has been working closely with the mayor's office and with BPDA staff in order to create that language to make that work in zoning. We've already agreed that we will obligate ourselves to follow that even before the language has been completed. And our intention is to make sure that we are affirmatively marketing this site in furtherance of those fair housing goals. And we'll make sure that we want to make this a place where, again, everyone is welcome, and we make it a place where there are a diverse number of people who will live. Next slide, please. Our design principles. This is really what it is that has guided us as we've gone through this process. We care deeply. We want this to be a mixed-use, walkable neighborhood. That's the key. That's the key to making it successful. We must make this a place where people want to live, a place where people want to walk down the street, a place where people feel welcome, whether you live here or not. And so creating interesting retail opportunities for people, making sure that the open space is alive and offers a variety of different types of activities for people. So again, as I move to the right on this slide, open space and parks are the key foundation for our building blocks here. We want to make sure that the retail is neighborhood oriented. It's not going to be big box retail, but it will be neighborhood retail, meaning restaurants and small shops, small grocery stores and things. If we set the table right with these first three pieces, the mixed use walkable neighborhood, the open space and parks, and the neighborhood retail, then we believe we'll be able to attract the companies that the greater Boston area has seen so successfully expand in the last couple of years. We believe this can be a place where we can create economic development and create those jobs that I cited earlier. This will certainly be a site that will be transit oriented in its development, and we'll also make sure, as you'll hear from me tonight, that the site is resilient and manages itself in a sustainable way. Next slide, please. I don't think this is one of my slides. This is the language interpretation slide, which is, I think, to kind of repeat for people who maybe are late to the meeting. This is an opportunity, as the chairwoman had described, an opportunity for people to click on the interpretation button and join their particular language preference. Next slide, please. So first section, we're just going to talk about open space. Next slide, please. So this slide shows our open space commitments. So as we said, 25% or a quarter of the site will be dedicated to open space. Because this site is so large, that will yield 40 acres of open space across the entire site. What you can see here on this slide is we intend to create a variety of different types of open space, from an active linear park to a broad central common in the middle of it. We'll also create a park at the base of Orient Heights that we're now calling kind of Waldemar Park, but obviously that's a preliminary name for it. But we really want that park to be part of Orient Heights and be part of the zone that offers really good public access from Orient Heights, in particular, as pedestrians find their way into the site. You'll also see a variety of squares. The two key squares for us are Beachmont Square and Belle Isle Square. Those, as I said up front, those are our front doors. We want those front doors to be welcoming places beginning right at the Blue Line station. So those are the key spots for us. Next slide, please. The open space commitments have become specified through the documents, and we'll invest over $80 million in the 40-acre site-wide open space system. And working with the City of Boston Parks Department, as well as local elected officials and the mayor's office, we've dedicated specifically these types of fields and these types of uses across the open space. The multi-purpose field, which will be outfitted for enough size to make it work as a high school soccer field. We'll have flexible fields, we'll have basketball courts, tennis courts, playgrounds, bocce courts. We're also creating an outdoor theater, various active and passive recreation areas for people. We'll enhance and try and create more public access toward the wetlands, and using wetlands features. As I said, we'll be planting over 1,500 new trees, street trees across the site. and we will be building that open space ourselves and maintaining it in perpetuity. So this will not be open space that will be a financial burden to the city. We will build it and we will manage it and maintain it over time. Next slide, thank you. In addition, working carefully with the Parks Department, with the Mayor's Office, BPDA staff, and again with local elected officials, we will take pieces of this open space and dedicate that and deed that in part to the city. So 2.5 acres will be deeded to the city of Boston, including the Orient Heights Neighborhood Park or Waldemar Park, as I described earlier. In addition, there will be 3 acres of parks that will have shared programming rights on key recreational fields so that they obviously can be made available for City of Boston types of uses. We'll increase the Orient Heights Neighborhood Park from 0.7 acres as it was originally proposed to an acre, to a full acre. We'll obviously commit to place conservation restrictions on wetland areas and on the central common across those parks to be sure that they are preserved as open space over time. All the parks, when we build them, will go through a public design review process, and HYM will enter into an MOU in operations and maintenance for the entire 40-acre system to ensure its long-term upkeep, to make sure that these are maintained as special parks. Thank you. This slide gives you just a sense of what we're thinking about in terms of precedent slides for the kinds of open space. In the lower left-hand corner, that's that Orient Heights Park or Waldemar Park. In the upper left-hand corner, that's a little bit of a sense of the central common and what that will look like. In the upper right-hand corner, that's the Belle Isle Square piece, which is the primary entrance from the Suffolk Downs T-Station. And the lower right-hand corner is the performance facility, which I'll talk a little bit about later, because that also plays a role in our climate change related and resiliency strategy as well. Thank you. We will work very carefully. Part of the key here to make this a place where people are welcoming is we want the parks not only to be well designed, but we want the parks to be programmed well. So this is just a slide to give you a sense of the kinds of programs and activation that we're going to try and bring to these outdoor spaces, from outdoor yoga to youth soccer to farmers markets, community festivals, dog parks, basketball courts. We want this place to be a very active place where people are feeling welcome, as I said, but also a place that really is interesting and fun, a fun place to be. These slides are on our vision and our program. Next slide. This is an overview of our master plan, just to kind of show you what the full program looks like. So on the Boston side, as Mr. DeVere said, 10.52 million square feet is the program. In the Revere side, 5.68 million square feet. The Revere piece has been approved by the City of Revere, and this program has also been approved through the MEPA process. So we've completed the MEPA process and the city process in Revere. The total across the site is 16.2 million square feet. We see this site, just if I could, even though we have 2 different jurisdictions between Revere and Boston, we see this site as one site. That's the way we've envisioned it. And so as you can see here, the open space really is set up in a way to connect the entire site and to make connections for people from both Revere and from Boston, and quite frankly, from other neighborhoods outside of our site, from Orient Heights and beyond to Revere. That's the key to us, is to think of this as one site. So this gives you a sense of the land use dynamic that I just stated. So on the residential side, 7 million square feet of residential, again for approximately 10 million square feet across site wide, about 2.5 million square feat of commercial here, about another 2.5 million square feet in Revere. The hotel, there'll be at least 2 hotels on the Boston side, perhaps even a third. And the retail is about 200,000 square feet. Again, not big box retail. We want these to be restaurants and small stores and the like as well. So it's 10.5 million gross square feet across the Boston side, and just over 5 million square feet on the Revere side. The FAR for this, just to give you a sense of that, is low. It's really just over 2. It's like 2.3 for an FAR, but the size of the site is what is really interesting here. It's 161 acres. So even at a 2.3 FAR, it yields 16 million square feet. And so therefore, gives us a great deal of opportunity to create open space in the way that we've described it so far. This is the phasing plan. The site is obviously very large and complicated, but we've divided the phasing plan into these phases. One R simply stands for One Revere, one B stands for One Boston. So as you can see, our first phases are at the MBTA stations at Beachmont and at Suffolk Downs. And so we will begin with these phases, and the documents as we prepared them with BPDA staff as well as with city staff and with all the elected officials and other community leaders are geared toward these phases as well. The phases do offer some flexibility for us, so we can move through the site in a way that makes sense over time. It will probably take us approximately 20 years to build this full site out in accordance with these phases. Housing. So, you can go to the next slide. This is, I'm sorry. So again, for people who have joined late, this is the language interpretation services slide. So this gives you a sense of how to join the meeting for your particular language. You just click on the interpretation icon, that corresponds to your piece for Spanish. For Arabic, I think, Chairwoman Rojas, I think for Arabic, it's click on the Russian button, I think, to get to that.
Yes, it is Russian that you click on for Arabic.
So I'll just pause on this for people who may have joined late. Okay, next slide. So I think all of you are certainly aware of the regional need to create housing. And my partner, Doug Mans, who's on this call on this presentation with me, when he and I and others on our team first looked at this site and spent time walking the entire site, our immediate reaction was, this is a great place in which to build a significant amount of housing. And our region needs a significant amount of housing, obviously. So this is a site where we can create over 10,000 units of housing. There are a variety of different housing types that we'll be able to create, from single family homes to townhouses, to rental, to condominiums as well. As I've said, there will be approximately 1,430 new affordable housing units that we can create through this project, the greatest number created by a single project in the history of Massachusetts. In addition to that, there'll be a commitment of 10% of our units across the board for senior housing, and working with local elected officials, specifically Councilor Edwards, at least a minimum of the units will be, 35% of those units will be 2 and 3 bedroom units. This kind of gives you a sense of the breakdown of the units as we project them out, including at the bottom, what the total will be across the entire site. Obviously, it gives us a really interesting chance to make an impact on the regional need for housing, and we take up that challenge with a real understanding of the need for it and the opportunity we have to create this place where people want to live. That's the key objective for us.
Yeah, Tom, I think these are some great objectives, and that we can maybe slow down a little bit so that
yes.
everyone can hear these great details.
Yes. Sorry, I'll pause for a little bit. I don't have on my screen. Usually when we've done this in the past with Gabriella and Danielle, they've given me the thumbs up when they've gone. So I'll pause a little bit more.
Okay, let's do this.
Okay, next. On the affordable housing piece, this is a slide obviously that details that. So we will build for the 13% IDP group of units, we'll build all of those on site. It's a key part of who we are as a company. I think all of the members here have seen us come before you on other projects, and every project that we've done has done all of our IDP requirement on site. And that 13% will apply to total square footage in order for us to facilitate larger number of family-friendly affordable units. That'll be up to the policymakers to decide exactly how to divide those pieces up. In addition to that, we were asked, in particular by the local elected officials and BPDA staff, as well as city staff, to try and reach a range of area median income that could be as low as 40%. So our area median income will still average 70% in accordance with the program, but we'll be able to get to as low as 40% by an average. And then we'll also make it possible for people who may hold rental vouchers to facilitate rental to tenants who have those vouchers who are as low as 30% of AMI. On the 7% of offsite units, this has really been a great working relationship that we've built, again, with Councilor Edwards and other local elected officials, as well as the mayor. We'll be able to create an additional, working together with the community and community leadership, an additional 500 units offsite. So these are units that can either be built new offsite or can be purchased and preserved if they're existing affordable and preserved in perpetuity by the city. We will make a commitment, we'll make a payment of $5 million toward that's what's called the Housing Stabilization Fund. Half of that will that'll be a check if we are approved tonight, that'll be a check that we'll write within 30 days of the completion of the appeals period for this and the zoning commission. So this is a check that could be written this year in 2020. Then we'll also take half of our housing exaction payments, our linkage payments, and contribute those into the same fund. Then we'll also make a dollar for dollar contribution into that same housing stabilization fund for any public infrastructure dollars that we're able to receive from other sources, up to $26 million that will go into that fund as well. We'll also make a contribution of a piece of land that will be sufficient to accommodate approximately 50,000 square feet of affordable housing that can be either on-site or off-site. We obviously are working closely with the city and other nonprofits locally to think through, how we can do that even now in the current economic conditions. And we'll work obviously to make more affordable units available as we think this through. Just in the last couple of days, if I could just add to this slide, we've also, working with Councilor Edwards, agreed to make an additional contribution to rental housing vouchers. If she's on later to testify, I'll leave it to her to explain that, but this number will go up. We've agreed to contribute more now in order to provide rental housing assistance for people who badly need it in the midst of the COVID crisis in East Boston. Economic development. So these slides will show what we're planning to do from a job creation perspective. Next slide, please. The PLA that I described up front, we've made a commitment that this entire project will be built in accordance with union labor. We've signed, as I said, the largest private project labor agreement in the history of the region. And we've adopted the Boston Residents Jobs Policy for both Boston and Revere, which has never been done in Revere before. The opportunities for new job training will be really important for us in the building trades. And we're specifically targeting residents of East Boston and Revere, but most importantly, women and people of color. The building trades have really been great partners with us in this regard. And the effort here is to take, if I look down below on this slide, we're going to make $1 million investment into an existing program, which is called Building Pathways. So Building Pathways is as I said, an existing program. Actually, Mayor Walsh was the person who started that program. And the idea is to make a direct link to young people, and particularly women and people of color, to help them get linked into the building trades, to begin training in particular trades, and for those people to develop a career in the trades. And so we're really excited about that commitment, and really excited to begin to add new people and new faces to the building trades as we work it through. As I said, the building trades have been great partners with us as we put this together. This is a new piece. We're going to take that Building Pathways program and probably increase the size of that in terms of the production of graduates by 5, 6, 7, maybe 10 times what it is today. We've also made a commitment to Local 26, the hotel workers union, that new hotel jobs, the permanent jobs in the hotels, will be in accordance with Local 26, and we'll be working in conjunction with Local 26 on that as well. I talked about the permanent job opportunities. So as we build out the office and lab space on this site, as well as all the retail and food service and hotel, there's an opportunity to create 25,000 new permanent jobs on this site. In addition to that, for the city, almost $60 million of new real estate tax revenue, which I think people understand that, from a bonding perspective, that produces a lot of opportunity to do a lot of different great capital projects across the city. But we'll also make $1 million investment today in workforce training initiatives, particularly skills around computer training, ESL, soft skills for future jobs. We'll make that investment now, so that as the companies come later, we'll have people who are ready to go in the East Boston workforce for those jobs. So that's a $1 million commitment that we'll make now. I talked about the fact that we anticipate building neighborhood retail. So this is a site that I think for a long time, at least in my career, I don't think people, necessarily saw it as a place that could be a really, a neighborhood filled with neighborhood retail. They saw it instead more like a big box retail destination place. We see it as an authentic neighborhood in which the retail will play a key role. As I said, we've worked closely with local business owners, and our expectation is we want to have the retail be not national chains necessarily, but really good local, interesting retail. The authentic retail is what makes an attractive place and really makes this a place where people will want to be. We'll also create 50,000 square feet of indoor civic spaces. So, we see the civic spaces as inclusive of the open space. So 40 acres of open space we see as a civic space, obviously for the city, but also too will create indoor civic spaces across the entire site. And this lists a variety of different types of entities that we could include in that civic space. We've started to have conversations on this with, again, local nonprofits and other folks, some of whom you may hear from tonight. Transportation. We spent a lot of time on transportation, both with the community as well as with the city's transportation department and the BPDA, elected officials certainly, but also with MassDOT. We've spent probably 2 years with MassDOT going through our transportation planning. Go ahead, next slide. So this is the slide, Madam Chairwoman, if I could just again to talk about language interpretation services. So for people who are joining late, this is the slide that describes how you can join into your particular language. You can select in the interpretation button and choose Spanish, or for the Arabic translation, it's under the Russian button. And just a limitation on what I think Zoom offers in that regard. And
absolutely. And if anyone is having any technical difficulties, there are also those phone numbers there and that line up to the languages as well. So you can call those and we can help get you the support that you need. So thank you.
Okay. Next slide. So this is a slide that lists both the on-site and the off-site improvements. So one important thing to remember is this site, 161 acres, which has been the site of a horse racing track, does not have any infrastructure on it. So there's no existing stormwater system. When there's storms, all there is the water just kind of runs off and goes wherever it goes. This site has not been a good neighbor, quite frankly, in its 80 years because it does not have a stormwater system. So we will create all of the on-site infrastructure. So all of the parks that I just described for you, all those parks we will build as publicly accessible open space. We'll spend about almost $200 million for construction of all on-site infrastructure. And then in addition to that, working with the state as well as the cities of Revere and Boston, we've also identified $41 million of all off-site traffic mitigation measures. So this site has been a site through which people commute from the North Shore, and a lot of those traffic mitigation measures have to do with fixing what are well-known and traffic issues in this neighborhood, and quite frankly in the region for a long time. We'll also make another $20 million of investments in transit mitigation measures. The good news is the Blue Line has capacity. There are 12 Blue Line train sets that run each day. The good news is that the MBTA owns 14 train sets, which is an unusual situation. If you ride the red line or the green line or the orange line, you know that there is no extra train. There's no backup train. In the Blue Line, there are 2 backup trains. And so working with the MBTA, we've established a series of funds that will allow those backup trains to start to run. In addition, our $20 million will go toward the MBTA for Suffolk Downs station improvements. There will likely be a full rebuild at some point soon of the Suffolk Downs station, as well as Beachmont station improvements and Blue Line signalization design work, and a Beachmont bus station. The MassDOT folks are working very carefully to try and improve the bus access, particularly to the Blue Line from the North Shore. And so through the Better Bus program, we'll work carefully with the MBTA on those investments. We'll make, as I said earlier, an operational subsidy payment on an annual basis for 15 years of over $3 million to operating costs of the Blue Line to get that Blue Line, again, those extra Blue Line trains running. And I talked about the 12 cars versus the 2 extra cars. One important thing on this slide too is remember, we want this site to be a site that is transit-oriented, but also bike-oriented and pedestrian-oriented. So we're building a comprehensive new bike network that will add over 13,000 linear feet of on-site protected cycle tracks. We've gone through the design of these cycle tracks with BTD as well as the BPDA staff. We'll create 12 bike share stations, the blue bikes, across the entire site. We'll also, and you'll see a slide on this in a minute, we will also extend the East Boston Greenway from Constitution Beach to Suffolk Downs, and then eventually we'll work to help set the table for that extension further out into Revere as well. This is a slide that shows the $41 million of off-site traffic mitigation. This was extensively negotiated and reviewed with MassDOT, as I said, over the span of about 2 years. We also worked very closely with the City of Revere as well as with local officials to agree to all these improvements. Doug Manns and myself participated in probably the most extensive traffic study that we've ever done in our career as part of this project, and these off-site improvement and mitigation measures were recommended as part of that. And again, these are memorialized in the MEPA process that we've completed with MassDOT and with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This is a slide that, you know, I think is a really important one to give you a sense of both the challenges that we face as well as the opportunity. So this is a slide that shows you the site as it exists today. And largely it's inaccessible, it's fenced in, it's not built out, it's not available for people. And as you can see on this slide, the Greenway, which is up, that runs between, you can see the slide at the top of it, runs from Maverick Square out to Constitution Beach. A great idea that was the brainchild of a series of advocates and is now named for Mary Ellen Welch, who was one of the primary early advocates of that and a great friend to all of us. So it ends though at Constitution Beach. As great as the East Boston Greenway is today, it ends at Constitution Beach. So if we could just go to the next slide, just to give you a sense of what we're doing. So this is really, you know, one of the key opportunities that we have here. And this shows you how we can connect this site into these different neighborhoods. And this is really probably the key to our vision, I think. So if I work from the top of the slide down, you can see that the East Boston Greenway, which today ends at Constitution Beach, we will design and construct the connection that will go from Constitution Beach to our site. One of the complications of that is to make that work on Wally Street, but this will be just for bikes and pedestrians, obviously not vehicles. But this is really an interesting opportunity for us to make sure that people from our site can ride their bike all the way to Maverick Square, which is a great opportunity. In addition to that, we will pay for the design of the further extension of the Greenway along Bennington Street, just below. You can see that, so that people will be able to ride their bike eventually from Maverick Square all the way out to Revere Beach to make that connection, which is really exciting for us. In addition to that, on the Revere side, you can just see quickly, we're rebuilding Winthrop Avenue as part of our phase 1 in Revere and create a cycle track on Winthrop Avenue that will also make a good connection into Revere Beach Parkway. This is a transformative project that's going to connect this site by pedestrian and bike to these neighborhoods that are right nearby, which we're really excited about. It's challenging, but it's really exciting to change how this site is oriented towards the different neighborhoods that are nearby.
Tom, I'm just going to interrupt you for a second. We just want to reinforce that if you're looking for the Arabic interpretation, it's on the Russian channel. Daniel, can you pop over very quickly and if you can come over to the English channel and tell everybody in Arabic? Or if Khalid could do that announcement for me? One of the two?
Yes, Mr. Zakaria? Yes?
Yes, go ahead.
What I should do?
Can you explain that if you're looking for Arabic interpretation, you need to choose the Russian audio channel?
نحن yes نحن can I see it in Arabic or
Yes, Russian, yes, the Russian channel for Arabic.
Yeah, if لمن يريد المساعدة بالعربية عليه الاتصال عليه الضغط على الزر اللي فيه اللغة الروسية ومن هناك ممكن مساعدته باللغة العربية ليفهم جميع ما ممكن التحدث عنه.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So the next section is on resiliency and sustainability. Next slide, please.
Tom, just a reminder to slow down.
Yeah, I just was seeing those texts in that break. I got a chance to look at that, so I'm gonna try and go a little slower. I apologize. So we've committed this site to be sure that we're advancing Boston's goals to achieve net zero by 2050. That's for sure. But we're doing that also though by exceeding the current energy code requirements and exceeding LEED requirements. So, we believe we should do everything we can to be a leader in this regard, and we're doing that with these commitments. So each of our individual buildings that we will build will meet the city's current requirements respecting updates to Article 37, which are the Green Building Guidelines, LEED and Climate Action Plan guidelines, as well as the Boston Climate Resiliency and Sea Level Rise base flood requirements. I would just as an aside say that we've done extensive work on this, both with city staff as well as with the state staff as part of the MEPA process. So this has been extensively reviewed, and quite frankly, we've learned a lot along the way, and we've improved, I think, our plan as we've gone through. I would say too, though, there's more work to be done on this, and we continue to think about energy, district energy, and how we can even improve what we've proposed so far. I would say too, though, just as you can see here, what we've tried to focus on is not only that there'll be minimum buildings that are LEED certifiable in terms of platinum buildings and gold buildings, but also too, what we tried to do is focus on actual energy savings, which is a different way of approaching this. In other words, what we're saying is we're going to try and focus on how do we actually save energy in the design and the construction of these buildings. So as you can see in that lower section, we are saying today that 5% of our buildings, 5% of our space over current code will achieve over 50% energy savings. Now, just as an aside, just for everybody on this program, we don't yet know how that's going to work. We don't yet know because the technology doesn't exist yet, but we're willing to make this pledge because, again, we want to be in the lead in this regard. So we want to push the envelope, and we think our site is big enough to offer opportunities to push the envelope on that as well. So and then you can see the rest of the energy savings pieces as we go through. Just pause on that and let the interpreters catch up. Next slide, please. So we've also made very specific commitments as well. As I said, we'll construct 50,000 square feet of a residential passive house demonstration project. That's important, I think, for both the city and for the state to understand what the costs are, what the technological hurdles are to create passive house. And if feasible, that will trigger the additional 3 passive house buildings that we'll do from that. We're building single family homes on site, and all those family homes will achieve carbon neutral or E+ equivalent. We're doing townhomes on the site, and all those townhomes will also achieve carbon neutral or E+ equivalent. As I said up front, we will install 2 megawatts of solar PV on building rooftops, which is will actually do that. But in addition to that, all buildings will be solar ready, and the entire site will be a microgrid ready site. And as I said, we continue to work on that topic to see if we can take advantage of the opportunity to create a microgrid. We've made a commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 23% over current code. And we're committed to implementing a very large increase in electric vehicle technologies so that 25% of our spaces will be EV charging spaces and 75% will be EV ready. We've also made a commitment to advancing the City of Boston's resiliency objectives. So all of our open space and all of our site improvements are made in accordance with a plan to make the entire site resilient. So we've carefully made sure that all of the open space will be designed and built in a way where it can hold water, so that we can be essentially a good neighbor. As I said earlier, that in storm events and in high impact water events, if water infiltration happens on our site, we'll be able to hold that water, and then as the storm event subsides, the water will be able to move out in a controlled fashion. So this slide really is all about the work that we're doing in terms of that design. In addition to that, we'll also upgrade the existing DC. There's a pump station that DCR, the Department of Conservation and Recreation, which is a Commonwealth of Massachusetts department. There's a pump system that DCR owns at the mouth of Sales Creek, which is near our site. We'll make upgrades to that pump. That's an important pump that prevents some flooding upstream, particularly in Revere. We are working to evaluate a regional flood protection berm barrier system. That's more the state's requirement of us. We'll make a material improvement in terms of water quality and the like, and build a brand new stormwater management system that will protect Belle Isle Marsh from stormwater runoff, which today there is no such protection. We've, in addition to that, worked carefully with a group of advocates who care deeply, as we do, about Belle Isle Marsh. And so we've made further commitments in this regard to create a visitor study, working with the Friends of Belle Isle Marsh. We'll design and construct new wayfinding signage as well at Belle Isle Marsh. There is a need for a new DCR staff person or park ranger. So we'll provide funding for that park ranger for 10 years. And we'll also make sure that we evaluate impacts to Belle Isle Marsh as part of the regional berm study that the Commonwealth and we will work together to create. I want to point out too that Suffolk Downs is upstream of the tidal and storm surge floodwaters that will increasingly one day begin to impact Belle Isle Marsh. And so our site, because we're upstream, does not impact Belle Isle Marsh, but we've pledged to play a role through studies and the like to see if we could be, a friend to Belle Isle Marsh as well. Obviously, buildings will also be carefully designed to make sure that lighting and facade systems are set up in a way to make sure that migratory flyway areas for birds will be safer. There's a really extensive and interesting wild bird population that exists, as well as other animals at Belle Isle Marsh, which is really, for those of you who have not walked it, it's a beautiful urban marsh, one of the few urban marshes that remains. Again, for people who have arrived late, this is a slide that describes the connection to the language interpretation services. So this shows you that if you are interested in the Spanish-speaking interpretation services, you can hit that icon. For Arabic, you need to hit the Russian icon, which will lead to the Arabic translation.
Tom, I'm just going to ask Khalid again to give the instructions in Arabic to choose the Russian channel.
Sure.
If you could.
نعم، لكل من أراد أن يفهم ما يدور في هذا الخطاب عليه الضغط على زر interpretation ويذهب إلى اللغة الروسية، ومن ثم ممكن أن يشرح له كل ما جاء في هذه الخطابات باللغة العربية. وشكرا.
Thank you.
Next slide, is that okay, Secretary? Okay. This section really just shows some additional items that we just wanted to go over. I think I'm nearly completed here. Go ahead, next slide. We've also made a series of design changes to the plan that result from community input. We work carefully, in particular with residents of Orient Heights, many of whom served on the IAG. And as part of that, we work through the creation of what we call an Orient Heights protection zone, which would limit heights along Waldemar Avenue at the base of Orient Heights. And then we also broke up the blocks in order to create finer grain blocks that would transition more more readily from the neighborhoods. We also revised the vehicular entry from Route 1A into the project site, which allows residents of Orient Heights to more easily be able to make their morning commutes wherever they may go. So those are, I just want to make sure that we pointed those changes out, design changes. Again, work carefully with BCDC and BPDA urban design staff who've been great partners with us in this regard too. We work very carefully with BPDA urban design staff as well as the BCDC to create a number of urban design parameters. And in part, these resulted from an approval of the BCDC board on November 6th of 2019. I won't go through all of these pieces, but we went through rights of way widths, maximum building coverage, active ground floor uses and those sorts of requirements, all those requirements around podium and tower sizes, all of which were really extensively reviewed and continue to be worked on really as recently as in the last month or so. So really been a great partnership with BPDA urban design staff. We believe that, again, these have been improvements to the project. So again, I just wanted to make sure that we emphasize everyone is welcome here. We'll build 10,000 new units of housing, and we'll pursue that housing so that 20% as compared to the Boston number will be affordable. 25,000 permanent jobs will be created, as well as 14,000 new union jobs as well. We'll create a 40-acre public open space system. We're thinking carefully on a forward-thinking resiliency strategy and providing new cutting-edge energy standards as well. We'll create extensive on-site and off-site infrastructure improvements, and we'll obviously support local retail and civic spaces as well. And I believe that's our presentation. This is that same slide as well that the BPDA staff and we, I think, put together. I don't know, Mr. DeVers, if you were going to go through that again.
Sure. Thank you, Tom. So just very quickly, I just wanted to just bring to everybody's attention, just reiterate what I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. This presentation is available on the bostonplans.org website, which is the BPDA's website, specifically on the Suffolk Downs project page. It is available in Spanish, Arabic, and English. So if anybody would like to review these slides further, again, please visit bostonplans.org and specifically the Suffolk Downs project page to review these slides, again, in Spanish, Arabic, and English. And then secondly, I just wanted to, just for the record, there were 3 recent changes made to the BPDA board memo as a result of ongoing conversations. That specifically, there was additional information provided in the memo regarding the impact advisory group's role in the ongoing review process associated with this specific project. Secondly, there was additional language added regarding the condominium units that are proposed on the project site, specifically that at least 20% of those condominium units will be owner occupied. And then lastly, there was additional language and specificity added regarding the East Boston Housing Stabilization Fund and its future governance. So again, these are 3 recent updates that I just wanted to call to everybody's attention. Again, they're reflected in the BPDA's board memo available on our website. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Raul. We are now entering into the portion of the meeting where we will take public testimony. As a reminder, when I call for testimony, just now, please click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When testimony begins, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. If you do run longer than 2 minutes, your microphone may be turned off. Each individual may only speak once. And at the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. So with that, we can go ahead, Secretary Polhemus, and begin the public testimony.
We are going to start with Councilor Lydia Edwards.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. First, I wanted to thank my staff, my former policy director, Joel Wool, my current policy director, Jesse Purvis, my chief of staff, Gabriella Coletta, my East Boston liaison and media coordinator, Ricardo Patron, my North End liaison, Michael Benetti, and my Charlestown liaison, Judy Evers. All of them have done an incredible amount of work and being part of this and assuring that the community of East Boston can be heard, can be seen, and can be valued in this process. Especially those, Benetti and Ms. Evers, who had taken on the lion's share of a lot of our constituent services in this time. Overall, I want to say that we've been part of receiving a great deal of feedback about this project. I'm happy to say that if there is any concerns about the project, and if there is any, I guess, opposition, it really isn't opposition so much as asking for a delay in continued process. To me, I haven't heard anyone actually say they don't want this to happen. And that means a lot to me as an elected official, but it also means a lot to me that we all can see at least this great opportunity that is before us. When asked today, actually, about how the negotiations have gone with the HYM team, I was proud to say that it has been tenacious, it has been back and forth, and it has been very passionate. And I think that that's in part because I'm so honored to represent East Boston and the many diverse, incredible people who live there. Literally, the back and forth was going up until 5:05, 5:15 today, in many cases, on some of the things that were just mentioned by Raul. And I'm proud to do that work and will continue to for my community. As mentioned before, Suffolk Downs is the single largest private development in Boston's history. Today, we're discussing the very basic question: are we creating a new and separate neighborhood, or are we weaving together a new development into Boston's diverse tapestry of communities? My office, from the very beginning, began getting involved to make sure that East Boston had a voice. We pushed for the PDA and the initial filing documents to be in Spanish. But many people may not realize is normal PDA processes can take around 45 days. We're now, at least from the filing date, almost a year and a half after the fact. And I'm happy that I was part of helping to push that process further out to ensure that more of us had a voice. My office hosted 7 town halls, one on housing, one on transportation, one on the economy and jobs, on homelessness and services, on open space. We did 2 subsequent reviews, one in March, and then one most recent in September. Altogether, we received about 350 to 400 public comments to make sure, again, that the people of East Boston and people impacted by this project would have a voice. At every single one of my town halls, we had translation and we had babysitting. And when we could afford it, we also had pizza to make sure people could eat. This is an incredibly important moment for us, and we couldn't let that slip away without East Boston residents being at the helm, being educated about the PDA, and then teaching their neighbors about what it meant to them. I'm again thanking my staff.
Excuse me, Counselor, can you just slow down a little bit for the interpreters, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
My
Thanks.
apologies.
No worries. Thanks, Counselor.
I will continue to fight for equity and on behalf of the most highly impacted in our communities, including low-income residents, families, communities of color and non-English speakers, workers, our seniors, and those of us who are still struggling to find a home in Boston. The project must meet certain civil rights and fair housing standards of inclusion and equity before I can support it. And I made that very clear from day one. The proponent, or HYM, responded with some immediate drafts of non-discrimination language. But I wanted more, and I pushed for them to commit to a to-be-written zoning amendment to affirmatively further fair housing. I say it's to be written because I'm proud to have been the filing counselor, and I'm also the lead sponsor for that amendment and still working on it to this day. Now, I realize for some that's not enough, a commitment to comply with the law. But I want to be clear In no way, shape, or form did HYM have to commit to that. They had filed before the law was written. Therefore, the law technically doesn't have to apply with them, but for their permission and agreement to do so. I also want to be clear that this law is about perspective, and it's about how the project will move from here, how it moves towards equity or doesn't, and the analysis that comes with it. The PDA as filed today, just like every other PDA that is filed, is not perfect and is not finished on its first filing. It is the process that I am committed to making equitable, and the process and the analysis that must meet the standards of affirmatively furthering fair housing. That is why I am pleased that the proponent agreed to legally bind himself to would-be written language that is coming. On the issue of housing, which many of you know I'm most passionate about, this site is going to create 1,400 affordable units on-site and off-site. That is a record number, and I understand and completely agree that for many of us, it's still not an obtainable affordability. Someone today asked me, when will I ever get enough from Tom or HYM? And I said, well, never. But the fact is, it's not necessarily his job to give us those things that we need for freedom, for equity, for racial justice. But it is my job and the BPDA's job and the city of Boston's job to make sure that whatever development happens doesn't make those issues worse. Specifically on the issue of housing, I'm proud to say that there's going to be a range of incomes on site, with none of the incomes from 100% AMI all the way to 40% AMI, with an average of 70 on site. What we made very clear to the proponent, and he agreed to, is that while we will be open to as many voucher folks, people who have vouchers or Section 8, either the city new program, they may come in, but they cannot be counted as part of his 13% obligation. That you can compete on the market with a voucher is not the same as saying that you are part of the affordable 13%. Therefore, I believe that 13% is truly a floor, and many people with vouchers will be able to come and live on this site. So while, and be part of the affordable mix overall, but not part of Tom's obligation. That was intentional. In order to create the 500 additional units off-site, as mentioned before, there's going to be land contributions, $5 million cash payment due in 2 equal payments, $26 million in 1-for-1 match, which I again pushed and talked with the proponent about making that as a proponent. And making sure that he would commit more dollar for dollar. I'm very proud to have pushed for that. But also what I'm most proud of is the most recent concessions or agreements from the proponent. And that totals $1.4 million in addition to the Housing Stability Fund. The first $400,000 will be coming here after this signature in two payments, $200,000 and then $200,000 when we get the second, $2.5 million. That means the proponent has agreed to pay not 2.5, but $2.7 million upon the passage now and upon the appeal process ending. We also got the proponent to agree to continue to pay into the Stability Fund $20,000 for each 200 unit building and $10,000 for each building below that over time, which was my biggest concern about the Stability Fund running out of funds. Together, that contribution equals between $500,000 and $600,000 depending on the building sizes. I'm proud about that. The other $400,000 is actually coming as a commitment from the city of Boston. Together, I have fought for, and I'm proud to deliver to my community, $800,000 in rent relief, which couldn't have come at any other time better than now, knowing that Governor Baker is not going to be extending the eviction moratorium. That money will be reserved for East Boston to help us stay in our homes. Even with all this money, I know it's not enough. to make this development reflect East Boston today. I know that the family sizes on average are still too small. I understand that the 20% affordable units are averaging closer to 60% and not 50%. However, the 500 units offsite are at 46% AMI. I understand our median income is still too low to be able to afford a lot of the affordable units. And I'm fully aware that many of our Latinx families make an average of 30% AMI. But I am hopeful because what I'm fighting for today is the floor. It is not the ceiling. It is the understanding that these things will not be below those rates. The proposed master plan development area of 20% affordable housing not only should be seen as a floor, but as we go to each and every single building with our IAG, an opportunity to renegotiate and to think about how we can get more. And let's be clear, as the proponent, HYM comes back to the city for either zoning relief or amendments, that is another time for us to sit down and renegotiate higher for our community. Through our advocacy, nearly 40% of the units, when you count offsite and onsite, will be 2 and 3 bedrooms. I am fully aware that that still is not meeting the exact need of East Boston today. It's certainly higher than the 26% that the proponent initially started with. The need for family housing is greater than ever before, and I am fully committed to continuing to work at creative ways of making efficiency units and looking at the square footage and seeing if there's a way to make some of the 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and looking at ways to make sure that we can house more of our families. But before people can be housed, they need jobs. So I was proud to introduce and talk with a proponent first about $1 million for ELL training and making sure that people who in our community can meet the job needs as they come. We heard specifically from women in my community who did not speak English, who went to the wonderful job opportunity at the time at the casino, and they were turned away. Actually, a lot of people from East Boston were turned away from the casino because their English skills supposedly weren't good enough. We know we need to build the bench. We need to build the bench because when the jobs start to come, they need to go to people in East Boston. I am proud to have come out very early for the PLA and to work with labor to get that. Our jobs and economic town hall was the most well-attended one we had with well over 200 members and locals from all different trades. And I'm proud that, and I'm thankful that the building, or that the project will be union built. But it's the pipelines that matter. And those unions who I'm still talking with, I want them to pipeline to East Boston High School, to our courts, to our youth programs. And I'm so excited for building pathways to grow, but I do want it to be a priority for East Boston residents, and I made sure that language is in the PDA. Sustainability and environment. The proponent has proposed over 40 acres of open space, 27 of which will be in East Boston, and 20 of that will be green space. While I'm very happy for all of that, what was most concerning to me was the initial filing that this would be all private. I was concerned about First Amendment rights, ability for workers to strike, the ability for poor people to be present at all on benches, to be at all in the site, that when completely privately owned, a lot of those rights were going to go away. We began negotiating again with the proponent and talked about how we could protect our civil rights. Many of the public spaces have been deeded over to the city of Boston. That was an immediate move. And then we also made sure language in there reflected maintaining the right to assembly and the right to freedom of speech on the private and the public land. I also am happy to see that the proponent seeks to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and has agreed to undertake net zero carbon feasibility assessment and to further the building environmental goals. Not only is he going to take the assessment, but he's agreed to work with the study group to come up with the financings to implement the recommendations of the study. I want to say the same thing also for Belle Isle Marsh, that there has been great movement and assuring that there would be a park ranger there for at least 10 years, that he'd be there or she would be there earlier. And again, as the study comes back with its recommendations, the proponent has agreed again to work to find the financing and to work to implement the recommendations of the study. With regards to transportation, it's one of the top concerns of East Boston. And residents are rightfully concerned about how Suffolk Downs was going to impact them. As initially proposed, I felt that it was entirely too over-reliant on single occupancy vehicles. And I was concerned about the parking preference for lab and office workers versus those workers who work in hotels and retail. The proponent has, however, agreed to monitor and study parking throughout with the goal of reducing it, with the goal of making sure that we were going to reduce not only the amount of cars, but also the over-reliance in general on cars. With 2 T-stops and a shuttle coming through, I think that's a fair goal, and I'd like to make sure that we get to that as soon as possible. At the end, the community should decide the fate of Suffolk Downs and whether or not the proponent is living up to his promises. This is a conversation that's going to last for decades. I am, however, formally asking the BPDA to approve the master plan of the PDA for Suffolk Downs on the following condition. The BPDA will work to reconstitute the IAG, making a robust, active, inclusive, representative body that will assure compliance and accountability in the proponent. A full and complete description of the East Boston Stabilization Fund will be added to the PDA by the time of the Zoning Commission vote. This will be an independent fund. It will have its own board, its own governance, and the ability to administer and fund projects in East Boston. Also, it will live in perpetuity and be able to accept additional funds from developers, whoever choose to come and make money in East Boston. Also, the PDA will reflect at least 20% of the total market units, and all of the affordable units will be owner occupied. This was in response to my concerns about foreign or outside investors being able to buy up and flip these units. I am particularly still concerned about that, but what that's going to take is legislation, such as either a transfer fee or a anti-flippers fee. But for right now, we have a commitment from at least 20% of the market and all of the affordable. Language in section 14, specifically talking about the BPDA's oversight, I wanted to include IAG's role in making sure they're part of that conversation about the oversight and final approval. I also had expressed concerns literally up until today about some language concerning non-compliance and the ability to move on to other buildings. The BPDA, myself, and Tom O'Brien from HYM have agreed that we will work on the best language possible to make sure accountability is not thrown away to the wayside, that we will continue to go building by building, but at the same time recognizing his needs to be able to sell and get investors for his project. I think we can balance it, but I wasn't ready to, but I wanted that commitment that we would be able to get that language done by the Boston Zoning Commission. Finally, there is a commitment, as I mentioned before, $400,000 from the City of Boston for the East Boston Stabilization Fund for rent relief. And I wanted to make sure that was formally stated and clear that that would happen by the end of next fiscal budget. This project may last upwards of 20 years. Neither myself nor HYM, well, Tom certainly, but at least he'll be here, or the current members of the PBDA board may be here. But the residents, community members, businesses, and new Suffolk Downs residents will be the ones charged with the continued vigilance for keeping up the promises made today. I want to thank everybody from Greater Boston Legal Services, from Pueblo, from City Life, from Senior Group, from Bike Boston, all of you for all of your back and forth your constant vigilance, and honestly, you were the first ones to answer when I said, what are we going to do about Suffolk Downs in 2019? I want to thank you for your advocacy. You've made my voice stronger. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm now going to ask the Mayor's Chief of Community Engagements, Civic Engagement, to testify.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Jerome Smith, and I am the Chief of Civic Engagement here for the City of Boston. I'm thankful for you allowing me the time to be here today, and I'll be brief so that we can get to the community testimony. The BPA had led a robust process over the past 3 years on a very transformational project in East Boston. This included nearly 30 public meetings alongside with community leaders, elected officials, and stakeholders. You know, the development team created a very inclusive process with language access, something that we found to be exceedingly important as we engage in just in general day-to-day business, but now as we transition to this kind of online presence. But even beforehand, the access to information is what's key in order to have everybody at the table and actually feel like there is a sense of community. These bilingual public meetings were also translated, had translated materials and public filings. The staff at the meetings were also there to assist with individuals. So it is exciting to see that we had an opportunity for a city process to actually think about this in a very serious way. And it's been one of the mayor's core missions to make sure that we are making more of our meetings more accessible. Hundreds of residents and stakeholders have participated in this review process of the project alongside the city and the BPA over the past 3 years. And this kind of collaborative spirit in East Boston was a little bit different. East Boston is not new to development projects and vetting development projects. They have a number of them in their community, and it has been that way for a couple of years now. But this one was a little different with the project management team, but also with the proponent. It makes the largest contribution of affordable housing by a single private development in Boston history. It has created a range of income levels for these properties. And one of the key things is that 10% of the affordable housing will be meant for seniors. We are currently building a new senior center in East Boston. We have a lot of seniors in the neighborhood, and it's important that we continue to house them in the neighborhood they have spent the bulk of their time in.
Chief Smith, can I ask you to slow down a little bit for the translators, please?
Absolutely. They've taken steps to elevate the site in order to meet some of our climate resiliency goals. They have a new stormwater system that will be integrated in the open space network to protect Belle Isle Marsh from storm runoff. They make significant investments in transportation infrastructure, and also including 27 new acres of publicly accessible outdoor open space. But one of the key things that I wanted to highlight was the jobs and job creation that this project is going to bring forth. They are contributing a large amount of money into the linkage for this project that will go to job trainings through the Neighborhood Job Trust, and including that, what you heard is a $1 million investment in an apprenticeship program for training through the Building Pathways program for local residents, local Bostonians, to get jobs in the trades and actually earn a good income with benefits. A portion of the funds will also be used for childcare to support the new initiatives in advocacy and research and development, childcare programs for working mothers. So all in all, I say these things again as they were mentioned in the presentation because this is just the beginning, and the council alluded to this. There will be, over the years, a number of conversations regarding this project. The community will be at the table. I think making sure that we have a continued presence through IAG to talk with the proponent, to see where we are, to make sure that we're moving in the same direction is key. I have found that working with HYM on other issues, they want to be local partners. Whether it's we are having an issue with the city of Boston with COVID and we're trying to figure out restaurant solutions and changing our outdoor spaces, HYM stepped up to help us alleviate some transportation and parking issues that we were having in the north end. We just simply asked if you would assist, and they stepped forward because they want to be a community partner. And I believe that they will take that same attitude in East Boston as they continue to grow and move this project forward. So I'm excited for a project like this. I know the mayor is excited. There's been many iterations, and there was a lot of push and pull, but I think we finally got it to a very decent place, and knowing that it will forever have an impact on a positive impact on East Boston. So I encourage the board to support this project, and I thank you very much for allowing me to speak this evening.
Thank you, Chief Smith. We're going to begin with public testimony right now. The first person who has their hand up is a call-in from a phone. I'm going to read the phone number because I do not know your name. It's 617-505-7580. I have allowed you to talk. You need to unmute yourself. You look like you're still muted. If you could unmute yourself. If you do want to testify, you can call 617-918-4236, and they will patch you through with us. Thank you. The next person with their hand up is Ajani McCullough. You may unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Ajani McCullough. I grew up in Boston. Before I begin, I'd like to thank everybody from the BPDA for thoughtful and thorough community process. I'm a proud member of International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 4. I'm here to support the Suffolk Downs project. Our community deserves good union careers, and I believe we'll get that on this project. I don't want to take up too much time, but I feel like this is a project that's really going to help a lot of people out. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I'm here in strong support of the Suffolk Downs project.
Thank you, Ajani. The next person with their hand up is Robert Wentworth. I have allowed you the ability. You need to unmute yourself.
I believe I'm unmuted.
Yes, you are.
Okay. My name is Rob Wentworth. I am a proud member of Carpenters Local 327. I am from East Boston. I live in Revere now. I believe it will be a great project to not only bring real jobs, but bring peace to the community with all the low-income housing. And I'm in strong support.
Thank you, Mr. Wentworth. I'm now going to allow Jamie McNeil to talk. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Chair, members of the board. My name is Jamie McNeil. I'm the general agent for the Hotel and Food Workers Union, Local 26 here in Boston. I'm a Boston resident. We represent about 12,000 hospitality workers in the greater Boston area and about 1,500 in East Boston and Revere. We'd like to go on record in strong support of this project. It's going to create hundreds of new quality union hotel jobs for East Boston residents and Revere residents through an agreement we worked out with the developer at a time when we could really use it. We're at about 10% employment in the hotels right now. And in addition, the various housing safety nets that we desperately need right now for our members in East Boston. So I'd like to thank the BPDA. I'd like to thank the administration. I'd really like to thank Councilor Edwards for her strong advocacy from day one, and really thank Tom for always listening, but not just listening, actually doing the work to make this project what it was, listening to the community and making this project so great. And just like to go on strong record of support. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. We have a live caller who has called in to the phone number, and I'm now going to turn it over to Mike Christopher, I believe, who can help. Mike, are you there?
I'm here. Go ahead, ma'am. You're live. If you want to just introduce yourself. Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Okay, yes. My name is Rosaura Amador, and I'm a neighbor from East Boston. And I really want to express how disappointed I am, and I see this project for Suffolk Downs as a disaster for the community. It's a lie because they say, we just hear that they said like no one opposed, it was denied or opposite. That's not true. That's completely a lie because we are completely disagree. This project doesn't have affordable housing. You know, like we make like 40,000 to 50,000 a year. This place has no units that we can afford. So that is completely a lie, and it is not fair because also there is a lot of seniors who need to live in the area of East Boston or around here because all that service that they have, if they go far away, they won't be able to have this type of service. So I would say this is so bad because the governor, many people who was in the governor involved, they are not helping the community at all. They just look for our vote. When we vote, oh yeah, please vote for me, vote Lydia, vote for me. But how about when we need help? Who can listen to our voice? We're gonna appeal all these as a community. We are a bunch of neighbors here, like we are so upset. No one represents our community. No one represents the middle class, the poor ones. So who can support? We are the majority. We are the majority. People who have money, they are just like a very small amount.
Ma'am, I just want to, just 30 seconds left. Thank you.
I mean, I completely deny, and I vote no for this project. And I testify that this is a lie. This is false because they say like no one wants denying or opposite. That's completely a lie. So we're gonna appeal this situation, and we're gonna look for from the government who can help us.
Okay.
They only use us when they need a vote, but that's it. No one represents us as a community.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm now going to allow Richard Escobar to testify. You just need to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. Like you said, my name is Richard Escobar. I'm a proud member of International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 4. I also grew up and live in East Boston currently on Putnam Street. And like, yes, I'm sorry. I'm in support of the Suffolk Downs projects. I believe our community deserves responsible development, and I'm pretty sure we'll get that with this project. I would like to thank the BPDA for doing a great job with the community process, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here tonight. And I am in strong support of the Suffolk Downs redevelopment project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Escobar. I am now going to allow Bruce Berman to speak. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Secretary Paulimas. I'm here to speak in support of the project. I'm the Director of Strategy and Communications for Save the Harbor, Save the Day. Just on a personal note, I actually finally found someone who's been to more public meetings than I have. And that, of course, is Tom O'Brien of HYM. I want to thank we're here in support of the project for several reasons. The environmental benefits, the resilience planning, and the open space network is thoughtful and will improve, what would be a disaster at Suffolk Downs. It's a very large project, and it requires extensive planning, thoughtful planning, and inclusive planning. So I'd just like to say that I've had the opportunity to attend several of the public hearings and meetings on this project, and I have been consistently impressed by the proponents' willingness to listen to the community and to make improvements to the project and to the public benefits, as Councilor Edwards said, as recently as just a few hours ago. These are challenging times to manage a public process. I want to thank the BPDA for insisting and the proponent for embracing inclusive and comprehensive community involvement. And finally, I'd like to thank the elected officials in East Boston, Councilor Edwards, Representative Madero, Senator Boncore, and the community for caring and for trying to improve and strengthen the quality of life that we all enjoy here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berman. We have a caller who called into our helpline right now. I'm going to turn it over to Jesus. I think it's a Spanish-speaking person, so Jesus will do the translation for us. Jesus? Mike? We can't hear you. Jesus, Mike? All right, I'm going to go to the next person while we figure out the technical difficulties. John Walke, I've allowed you the ability to speak. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Sure. Thank you. John Walke, East Boston resident. 2 minutes really isn't a lot of time to respond to everything that's presented here this evening, as well as the actual process and the things that have been changed just in the last 48 hours or so. So it's a challenge here. I mean, obviously the presentation is really impressive. I think we can all recall presentations for projects that have been equally, mind-blowing, from the seaport to the promises of what clearing the West End would do for the city. But photoshopped imagery of smiling, diverse people don't always match the reality that we end up with. I applaud everybody who's worked hard to improve this PDA, because it has improved greatly. But despite all the cool imagery and the presentations and the sales pitch, it's still falling far short of the historic opportunity that this property represents. We've heard repeatedly it's the most affordable housing ever built, but by the same token, the flip side is it's also the most luxury housing ever built in one project. I mean, it's massive. And when the feast on the table is exponentially larger, the crumbs that fall off of it are likewise larger, but they're still crumbs relative to the scale of the crisis we're confronting in housing for working class people in Boston. And sorry for the interpreters trying to keep up here. Similarly, the project's been improved quite a bit from its initial inception in regards to being sustainable, carbon neutral neighborhood. But again, it's falling far short of what we need. A lot of this is fill in the blank ready. Well, if you just watch the news and look at the storms, the fires, I mean, we need to be ready now to implement this stuff. It's totally unacceptable that a brand new 21st century neighborhood will start with 20th century natural gas lines laid through the streets. I see the 30 seconds here. Back in the 30s, when these mud flats were freshly filled to make the racetrack, is around the same time we had redlining maps being put out there, and we're living with the legacy of that. 25 years ago, we had a similarly blank slate on the waterfront, and now we have a white, wealthy, segregated neighborhood, 3% black, 89% white, and a median household income, the highest of any Boston zip code. What are we going to see in 20 or 80 years when we look back at Suffolk Downs? Every project that goes through the BPDA says it's doing the most that it can, and yet we always end up with the same result. And what the ask here is that we pause, because the PDA is setting the line, and I know we have bites at the apple and we're going to come and fight for the next 20 years, but that fight is going to be pushing this line back, not pushing it forward. We have to push this as far forward as we can now, because when we look back at this project, we want to see the reality of those slides actually realized, and I don't think what we have here now is going to do that. And
thank you. With respect, Mr. Walke, we do have to move on to the next person, but thank you for your participation and your comments.
Jesus, we're going to try your call in again. Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I have a señora. Ya estamos listos para que entre el testimonio. Okay? Cuando esté lista, si quiere se presenta. Hi everyone, my name is Francis.
Yo he vivido en East Boston por más de 23 años.
I've been a resident of East Boston for more than 23 years.
Soy una madre de 2 hijas. que han sentido en East Boston?
I am the mother of two daughters, two girls.
Sí, y no apoyo este proyecto hasta que el proyecto incluya viviendas accesibles para la clase trabajadora de East Boston. La ciudad de East Boston.
And I am not supporting this project until it's including enough affordable housing for all the workers in East Boston.
La ciudad de East Boston necesita más viviendas accesibles para familias que ganen el 30% de ingresos medios del año.
The city of Boston needs more affordable housing. ¿Podría repetir esta parte? Para las
viviendas accesibles para que ganen el 30% de ingresos medios del año. No necesitamos más viviendas de
for people who has
30%, I think.
Yeah, I think it's 30% of the area median.
¿Listo, señora?
Sí.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Bueno.
Jesus, are you finished? Okay, I'm gonna guess he's finished.
Yeah.
It sounded like it. That's good.
Okay, I'm moving on to Nick Whiskey, W-E-I-S-K-E. I've allowed you to speak. Unmute yourself, please. Yep.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. My name is Nick Viska, and I'm a resident of Austin Brighton. I wanted to speak today because I'm worried about our city's future. We know Boston needs new affordable housing stock, but as far as I can see, this plan does not meet this need in the ways that it could and that it should. Boston is a tight city with limited space for future development, so Suffolk Downs is a massive opportunity to help thousands of working people find stable and sustainable housing. Therefore, we know that 13% is not enough affordable housing in a town where rents regularly increase at more than twice the yearly rate of inflation. We know it does not make sense to base affordability on median area income in a city as economically and geographically diverse as Boston. For context, Boston's median income is over $40,000 as opposed to East Boston's $55,000. Worse still, 40 to 100% of AMI is not inclusive of the multiracial working poor of the city who have historically and consistently been betrayed by Boston's development process. Finally, we know our city, and especially East Boston, is the front line in the fight against global warming, and yet this deal would worsen traffic congestion and continue down the road of climate catastrophe. East Boston residents have a very real stake in how this deal is built, so we should let East Boston speak for itself. They want climate-friendly construction, rates affordable to East Boston residents, and a higher proportion of affordable housing in general. I don't envy your jobs, and I really appreciate everyone's efforts in bringing sustainable housing to Boston, but frankly, the current deal is not enough, which is why I hope you will make the decision to vote this PDA down and continue to work with HYM on a solution that more accurately represents the needs of East Boston residents. Boston has and should do better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to allow Brian Doherty to speak now. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Secretary Polimas, Chair Rojas, and members of the board. Good evening. My name is Brian Doherty. I'm a resident of Boston and serve as the general agent of the Boston Building Trades Unions, an umbrella organization of construction unions representing 35,000 working families in our community. Before I begin my remarks, I would like to thank the entire BPDA staff for a very thoughtful and very thorough community process, and to this board for your efforts during normal times and especially during these challenging times, and to everyone who is making our city run during these very challenging times. A huge thank you. I'm a proud member of the Boston Building Trades Unions and proud to be here with several of our community members supporting this project from the trades, because careers in the building trades unions strengthen our community. The building trades unions represent the highest standards of construction safety, training, access to fair pay for families, access to great health care for families, and retirement benefits, so that when our neighbors are done building our city, they can retire with the dignity right here in it in Boston. The HYM development team has shown their strong commitment to the high standards of Boston and to its future construction workforce, supporting the nationally recognized Building Pathways Pre-Apprenticeship Program to engage more members of our community to get into these rewarding careers through our project labor agreement. I'm here this evening with several other from organized labor and several of our neighbors in support of the Suffolk Downs project because our community deserves good union careers, access to affordable housing, responsible development practices, environmental protections, development that works for all of us, and a project labor agreement that will ensure rewarding career opportunities for 14,000 construction workers in our community. Thank you for this opportunity to speak this evening. For these reasons and so many more, we are here in strong support of the Suffolk Downs Redevelopment Project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brian. And thank you everyone who has testified thus far. We appreciate you, appreciate your participation. As indicated in the beginning of the meeting at 7:30, we are going to take a brief recess. It is now 7:32. So let's go ahead and plan on being back at 7:40. So 8 minutes to stretch your legs and get ready. We have a lot of other hands coming, so we're excited for that. We hope you can stay with us during this break, and we'll see you soon at 7:40. Thank you. We're just going to give everybody a few minutes to get back into the room and turn on their cameras. Secretary Prohimus, you're on mute.
Yes, thank you. The next person is Tanya Hanel. I've allowed you to speak. You need to unmute yourself.
Hi, hello, and good evening, Mr. Golden and members of the BPDA board. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the East Boston CDC to provide comments on HYM's proposed master plan for the PDA at Suffolk Downs. Mr. Caldarelli, the president of the company, would have liked to have been here himself to provide comments, but because of family commitments is unable to attend in person. As you know, the CDC's mission is to enhance the lives of low and moderate income residents of East Boston. We do so primarily through our housing development work, which focuses on creating housing for our low-income residents. The development at Suffolk Downs will create a whole new part of our neighborhood, and the East Boston CDC's primary concern is that this new part of our neighborhood include homes for low-income families. East Boston's median family income is 50% AMI, and as such, the 13% inclusionary development program units that are targeted to households who are in 70% MFI do not serve the low-income families of East Boston. Furthermore, we need to be creating more family housing in East Boston. The CDC commends the city, the BPDA, Councilor Edwards, and HYM on their work to date amending the PDA so that the new neighborhood at Suffolk Downs will include more family-sized units and a broader range of affordability than what is typically required. But we must go further to ensure that there will be housing for East Boston's low-income families at Suffolk Downs. The East Boston CDC knows that it is not easy to build housing that is affordable to households who are in 50% MFI, but it is imperative that the city not shy away from this goal. East Boston families need stable, affordable housing now more than ever. As you know, it takes good public-private partnerships to create a diverse neighborhood. It does not happen by accident. Towards this end, our Executive Director, Al Caldarelli, has been meeting with Tom O'Brien to discuss strategies to deepen the affordability of the on-site units, create additional affordability on-site and off-site. Throughout these meetings, Tom O'Brien has struck a tone that is different from other private developers. He has said that HYM is not only open to opportunities to working with the East Boston CDC to deepen the on-site affordability, but that they will be real partners in helping to create those opportunities on and off-site. We plan to hold him to this promise, and we believe that HYM will be a real partner with the city and the CDC in working to deepen the affordability of the Suffolk Downs development. Mr. Caldarelli has known.
Thank you very much. My apologies with respect, Tanya. We do have to move on so that all may be heard. But thank you for your comments and for your work at the East Boston CDC. Very important. Appreciate it.
Kevin Collins, I'm now allowing you to talk.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Collins. Before I begin, I would like to thank the BPDA for a thoughtful and thorough community process. I'm a proud member of Local Union 7 and also a business agent representing over 3,000 ironworkers from the greater Boston area. I'm here tonight in support of the Suffolk Downs project because of our community deserves good union careers, affordable housing, responsible development, project labor agreements, which will create 14,000 construction jobs, and environmental protection, developments that work for all of us. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm here in strong support of the Suffolk Downs Redevelopment Project. And I'd also like to thank HYM, Tom O'Brien, Councilor Lydia Edwards, Senator Boncory. Keep up the good work. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. We have a Spanish caller, Jesus or Mike.
Estamos listas aquí.
¿Ya está lista, señora Maritza?
Sí, estamos listas las tres madres aquí.
Bueno, si quieren, preséntese y recuerde, tiene 2 minutos. Yo les voy a traducir.
Perfecto. Hola, buenas noches.
Hi, good evening.
Mi nombre es Diana y soy madre de aquí en Boston.
My name is Diana and I am a resident of East Boston.
Y he escuchado todo lo que han dicho sobre el proyecto que tienen, que quieren hacer.
And I've been listening all the information about the project.
Y la verdad, durante toda lo que hablaron, en ningún momento escuché dónde quieren involucrar la comunidad hispana, inmigrante, que ha vivido por años en este vecindario.
Yeah, and I didn't hear during the presentation how you're going to involve the Hispanic and immigrant community who lives in East Boston.
La comunidad hispana que ha luchado por mantener y por sacar adelante East Boston está siendo, y miro que está siendo totalmente discriminada.
And I'm talking on behalf of all the immigrant community in East Boston who is feeling that they are being discriminated.
Ellos dicen que van a dar el 30% de viviendas accesibles, pero el 30% de viviendas accesibles no alcanza, no es el porcentaje que está de la población de aquí, de East Boston.
They saying that they're gonna provide 30% of affordable housing, but that's not enough for the demand that exists in East Boston.
Ellos dicen el 30% de la población. ¿Y dónde queda la comunidad hispana, inmigrante, indocumentada? Tampoco la están poniendo presente. La comunidad indocumentada también ha luchado y ha vivido por años en este vecindario. No es justo que no nos tengan en cuenta la comunidad.
And also, I'm talking on behalf of the people who doesn't have documents that also contribute to the economy in East Boston, and I don't think that they are being included in this project. Ya, adelante. Ok, ¿eso es todo, señora?
Sí, es todo. Gracias.
Okay.
Sí.
That's
Va a
all.
estar María Teresa, otra miembro que estamos aquí en la reunión.
Okay, there is it looks like there is another person with her who would like also to provide the testimony.
Okay.
Okay, adelante, señora. ¿Cuál es su nombre, Teresa?
Sí, gracias. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Teresa.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maria Teresa.
Sí, somos de aquí de la comunidad de East Boston.
We are from the community here in East Boston.
Sí, hemos escuchado toda la reunión y aquí estamos de acuerdo con la compañera que dice que en ningún momento nos han tenido en cuenta para nada a la comunidad latina inmigrante. Yo creo que es el momento de que nosotros podamos levantar nuestras voces para ser escuchados.
Okay, I also been hearing all the information about the project, and I agree with the person who spoke for me. I don't think that immigrants from Latin America are really being included in this project, talking about people who live in East Boston.
No estamos de acuerdo para nada en absoluto en los nuevos buildings que quieren hacer, porque lo único que quieren es entrar gente americana y a nosotros no nos han tenido en cuenta para nada. A nosotros lo que quieren es sacarnos, poniendo buildings nuevos, rentas caras para podernos sacar de aquí. Nosotros hemos sido una comunidad que hemos trabajado muchísimo aquí.
This project, it doesn't really include access for the immigrants and the workers in East Boston. It's mostly like a focus for people who has resources to purchase properties, and it's unfair for people that we contribute for so many years in East Boston.
Para finalizar, no estamos de acuerdo, no vamos a apoyar y no vamos a aceptar esa propuesta.
And to finalize my testimony, we're not going to support this project. Thank you.
Gracias por escucharnos.
Gracias, hasta luego.
Gracias. El nombre mío es Maritza Manrique.
Hi, my name is Maritza Manrique.
Vivo aquí durante 16 años, aquí en la comunidad de East Boston, en la calle de la Bremen Street.
I've been a resident of East Boston for the past 16 years.
He sido una de las personas afectadas que me pidieron aquí la casa donde yo vivía como arrendataria y tuve que conseguir otra casa pagando un presupuesto más alto.
I am one of the people who has been affected. I received an offer for my house, and I have to look. ¿Podría repetir esa última parte, por favor, de que le ofrecieron?
Sí, he sido pues afectada con el traslado de la vivienda porque donde me he ubicado ahora tengo que pagar un presupuesto más alto.
So basically, she has to be relocated, and now she's dealing with the issue that she cannot afford for the displacement that she suffered.
Sabemos que nuestras comunidades aquí en East Boston estamos en crisis con las viviendas. Sabemos que nuestras comunidades son de ingresos bajos y los presupuestos no están dando para nosotros, estos grandes inversionistas, tener que pagar o exigirnos a nosotros un presupuesto muy alto para poder vivir aquí honradamente.
Yeah, the community, the immigrant community in East Boston doesn't have the resources to afford living in the prices that now is increasing, and they are forcing us to be displaced. And
Estamos también opuestos a este voto que se extienda, porque estamos sintiendo que nos estamos afectando mucho nuestra comunidad de aquí en Boston.
so I'm calling to the rest of the community to support the vote against the project, based on that that we should be more included in this proposal.
Yo trabajo para el sindicato de la Family Child Care y he recibido bastante quejas de mis proveedoras de Child Care por la afectación y los traslados que han tenido que hacer de vivienda.
I work for the child care, and it's not only me. I also hear from other clients or like that. Everybody is being affected for the prices of and the cost that is now to live in East Boston.
Sí, nos estamos afectando, así de que nuestras voces están unidas, estamos, somos una comunidad fuerte aquí en la ciudad de East Boston, y queremos oponernos a estos proyectos de estas unidades, porque nosotros, como dijo nuestra compañera Diana, no nos están teniendo en cuenta, sobre todo la parte de migrantes.
We are a very important part of the community in East Boston, and since we don't feel that we are very included in this project, we are looking for getting the support from more people that also are in the same situation as us.
Gracias por la oportunidad.
Gracias por escucharme. Thank you.
Jesus, is that all?
And
Jesus, are you finished? I'm
Yes.
gonna allow Mary Vogel to talk. Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you. My name is Mary Vogel. I'm a resident of Boston and Executive Director of Building Pathways, which has been mentioned tonight several times. Building Pathways is a training program to prepare participants to enter into a union building trades apprenticeship program, which others have stated provide family sustaining careers in the building trades. And since 2011, when Building Pathways was created, we've trained over 350 residents of Greater Boston, primarily women and people of color. And with the Suffolk Downs Project Labor Agreement, as HYM has indicated, we will be able to scale up Building Pathways, really target residents of East Boston so that they can access these family-sustaining careers and provide other opportunities to get into these building trades apprenticeship programs. But the HYM PLA goes beyond this in many unique and forward-thinking aspects. And so in addition to introducing residents in East Boston to our program and giving us the availability of additional funds so that we can increase participation, it also is working on retention of diverse workers in the building trades. So this project labor agreement provides mandatory training on the job site for all workers in diversity, equity, and inclusivity, and also has ombud services for people who may be aggrieved of discrimination and harassment on the job. And additionally, it supports a child care project that will make family daycare available to workers who work non-standard hours, such as in the building trades, the hotel industry, and many other industries as well. So I am speaking in support of this project. It will provide, I see my stop sign, so I will stop there. But thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. I just want to let everyone know that we will get to everybody this evening. We will not finish until we've taken all the comments and everyone whose hand is up has spoken. Just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that. Additionally, just a reminder to make sure that you speak slowly when you're testifying so that the interpreters are able to effectively interpret on their channels. Thank you. Hector Rivera, I'm allowing you to speak right now. Please unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Hector Rivera. I'm one of the business agents for Local 2168 Flow Covers. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity and for allowing the Latino community the opportunity to participate in Spanish. We also have 5 East Boston residents that didn't have access to the internet, and we have them here and they would like to participate with their testimony. Primeramente quiero decir que yo estoy en favor de este proyecto porque va a traer muchos beneficios a la comunidad y también va a ayudar a todas aquellas familias que están desempleadas. También va a traer muchos beneficios a familias de bajo ingreso. Doy gracias por la oportunidad y si ahora me permiten de que los muchachos puedan participar, les agradezco mucho. Y podemos empezar con Oscar.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Oscar Chávez y vivo en East Boston, vivo en Falcon. Soy inmigrante descendiente de El Salvador. Como inmigrante y residente de East Boston, estoy a favor de este proyecto y al mismo tiempo, como miembro de la Unión de los Carpinteros, este proyecto será un beneficio muy grande para mí y para muchos residentes de East Boston. Pero los momentos que estamos viviendo donde muchas familias están siendo afectadas por la pandemia del COVID-19, estamos con mucha incertidumbre sin saber qué es lo que nos espera. Quiero decir que este proyecto sería de mucho beneficio para mí y para las familias que están siendo afectadas. Y sería de mucho beneficio para las nuevas generaciones como los estudiantes que terminan la high school, donde pueden obtener un empleo y empezar una nueva carrera. Agradezco la oportunidad de escuchar la comunidad latina y espero que puedan tomar en cuenta las preocupaciones que estamos viviendo en estos días. Muchas gracias.
Podemos continuar con Isidro.
Un momento. We need to translate that for our board members.
Sí, una disculpa. Bueno, vamos a. Sorry about this. We're gonna try to resume what the person say.
Son cinco personas.
He was saying that he is in support of this project. He believes that this project is going to bring a lot of benefits to the community in East Boston, especially about work, employment, and it's going to be good for also the local people and the local business in East Boston.
Okay.
La segunda persona es Isidro.
Señor Isidro, adelante, por favor.
Mi nombre es Isidro, chicas, y soy residente de East Boston por casi 20 años.
Hi, my name is Isidro, and I've been a resident of East Boston for the past 20 years.
Mi dirección es, yo vivo en la Homer Street en East Boston.
I live in Borden Street in East Boston.
Soy del local 2168.
Ya. Sí, adelante, señor, con su testimonio.
Igualmente soy inmigrante de El Salvador y quiero decir que estamos viviendo tiempos muy difíciles.
I'm an immigrant from El Salvador, and we are living right now in a very difficult moments.
Tengo 6 meses en desempleo. Yo apoyo este proyecto porque me daría muchos beneficios, al igual que a muchas familias que están pasando por la misma situación que yo estoy pasando.
And I would like to state that I support this project because I've been unemployed for the past 6 months, and I believe this type of projects is going to bring benefits for the community in East Boston.
Gracias y espero que tomen en cuenta las peticiones de los afectados.
Thank you so much for listening to me, and I hope that you take into consideration our opinion.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Santos Bautista.
Hi, good evening, my name is... ¿Cuál es su nombre, señor? Juan Bautista?
Santos Bautista.
Santos Bautista, my name is Santos Bautista.
Residente de East Boston.
I'm a resident of East Boston.
Mi dirección a 61 Chelsea Street.
And I live on 61 Chelsea Street.
Soy salvadoreño.
I'm from El Salvador.
Yo estoy en favor de este proyecto.
And I'm in support of this project.
Porque nos daría más oportunidades de empleo.
Because it's going to bring more opportunities of employees.
Y daría beneficio a muchos residentes.
And it's going to bring a lot of benefits to the residents of East Boston.
Poder contribuir a la ciudad, a poder mantener el hogar.
To contribute to the city to maintain this site.
Gracias por permitirme participar y poder expresar lo que estamos pasando en estos tiempos.
Thank you so much for letting me express my opinion, and especially during this difficult time.
Donde familias de bajo ingreso están siendo afectadas y muchos quedando sin empleo. Gracias.
Where there are so many families, low income, who are losing their jobs and also any type of economic resources.
Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Guillermo Bacarano. Soy residente de East Boston. Vivo en la 73 de la Liverpool.
Hi everyone. My name is... ¿Podría repetir sus nombres, señor, por favor?
Guillermo Bacarano.
My name is Guillermo Bacarano.
Residente de East Boston.
So I'm a resident of East Boston.
Vivo en la 73 de la Liverpool por más de 20 años.
And I live on 73 Liverpool Street in East Boston.
Por más de 20 años.
For more than 20 years.
Estoy aquí porque quiero dar mi testimonio de lo que está ocurriendo hoy en día a través de esta epidemia.
And I would like to give my testimony in regards to this pandemic.
De lo difícil que se está poniendo la situación con el empleo.
Because it's been very difficult to find a job.
Y como tantas familias que viven en East Boston, que somos de latinos salvadoreños.
And as many families who are residents of East Boston, also from El Salvador.
Por eso estoy dando las gracias a todas aquellas personas que hacen posible y que toman en cuenta a las familias latinas.
And that's what I want to thank to all the people who take in consideration all the situation that is affecting the Latino families.
Por eso yo apoyo este proyecto de Suffolk Downs porque va a ser de mucho beneficio para nuestra comunidad.
Therefore, I would like to support this project because it's going to bring a lot of benefits for people in the same situation.
Y así también poder nosotros como padres ayudar a sacar adelante a nuestros hijos en la educación.
Especially for people who are parents like me, that is going to support and help to continue with education for our kids.
Les doy las gracias por darme la oportunidad de poder participar todas las necesidades que tiene nuestra comunidad. y que este proyecto será de mucho beneficio para nosotros.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to express my testimony, and I believe that this project is going to bring a lot of benefits to the neighborhood of East Boston, and that's why I would like to go in support.
Y le doy gracias también al sindicato. Yo pertenezco al 2168, que es de los pisos, por darme la oportunidad de entrar también al sindicato.
Ok, ¿el sindicato de qué perdón, señor?
2168.
And I'm part of the union 2168. And I would like to also express my gratitude for the support that they've been providing to us.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas noches a todos los que me están escuchando esta noche. Bueno, yo soy residente de East Boston. Actualmente.
Señor, ¿podría repetir su nombre, perdón?
Mi nombre es José Merino.
Hi everyone, my name is José.
Soy residente de East Boston.
I'm a resident of East Boston.
Actualmente vivo en la 19 de la Princeton.
And I live on 19 Princeton Street.
Y primeramente quiero comenzar dando las gracias a las personas que han hecho posible de que mi voz y la voz de muchas familias hispanas sean escuchadas.
And first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to people who support all the people like me that are immigrants and residents of East Boston.
Y asimismo darle las gracias al local 2168 por brindar muchos empleos y oportunidades a muchas personas comunes. Y así valga la pena recalcar lo que mi compañero dice, la situación con el coronavirus está demasiado crítica.
And I want to express my gratitude also for the Union 2068 and in Boston. But it's 2168, and that they are being great support for families during this crisis of the pandemic.
Personas han perdido su empleo, otras que no tienen actualmente su seguro médico porque simplemente no pueden pagarlo. Y por esto y muchas razones más yo apoyo el proyecto.
And for reasons like this, I would like to express my support for this project.
Porque pienso que ya fin. Ok, eso es todo.
Okay.
Gracias.
Thank you. That's all. All right. Thank you so much. Creo que ya terminamos con el grupo de personas. I think we are finished with this group of people.
Thank you.
Okay. Te puedo ir yendo.
Are we finished, Jesus? I think we're finished.
Yes, we are. Yeah, we finished with this group.
Okay. The next person is Alejandra de la Cruz. You need to unmute yourself. Alejandra?
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Yes, my name is Alejandra, so I live in East Boston, Massachusetts. I live in Maverick Street. So I want to tell about my situation. So about this meeting, I feel catastrophic. I'm disappointed because I'm upset because my community here, the reality in my community, the people don't have a possibility to pay the
Ma'am?
Don't pay the rent. They don't have the possibility to pay the rent. Also, for the impact for the COVID-19 is so hard for us.
Alejandra, you're going in and out.
No, I want to tell you that is the reality. We don't have the possibility for that. We have a lot of impact. We have a lot of impact for that. So I don't feel good for this one. So I don't approve about that. Because you don't think about my community, my people, my immigrants. We need affordable housing now. For working class community. We need, so we don't have the possibility to pay that. Also, we don't have the money for that kind of income that you said so in the meeting. So I feel so frustrated about that. So you don't see the reality of my community, my people here in East Boston. We are in a displacement crisis. We need affordable housing now. For people earning $30,000 now. $30,000 a year. Wow. We need affordable housing now.
Okay, gracias, Alejandra. Thank you for your participation, and we hear you.
We have a caller who's called our helpline, who had trouble with Zoom. John?
Sure thing, Teresa. We're going to go live right now. Ma'am, you're live.
Oh, thank you very much.
Go for it.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
No worries.
Hi, my name is Veronica Shaponik, and I'm a lifelong resident of East Boston. In fact, tomorrow will make 67 years of living in East Boston. So I've seen lots of changes through the years. What breaks my heart really is the overdevelopment of East Boston. And I feel like we're just going to have buildings in the sky. I'm using that, somebody else said that, it's not my quote, once everybody's done. And I feel what kills me or breaks my heart is that it seems like everybody else is getting what they want, the developers, the politicians, but not exactly what we want. I could say a lot about everything else, the affordable housing, but my main thing is a trade school to be built right here in East Boston. I've approached Lydia and Adrian both, and they were both on board. I even did a test petition just on the East Boston Open Discussion Group, and a little disappointing, but I got over 400 signatures anyway. And then COVID hit because I was going to hit the streets to get actual signatures. We have a dilapidated high school, and the only trade school available to us is in Madison Park, in probably one of the worst parts of Boston. We live on this side of the tunnel, and I feel like we don't get the respect that we deserve. I feel as though Suffolk Downs would be a great space. I've even been told maybe we could even claim eminent domain. We need it on this side of the tunnel, and it doesn't necessarily mean just East Boston residents. It could be other communities within Boston that are closer to us, like Charlestown and the Back Bay and South End and West End. Residents could also attend. in a regular high school. You know, one could be college-bound students and the other for trades. I do appreciate, Tom, your $1 million commitment to the building trades, but trades are not just for builders. They're cosmetologists, they're nurses, they're graphic designers, there's hairdressers, and the list goes on. We have nothing in East Boston for that. So we do need a new high school, and it would be great to have a trade school on the scale of the one that's in Wakefield. I feel like we get disrespected in meetings. I found in the past to have just been smoke and mirrors. We all can say, we don't want this, we don't want that, but the deals are already done, and we're not stupid people. I just feel like nobody, but everybody else is getting what they want except for us. So that's really all I have to say. And like I said, Lydia and Adrian were both on board with me, and we'll see what happens with that, but that's my only commentary for tonight.
Thank you for your comment and for your participation.
Thank you. Richard Russo, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Richie Russo. I'm a proud member of Local 12 Boston, Plumbers and Gas Fitters. I'm a father of 3. My entire family has resided in East Boston for over a century since they first came through Ellis Island. We grew up here, went to school here, and we're excited to work here as well. I am attending tonight's meeting to strongly support the Suffolk Downs Redevelopment project. This community and its residents deserve the economic gain and future stability a project of this magnitude will provide across the board for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russo. There's a phone number. There's a call in with the phone number. It's the last 4 digits are 2228. I'm allowing you to speak now. You'll need to unmute yourself. You're not unmuted. Yep, you're not unmuted. May I suggest that you give a call to 617-918-4236, and they can connect you with us, and we will take your testimony over the phone that way. Okay, the next person is Mallory Barber. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Mallory Barber. Thank you for hosting this meeting. In addition to the limited 13% off-site and 7% off-site affordable housing, which is not sufficient for such a large development, this housing is not appropriate level of AMI for East Boston residents. As mentioned by many others, the actual income in the East Boston area are lower than the 40 to 100% of AMI promised by the project. On the flip side of this, no information has been shared on the income levels of non-affordable housing residents expected in this development and how those incomes will impact the community they are entering. As we've seen at many other developments in Boston and across the country, adding luxury housing raises rents of surrounding areas as well as the cost of basic goods. While there has been clear effort from the board to push for greater affordable housing concessions, allowing this project to move forward as it currently stands will not welcome everyone in. It will work to slowly push the current residents of East Boston out. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. Patrick Mulcairn, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Mulcairn. Before I begin, I'd like to thank the BPDA for a thoughtful and thorough community process. I'm a proud member of Plumbers Local Union 12, and as a business agent, I proudly represent almost 3,000 plumbers here in the greater Boston area. I'm here tonight in support of the Suffolk Downs project because our community deserves good union careers, affordable housing, project labor agreements, and development that works for all of us. And I know we'll get that with this project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here in strong support of the Suffolk Downs Redevelopment project. Thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcairn. Andrea Flanagan, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Andrea Flanagan. I'm a proud member of Local 56 Pile Drivers. As a working family in Boston, we were forced to move into a small
Ma'am, we lost you. Ms. Flanagan? Ms. Flanagan, we lost you. If you would like to call 617-918-4236, they can connect you that way. Thank you. David Irwin, go ahead and unmute yourself.
My name is David Irwin. I live at 256 Marginal Street in East Boston. I'm a 327 union carpenter, and the proposal I've seen here tonight shows a commitment to a sustainable project, and everything from lead construction to the multifaceted use to bike paths to you name it. This isn't somebody just trying to whip up a few condos. There's been a lot of thought and a lot of work that has gone in from all parties. I feel the affordability aspect could be addressed further with negotiations with the developer, but I am in favor of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irwin. I believe Andrea just raised her hand again, so I'm just going to quickly look for her and see if we can try and fix her problem. Andrea, go ahead. I unmuted you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Andrea Flanagan. I'm a proud member of Local 56 Pile Drivers. As a working family in Boston, we were forced to move into a smaller apartment for more money, as the rent on our previous place shot way up. This project will create affordable housing in the city. As a woman in construction, I face many challenges. Affording a home should not be one of them. Affordable housing makes a huge difference to people like myself, and adding to diversity, this will also create quality jobs. At a time when unemployment is extraordinarily high, people are out there wanting to work, and every job matters. This project will also bring in tax revenue. And earlier, I believe we spoke about the blue line, so every income stream matters. And more money coming in is good for everyone. I am in full support of this project. Thank you all very much.
Michelle Brooks, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Are they not hearing me?
Go ahead, I can hear you.
Oh, that wasn't me. I think that was the last person.
Oh, okay.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Brooks. I'm a resident of Boston, and I work for the Sierra Club in Massachusetts. Appreciate the time to speak and the presentation that was given today. I recognize that this has been a long process working on the PDA, and that many improvements have been made as a result of the back and forth negotiations with organizations and with city officials. I first just wanted to start by saying that I personally find the format and facilitation style of this meeting to be incredibly uninclusive and impersonal. The fact that no one in the attendees are able to see each other or communicate, the fact that there is no Q&A box or chat box during the presentation is shameful. I had numerous questions throughout the presentation and could not ask them. And I just wanted to start by mentioning that that this really has not been a meeting that has welcomed or included authentic community input, and it has more so been about controlling our voices. In addition to that, I just want to say that I am in support of the demands of the Pueblo Coalition and the community, that the commitment on affordable housing is nowhere near enough. 13%, or roughly 1,400 units out of 10,000 units being designated affordable, and not necessarily even based on the actual AMI of the neighborhood, is not enough. And there definitely should be more. We're pushing for 50% affordable housing in this project. And so we're not going to approve this plan. We're rejecting it until we see that reflected. And in addition, working for the Sierra Club and being someone who's deeply concerned about climate change, it is also not substantial enough for me to hear that they're planning a net zero plan, but have not made any commitments towards this development being 100% net zero carbon emissions at a time when climate change is a catastrophe and the city needs to be working towards being carbon free. Adding more carbon emissions to this already overpolluted environmental justice neighborhood is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Ann Finkel, go ahead and unmute yourself.
And I'm a teacher at the McKay School in East Boston and a member of Pueblo. Every year at the McKay, we lose students to gentrification, and these are painful separations. Children and their families who have spent years building relationships within the school all of a sudden have to uproot and start all over. My first job as a teacher is to make sure that my students are physically and emotionally safe. As any Boston teacher could tell you right now, this is hard to do over Zoom, but it is impossible to do when my students disappear from our school and neighborhood due to gentrification. I'm very concerned that in this moment, while COVID is ravaging East Boston and keeping my students away from our school, approval of this PDA as it currently stands will ensure that East Boston BPS students and their families continue to be ripped from our community and support networks for years to come. This kind of forced student mobility is not only emotionally scarring and blatantly racist, but studies have also shown it is associated with lower academic achievement and higher high school dropout rates. I'm also highly concerned about the proposal that a new charter school is being built on this site. Charter schools already disproportionately serve wealthier families, and building a charter school in the same development as unaffordable housing will only exacerbate these existing equity issues. I'd also like to say how incredibly inappropriate the timing of this vote is. I cannot believe that HYM is truly interested in the good of East Boston residents because they are pushing this vote through now, forcing community organizers who are already working overtime to serve the actual needs of our community to fight tooth and nail around the clock to try to protect ourselves. The reality is that East Boston will be facing an eviction crisis when the moratorium lifts and for a long time after that. So now is the moment that East Boston needs huge amounts of truly affordable housing. And this project has the capacity to make that happen, but only if this vote is postponed and the PDA is revised. Ultimately, this PDA as it currently stands is unacceptable. HYM and William Bruce Harrison are deciding to prioritize increasing their own wealth over ensuring that my students and their families stay where they belong in our homes and in our school. Please postpone this vote until a PDA can be worked out that does not sacrifice my students' education and well-being to the interests of a development company. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Finkel. Gina Champa, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yep, we hear you.
Hello. Hi. Good evening. My name is Gina Champa. I'm a longtime resident of East Boston, and I've lived and worked in East Boston my entire life. I'm also a proud member of local Union 6 Heat and Frost Insulators. I am also a former member of local DC 35 Painters and Tapers. I'm here tonight to just to show my support on the Suffolk Downs project that this community really deserves, such as good union careers, affordable housing, great job opportunities, city and environment protection, support of local businesses, and a future for our youth. I see all of the good this project has to offer and grateful I was to be a part of it. Thank you, BPDA, for your contribution to our community. I'm excited to see the positive impact that this project can do for our community. Growing up in East Boston, we didn't have a lot of easy access to malls or stores or anything really in walking distance. You almost had to take a bus or a train or even drive up Route 1 or to Everett, Malden, over there. So it's really good to see some development closer, you know, something that's a train stop away, an Uber away, things like that. So I really approve of that. I hope to see a lot of growth with our youth. I'm an East Boston High School alumni, and I'd love to see some career opportunities for the kids in high school, graduating high school, where they can go and be in a trade and be in a union and be able to work in their own backyard. They could eventually retire out of this. They could look at this job for the next 20 years. So I just want to say I approve that, and I'm thankful to be a part of this since the beginning, and I'll be here to see the rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aubrey Carr, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. My name's Aubrey Carr. I'm with the East Boston Community Soup Kitchen. We operate in the basement of Our Savior's Lutheran Church, and every Tuesday we distribute food to everyone who comes to our door and try to connect our guests to much needed services. The presentation this evening did not mention East Boston's homeless population and those suffering from substance abuse, and these people need to be included in such project plans because they too matter. Each guest has a story of how they came to our door, and for far too many, rising housing prices and the current pandemic have been the cause. We are all responsible for the well-being of everyone in the community. HYM and joining this community have the same responsibility. They have supported us by sponsoring hot meals throughout the pandemic and prior, and while we appreciate that support, the Suffolk Downs project is likely to increase the cost of living in Eastie, and thus will increase housing instability and the risk of homelessness in a population already on the edge. It is your duty entering this community to do more to address these negative impacts, and tonight we come with two demands. First, setting aside some of your revenue from the Suffolk Downs project for a shelter in East Boston for those experiencing homelessness and struggling with addiction. East Boston does not have the same resources that other parts of the city do. Our community should provide for them so that they are not forced to cross a bridge to get the resources they need. Second, provide the East Boston Community Soup Kitchen with a building to better serve our guests, one connected to public transit and accessible to the whole community, not miles away from the people who need our help the most. It is the duty of all developers who want to come into our community to support and assist everyone within it, not just the people who will be living in the most expensive apartments, but also those who struggle to afford and find a home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We have a Spanish caller who has had trouble with Zoom. John?
One second, Teresa.
Señora Ana, adelante, por favor.
Ya.
Sí.
Sí, mi nombre es Ada.
Hi everyone. My name is Ada Rodriguez.
Y el motivo es porque yo no estoy de acuerdo con el proyecto que tienen.
And the reason of my call is to express my opinion that is not in support of this project.
Sí, porque somos personas mayores con problemas de salud y necesitamos vivir cerca del hospital.
Yeah, my husband and I, we are seniors and we have medical problems. ¿Y qué más, señora? ¿De los problemas médicos?
Sí, los que tengo problemas médicos, sí, tengo problemas de salud. Así es como mi esposo también, para aprovechar, así que en la misma llamada.
Ok, pero, ¿y los problemas médicos es la razón?
Sí, claro, porque somos mayores de edad y nosotros no podemos vivir muy lejos de la ciudad.
Okay, yeah, so she's saying that the reason that she is in opposition is because she assumes that she's going to be displaced and she cannot live far away from the city since her and her husband has several medical problems and they need to live near the hospitals. Okay, eso es todo, ¿verdad, señora?
Sí, eso es todo. Aquí le pasa a mi esposo, le pasa a mi amiga.
Okay.
Mi nombre es Víctor Amador.
Hi, my name is Víctor Amador.
Los mismos problemas tenemos de salud, pasamos bien complicados, yo paso bien complicado también. No podemos venir lejos de los hospitales porque tenemos aquí muy cerca, muchos problemas demasiados de salud tenemos nosotros.
Yeah, I would like to second the opinion about the displacement that we could be suffering if we move forward with this project. My wife and I, we have the need of living around the medical area in Boston, and that's why we are not supporting this project because we will be displaced if this project moves forward. Okay, ¿eso es todo, señor?
Sí, gracias.
Sí, that's all. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marta Martinez, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, hi.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Marta, and I live in Morris. I've lived all my life in East Boston, and I would like just to give a quick comment that apoyo este proyecto porque creo que va a crear muchas oportunidades de trabajo por mucho tiempo.
Un momento, señor, para traducirle en tiempo real.
Sí, perdón.
Hable despacio para que yo lo pueda traducir correcto. She supports the project.
Porque creo que va a crear muchas oportunidades de trabajo por mucho tiempo.
Because she believes that it will create a lot of job opportunities for a long time.
Además tendremos en la ciudad unidades para rentar accesibles.
We will have rental units and housing units that will be made affordable and will be available to us.
¿Qué tanta necesidad hay en nuestra ciudad de East Boston?
And there's much need for these types of units in East Boston.
Y también generará muchos impuestos que beneficiarán a la comunidad.
And it will generate a lot of benefits that will go back to the community.
Y nos impulsará a mejores a todos los residentes de East Boston.
And will make us all better off as residents of East Boston.
Y muchas gracias por su tiempo. Feliz noche.
Thank you very much for the time. Have a great night.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Brittany Thomas, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you to the BPDA Board for the opportunity to comment on this project of massive importance. My name is Brittany Thomas. I'm a resident of East Boston, and I work at ZoomX, a community organization making music and creative media with young people in Eastie. What you are hearing tonight is Eastie residents trying to place this project in context. My job is to listen to young people and to support them in achieving stability, agency, and choice in their lives. Over the past 6 years, the biggest issue I've seen in Eastie's young people is their ability to stay in their homes and in their schools. In the recent months of COVID, we've seen neighbors lose their job, many months of rental debt accrue, and the highest COVID infection rate in the city. And housing is at the crux of our neighborhood's well-being. It is determining right now our young people's education and health. This is the kind of project that defines a city. How we choose to utilize 109 urban acres says everything about what we prioritize and who we prioritize. The proposal that is being presented tonight is unacceptable for a city that says it values equity. Right now, 87% of people envisioned in the plan on site would be in the top 10% of income earners in East Boston. Why do we continue to build for only a small portion of our city's people? Why would we allow such a crucial piece of land to prioritize 15,000 top income earners over 40,000 hardworking people who already live here? The income restricted units on and off site will serve an AMI that does not match the context of our neighborhood, where a full 60% of households make less than the average affordability provided in the project. HYM has attempted to add to the package with the stabilization fund and the COVID relief funds, but in an $8 billion project, that's less than 0.1% of the total project. So my question for the BPDA is that all we can ask from a billionaire-backed project? In relying on Section 8 and rental relief funds to provide stability for East Boston, the BPDA and the City of Boston is overconfident in the ability of these funding sources to do their job. I've accompanied about 25 families through the process of applying for city and state rental relief during COVID-19, and only 4 so far have successfully been funded due to bottlenecks in the infrastructure that manage these funds. It should be said that there are many residents and neighbors helping neighbors apply for this funding, and why are we requiring so much labor from our families to be able to simply secure safe housing?
With respect, Brittany, I'm very sorry, but we do have to move on to the next. Thank you very much for your comments and for all the work that you do for ZoomX. I'm a huge fan. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another individual who's called into the helpline who had trouble with Zoom. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, adelante señora, por favor.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Noemi Rodríguez y estoy opuesta a este desarrollo.
Hi, good evening. My name is Noemi Rodriguez and I would like to express my opposition for this project.
Una de las preocupaciones más grandes dentro de la comunidad, yo soy un miembro activo durante 5 años y he trabajado directamente con las familias.
I am a very active member of the community in East Boston and I've been... Perdón, adelante.
Una de las preocupaciones más grandes es los desplazamientos que están sufriendo actualmente o que estamos sufriendo actualmente.
And one of the biggest concerns are the displacement that are currently happening with the prices and the cost of living in the city.
Por la gentrificación, lo que está sucediendo en nuestra comunidad.
For the gentrification that is happening in the city.
Ahora la preocupación es más grande, es construir otra comunidad, no, otro Boston. Esto sería un desastre.
¿Se retira el proyecto? Suffolk Downs?
Yeah, Suffolk Downs, yes.
And this is another big issue now, a concern for the community because it's like building another city inside of this neighborhood.
Ya que esto atraería aún más desplazamientos a nuestra familia dentro de un vecindario que ha sido construido.
Because this would be bringing more displacement, more than the currently happening already.
Por residentes como mi persona, que tengo 3 hijos nacidos dentro de este país y que he luchado para sobrevivir durante toda esta crisis que he pasado de desalojo.
Especially for people like me who has 3 kids, and I've been working so hard to continue living in this country, and people like me would be affected by this place.
Y creo que es injusto que los niños también se estén movilizando de un lugar a otro. Por eso estoy en contra.
And also, I think it's very unfair for the kids to be moving from one place to another constantly, and that's why I think it's not healthy for them, and that's another reason that I would like to oppose for this project. ¿Listo? La siguiente, there is another person. Adelante, por favor.
Sí. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Beatriz Plasencia. Soy residente de East Boston.
Okay, un segundito. Hi, everyone. My name is Beatriz. I am a resident of East Boston.
Y no estoy de acuerdo en el proyecto.
I'm not agree with this project.
Yo soy dueña de casa, pero no por ser dueña de casa quiero discriminar a la gente que no tiene casa. Sé de las necesidades que se tienen.
I am a homeowner, but not for that reason means that I discriminate the people who rent or they don't own a house. That's why I would like to support people who rent and will be displaced.
Lo más correcto sería que analizaran bien ese proyecto y que le dieran más prioridad a la gente de bajos recursos, porque los que ganan un salario del mínimo no tienen para pagar un edificio de los que ellos quieren construir.
I think this project could be could get more deep analysis. To overview in order to look more for people with low income and being included in this type of project.
Yo sé que estamos pasando en una pandemia muy difícil, pero esa pandemia, si Dios lo permite, va a pasar, ¿sí? Pero la gente que trabaja con un sueldo mínimo siempre va a seguir con su sueldo mínimo y no va a tener un sueldo como lo que gana un carpintero o como uno que pega piso, porque ellos son profesionales, tienen un buen sueldo como para pagar una vivienda cara, pero nosotros que ganamos el sueldo mínimo no podemos pagar eso.
Even that now we are going through a very difficult time with the pandemic, still there is a lot of people with very low income who has been mostly impacted during this time, and I think that's one of the reasons that this project should be reviewed.
Sí, porque los que ganan como 11 o 15 dólares, pues ellos no pueden pagar una vivienda fuerte. Y otra de las cosas, los únicos que salen de necesidades ahorita son los que vivimos aquí en East Boston, porque estamos siendo desplazados por gente que tiene dinero y que puede construir condominios, donde antes es apartamento.
Yeah, and basically, she's speaking about the workers in the neighborhood, the people who make the minimum salary, and they cannot afford to live in any other part of the city. And now the people who can buy houses are actually the ones who are displacing this labor force.
Otra opción sería de dejar el voto para más adelante y analicen bien los criterios y lo que uno está opinando para ofrecer algo mejor a la comunidad de aquí de East Boston, que a fin de cuentas es la más afectada.
So please take in consideration my suggestion to review this project, and it should be included in the future more plans for people who is going to suffer displacement in East Boston.
Y muchas gracias por escucharme.
Thank you so much for listening to me. Happy evening. Okay, we are all set.
Thank you. Claudia Sierra, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present my testimony tonight. I am in support of the project. I am a resident of East Boston for 28 years. As a Latina member of this community, I am in support of this project because I have never seen a developer in East Boston get involved with knowing and integrating the Latino community. With HYM, we have been able to meet with translators since 2017. I have attended just about 80% of their meetings, and we've always had translation. Also, HYM had made additional efforts to go in Latino TV, Latino radio, and Latino newspapers with information of this project. Unfortunately, other projects in East Boston who did not include affordable housing or included the Latino community really got a lot of support from the same people who is opposing this project. I am supporting the project as well because not all young adults or children who graduate from high school are going to college, and the opportunity to go into the building pathways, it's a very good opportunity. I've spoken with Mary Vogel, and she has been extremely nice providing information that I have shared with my community. HYM has also supported local organizations and programs that benefits not only the general community, but also the Latino community during the pandemic. And I personally have, as the president of the East Boston Merchant Association, I was able to negotiate a percentage of the retail space for minorities, business owners in East Boston. Thank you very much for allowing me the time.
Thank you very much. We have another caller who had Zoom trouble. John? John, we can't hear you.
Yep. Sorry, Teresa, just getting all set. So caller, go right ahead.
Good evening. First, thank you, Councilor Edwards, and all of our elected officials for your hard work and diligence for this project. Thank you to Mr. O'Brien for your patience and diligence in ensuring this project meets the needs of everyone in our community. As someone who lived on Faywood Ave in East Boston, stone's throw away from the development site for 36 years, I'd like to personally offer my support to Mr. O'Brien and the HYM team. I've served as executive director at Salesian Boys and Girls Club in East Boston for the past 3 years, and I've been overwhelmed by Mr. O'Brien's accessibility and his responsiveness to our community's needs. Mr. O'Brien and HYM have been amazingly generous to our Boys and Girls Club and the over 1,000 members that we serve. I look forward to continued partnership and working to serve all of the amazing community members. Thank you, Tom, for all you have done for everyone in our community. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
Sir, do you mind just sharing your name, please?
Sure, it's Michael Triant, and I apologize for that.
Thank you. No worries. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you very much. Angel Martinez, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Angel Martinez. I'm a proud union member of Local 328 Carpenters. I've lived in East Boston all my life, been living in the same house with my family for over 22 years now. And I am here to talk in support for the Suffolk Downs project. As a person who's grown all his life up in East Boston, my fondest memories were going to see the racetracks, seeing the horses up close and personal. But also as a person from the community, I understand that this project is not only gonna support us, but it's also gonna better the community, because East Boston, just like Boston, is a city and a town that is built on by the change and by the strong communities that people that represent our communities. And that's why I'm here to talk just briefly and say that I'm in full support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Michael Triant, I apologize for butchering everyone's names. Unmute yourself.
Teresa, Michael just testified actually a second ago, so you must have
okay. Sorry. Stephen Mahood.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
My name's Stephen Mahood. I'm a resident of East Boston, a member of East Boston DSA, and also active member of Pueblo. And I'm calling to speak in opposition to this proposal. The PDA, as it currently stands, is clearly showing who wins in the city, and it's clearly the people who have a ton of money behind them, such as William Bruce Harrison, the billionaire that's backing this entire project. But I also want to elevate a couple things here, which is actually the BPDA process itself. I've been to numerous meetings over the last year where so-called interpretation was offered. And I remember a meeting when an interpreter actually left crying because of how terribly disrespected they were treated by Tom O'Brien when giving these meetings. And it was just deeply unfortunate to see that, and I apologize as I'm a bit nervous here to speak a little bit quickly, so I apologize again to the interpreters on this. But it was deeply important to understand that the only reason the BPDA actually started to do and take this seriously, and only really at the end of August, is because we put pressure on this. We called it out as a violation. And this is unfortunate because this is somehow rewriting history as if this was done from the beginning, and it wasn't. This is just stuff that came up at the tail end of this entire process. And there's so many changes to this PDA as it currently stands that we need more time to look this over. As things change just today, or yesterday, or whenever it was, which within time spans of 110 pages for us in the community who've been working vigilantly on trying to figure out how to get our issues in there. And our demands are not being met. So it's really important, I think, for this vote to be shut down, go back to the drawing board, get more. There's a billionaire behind this. There is money that we can use to get what we need in this community, and just not giving us little horse and pony shows to say that we're getting it. We're not. We're not getting enough out of this project as it currently stands. It's going to hurt this community more than it's going to help it. And as a resident who's been trying to get housing through the BPDA, not a single of the units do I qualify for because the AMIs are too high. I don't make enough money to qualify. So I can't even stay in my own community to go through the affordable housing process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Abdi Ali, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Abdi, and I am a resident of East Boston. One thing that I wanted to make sure that I tell people is that we cannot go and thank the developers because they bought this land, which is the biggest land of East Boston, as big as Back Bay, for $155 million. We owe them to come to us and actually be on the table and talk to us. So we cannot thank them for providing services like transportation, fundings for our communities. They owe us. The other thing that I wanted to bring attention to folks is that I was one of the youth that fought when I was young to make this community a better place. And it's so disheartening to see my community being displaced time and time again. The students that we're talking about, they're not going to exist for the next 5 years, 10 years. So this is exactly going to head and displace us. We know this. It is the other element that I wanted to raise is that our community became essential workers. All of the when the pandemic happened, all of the sudden immigrant communities, brown and black folks become important. But we are the ones who are going to be displaced on this. And so where is your equity here? We fought for this neighborhood to be a better place and for you to come and give us for $1,400 versus 70,000 units, 70,000 units you are building is absolutely unacceptable. We're demanding that this vote to be delayed. We're demanding 50% affordable housing, which should mean that our community who makes $30,000 a year should be able to be living there. So we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here because we fought against the casino, the Amazon, and we will continue to fight. The other element that I wanted to bring is that the transportation is going to be really hard for us to be able to accommodate all the new residents who are going to be moving in there. And the other thing, at a time where we're talking about racial equality and racial justice, I am so disappointed that you came to the table with for only 13% affordable housing. With that, I say thank you, but we're asking that this should not be voted tonight.
Thank you, sir. Jim Kearney, go ahead. I just gave you the ability to talk.
Yes, thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight. Thank you for the BPDA. I was born and raised in East Boston and still reside here. I'm involved in many community groups and have worked with the youth of East Boston for the past 20 years, and presently serve as the president of the East Boston Chamber of Commerce. I fully support this project and look forward to working with Tom O'Brien and HYM and the economic opportunities that will provide the East Boston community and its residents. I thank all of you tonight for all of your testimony and look forward to working with everyone so we can better the community of East Boston. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Kearney. Benji Maurer, go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. So just one note, people calling into the Zoom, you can dial *6 to unmute yourself. Just noticed people are having trouble with that, so I wanted to mention that. So I'm Benji Maurer. I've been a resident of Boston for the past 18 years. I'm strongly opposed to the PDA as proposed and urge the board to vote no. I'm also deeply disturbed that this vote is being taken at this time, despite East Boston residents protesting in the streets and at City Hall for months against this development as proposed. HYM offering the IDP minimum of 13% on site with an additional 7% payout for offsite affordable units is not nearly enough for the working class and immigrant residents of East Boston. Furthermore, the $1 million commitment to workforce development in the context of the cost of this project is totally pocket change and is really just an insult to the East Boston neighborhood. That's less than 1%, 0.1% of the total project budget This pittance is deplorable given the scale of the project. Simply put, this development excludes the working class and immigrant communities that currently live in East Boston from both living in the development and training for better job opportunities. At minimum, the developer must increase the number of affordable on-site units and deepen the affordability of those units. Affordable units should be primarily at a range of 30 to 50% AMI, not the 70% AMI minimum set by the IDP. And Councilor Edwards, with respect, I don't thank you. We shouldn't be making your voice stronger. You should be making East Boston's residents' voices stronger. To the BPDA, I also don't thank you. Holding meetings, providing translation for residents to scream into the void while HYM makes no substantial changes to the affordability is deeply disturbing and cynical, and the BPDA should be ashamed. And finally, to the BPDA board members, the future of East Boston is in your hands. A vote in favor as proposed will mark your failure to protect the immigrants and working class people and your failure to take advantage of this historic opportunity for affordable housing. Please vote no, do the right thing.
Thank you, Benji. Al Baraldo, you can unmute yourself. Al, you need to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yep, I can hear you.
How you doing? I'd like to thank the BTA for taking the time to listen to me tonight. During the meeting, I've heard many people that were upset with this project. I think what we all need to understand is not everybody's going to be happy, but the way this project is laid out, between all the jobs and the housing and the different programs that this project is going to enable the community to go forward with this, I don't think anybody can be happy in a specific, with housing. Not everybody's going to be happy with what's going on, but we need to look at the big picture. All the jobs it's going to create, all the opportunities for the high school students that are going to get careers from, also the jobs that it's going to continue to go forward after this project is done, the roads that it's going to be fixed, and the transportation. We can't depend on funding just from the feds and the state. It doesn't work that way. It's these investors that want to build these communities that will help us go forward with this project. I strongly support this project, and I am from District Council 35, and I'd like to thank Tom and HYM for being here tonight and hearing us out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baraldo. Myrna or Alana, you can unmute yourself. Myrna, you need to unmute yourself. Myrna, you haven't unmuted yourself yet? Okay, if you're having difficulty, you can call 617-918-4236, or I'll come back to you if you can figure out what your technical difficulties are. Justin Pasqualero, I'll ask you to unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who's participated at all levels throughout this process for working so hard to continue to maximize the benefits from this project for this community. I'm Justin Pasquarello, Executive Director of East Boston Social Centers. We're a 102-year-old organization serving diverse residents of our community across the lifespan, including through early learning and school-age programs that serve a population, the majority of which are from low-income households, and a quarter of whom are involved with the Department of Children and Families. HYM has been a leading partner to us, and we're excited to partner with them to expand our programs at Suffolk Downs. Tom O'Brien has co-chaired 2 events that have enabled continued investment in support of the programs I highlighted and our people and our vision. He hosted one of them at Suffolk Downs, demonstrating an openness echoed from others to making Suffolk Downs a space available for a variety of community needs. He's been a mentor and an advisor. We're partnering on a space to meet community needs for early education and potentially additional programs that will serve the diverse members of our communities. This will meet a critical space need for the social centers as we grow to meet the needs of children and families in our communities. They've invited us to envision this space with them and have been great partners. And we're also excited to collaborate with them on a vision to catalyze tight-knit, joyful, and thriving communities. So thank you again, everyone. It's an honor to be a part of this community where everyone's working so hard to have the best possible project.
Thank you very much. We need to take a brief break right now to switch Arabic interpreters. So if you can give me just a moment to give Daniel a break. Hopefully it doesn't take me very long.
يكمل دلوقتي ضحى مترجمة رائعة هتكمل معاكم يا جماعة. Thank you.
Okay, Duha should be all set. Let me come back here.
Danielle and Gabriela, I know you're working super hard. We appreciate it. You let us know when you need relief. Thank you.
Thank you. Myrna, do you want to try again to see if you can unmute yourself? Okay. Firuza Acevedo, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yep.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I would like to express my full support of the planned Suffolk Downs redevelopment in East Boston. I am also an immigrant who came to this country 13 years ago and have been an East Boston resident for the past 12 years. And I do see a need for such a vibrant new development that will bring economic stability and improvement to this neighborhood. I believe that this development addresses the needs of the community by providing both market rate and affordable housing. It will provide more affordable housing than any other residential development in the recent history of Boston. With over 1,400 affordable units on site and 500 units off site, it will provide an equivalent of almost 28% of affordable housing. That's more than minimum or more than any other development. And to my knowledge, it is considerably more than any other housing development in Austin. And households with incomes as low as 40% AMI, which is around $40,000 to $50,000 a year, will be able to live in this new part of the neighborhood. I am also happy to hear that the proposed development will include the needed infrastructure, such as an extensive network of new streets, bicycle lanes, and pedestrian walkways. East Boston will finally get a scale of commercial and residential development it needed for many years. I'm also happy to see that the project will provide ample number of parking spaces, unlike any or many other projects that were being approved in East Boston. And with all the hospitality, office, retail, and other commercial space being part of this development, I see it as an opportunity for the new jobs for the community, which we really need. And again, I fully support the planned Suffolk Downs redevelopment in East Boston as much needed residential and commercial development that will be beneficial for East Boston community and especially the immigrant community in East Boston. Thank you.
Thank you. Weil Rhodes, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk tonight. My name is Ryle Rhodes. I'm the business manager for Carpenters Local 327 in Boston. On behalf of the men and women that make up our membership in the city of Boston, I fully support this project going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Phil Giffey, go ahead. You need to unmute. Yep.
Hey, thank you. Yes, I just saw the button. Thank you. Hi, my name is Phil Giffey. I work at NOAA, Work Community Development Corporation here in the neighborhood, like the East Boston CDC. I've known Tom for many years. I happen to think of him as a highly ethical person committed to racial and economic justice over his life, I think, in his family. And I think some of that shows up here. Not everybody I know agrees. I do think he's committed to fair housing. I know this is not the Seaport from years ago. That's starting from ground zero, but I think this is so much better than anything that has been proposed or was proposed over there. NOAA and the East Boston CDC have been on the record for a long time for proposing 20% affordable housing. I'm very glad that Lydia, her team, and others have been able to work with Tom to raise that and created these funds, which are now going to be able to do the kind of things that we need to do in the neighborhood, working with the city's affordable housing acquisition program, of which we purchased 17 buildings, got 55 families in the neighborhood. With the kind of money that's being put into these kind of funds, we can do much more of that, as people are saying should and could be done. So we're looking forward to receiving those funds, being able to develop it. I don't know who's administering it. I don't want to go through another bureaucracy and like having to work with DND, but I do want to know more about how that stabilization fund is being set up so we can get the funds out there and buy property quickly. I do think that people need to look at 25,000 jobs over a period of 20 years is helping the working class. Those are the voices you're hearing tonight. I think 1,500 trees, 40 acres of things, 13,000 square feet of bike paths, climate change protection, commitments to Belle Isle Marsh and preserving those kind of things. $800,000, if I heard that number right, in rent relief for people now. These are no small things. You would never have gotten those from another developer. I commend the city, I commend Lydia and again her team for making this happen. I think Tom has listened intently. I look forward to working with our councilors, our elected officials, and Tom so we can implement the funds and do the kind of housing development people have been passionately talking about during this exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giffey. Daniel O'Brien, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. My name is Danny O'Brien, and I'm a business agent of Pipe Fitters Local 537 here in Boston. On behalf of our membership of roughly 3,000 pipe fitters, I'm speaking in support of the Suffolk Downs Redevelopment Project and the project labor agreement that ensures it will be done safely and responsibly for all the parties involved. I was born and raised in South Boston, and I feel a career in a trade union is the opportunity of a lifetime. It will provide proper training, a fair wage, and safe working conditions. Most importantly, an opportunity to retire with dignity. A partnership with both JMA and HYM is a guarantee that during this project, the community will come first. Many residents of East Boston will receive an opportunity to begin a career in the construction industry they may not have otherwise been given. Again, I am speaking in support of this project and feel it will provide a tremendous amount of growth for this important section of Boston. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Gabriella, 30% AMI now. You can unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Hi, so my name is Gabriela Cartagena. I am a lifelong resident of East Boston, an alumni of the Boston Public School Systems and UMass Boston, an artist, homeowner, and housing justice organizer with City Life Vida Urbana, who's a member organization of the grassroots coalition Pueblo, People United in East Boston to Liberate and Organize. And I just want to be very clear that I'm very disappointed in the BPDA and Mayor Walsh and our elected officials for supporting this project, because I, along with many community members who live in the lower income bracket, are not in support of the current PDA until the project reflects the demands of postponing the BPDA vote until Mayor Walsh passes the Fair Housing Ordinance, because until it's passed, right, we don't care because it's not being reflected on all the developments, not just HYM. We need HYM to provide a floor of 20% on-site affordable units with a long-range goal of 50 to 30% affordable units on site. We need affordability to be defined to reflect the working class incomes of East Boston residents, right? And we need a community benefits agreement in a form of a housing stabilization fund for East Boston that receives a percentage of the project's annual income to finance anti-displacement measures and a commitment to net zero carbon and no natural gas in all stages of the project. And I just want to be clear that we need deeply affordable housing now more than ever, because nationally, I heard Tom O'Brien said that he's building for the regional needs of the housing market. Well, the national and regional needs of the housing market is that people living under the 30% AMI has been growing, has spiked nationally, and especially now regionally due to the COVID-19 crisis. So now more than ever, our housing market needs more affordable housing now, deep affordable housing. We do not need affordable housing for people living under the 100% AMI, because that is not affordable for the immigrant working class people of East Boston and the rest of Boston and the region. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much. Postpone the BPDA vote right now.
Thank you. Tony Portillo, you can unmute yourself. Tony?
Hello?
Yep, I can hear you.
Hi, so my name is Tony Portillo, and I'm here waiting to 100% support this project. Tom O'Brien and the staff is offering so much to the city of East Boston. I think that's a beautiful piece of land. It's been there and doing nothing for so long. It's about time to approve this project, and it's going to bring a lot of jobs. It's going to bring a lot of opportunities, a lot of revenue to this part of the city. And I think we all should support a project like this that is going to bring a lot of good stuff to this community.
Thank you.
Tom has allowed me to I do an event for the Salvadoran community every year, and he's let me use his land to do this event every year. This year it's impossible to do it, but every year he let us use that, his land to do this beautiful event for the Salvadoran community. I'm really grateful for him to allow us to bring our community to celebrate once a year to the East Boston, Suffolk Downs.
Thank you very much. Leonard Olson, you can unmute yourself. Mr. Olson, you need to unmute yourself. Okay, we can't hear you. So if you'd like to call in to 617-918-4236, you can share your testimony that way. If you figure out your technical difficulties, you can raise your hand again and we'll look for you. Nancy Strong, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Just 1 second, I'll be right back.
You have to work back on the interpretation.
I'm back.
Okay.
Are you ready to hear my testimony?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Nancy Strong. I'm a social worker. I have worked in the Boston neighborhoods for over 20 years. I'm here tonight to support Pueblo and City Life Vida Urbana. There is an urgent need to dramatically increase the number of decent, affordable housing units for low-income people in the East Boston area and other neighborhoods. Too many people are homeless. Too many low-income people are living in substandard apartments. And there is an 8 to 10 year wait list for decent subsidized housing in Boston. It is simply not acceptable for this project to go through with such a low number of affordable housing units. It's not fair, it's not right. I've heard a lot of testimony tonight about the value of the jobs for the community and development in the community, but that can go forward even if the project is not voted on tonight, and instead It's reworked, and there's some more negotiation around the number of affordable housing units. It's not all or nothing here. I don't think the developers are going to walk from the project if demands are made by the Boston officials to have more affordable units. So the project sounds lovely, but there need to be more people in the East Boston neighborhoods who can afford to live there, period. So I'm asking Tom, and I'm asking the people who are voting tonight to do what's right, to do what's moral, to do what's decent, and increase the number of affordable units in this project before it goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Francis Amador, if you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Francis Amador.
Oh, you have an echo, Francis? You're going to need to mute something.
Give me 1 second. Hello?
You still have the...
Can you hear me now? Or?
There's still an echo.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Francis, I can hear you.
Okay. So, hi, my name is Francis Amador, and I've been living here in East Boston for 22 years. I'm against this project because it not reflects Pueblo needs, and we are seeing already displacement in East Boston. So I don't know what more we're gonna see after if they approve this project. So I'm against it, and it's disappointing to hear everyone here saying that, especially immigrants and Spanish people saying that are approving this project, since we know that they don't even gonna hire you guys to build all sofas down. So it's really disappointing. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesus, I believe we have another individual who's having difficulty with Zoom. I just want to take a minute to see if Jesus has the caller available. Jesus, can you unmute yourself? If you're muted.
Señor
Yes,
Luis,
I can hear you.
por favor. Señor Luis, señor Luis, su teléfono, la llamada se está cortando, no se le escucha nada. Bueno, señor Luis. A ver, ahora sí repita otra vez, por favor.
Bueno, perdón, yo estoy muy disgusto con lo que pasó ahora en el voto. Lidia no nos acompañó para nada. Es una comunidad hispana que totalmente súper dolida con lo que está pasando, muchos desarrollos y mayormente con el proyecto gigante que tenemos que hacer.
Ok, a ver, deme un chancecito, señor, para traducir esto. Hi everyone, my name is Luis, and I'm a resident of East Boston, and I'm calling to express my disappointment about the proposal of this project. Ahora sí puede continuar. Repita otra vez después de que su desacuerdo, señor.
Sí, vemos de que para nosotros es muy duro, ¿verdad? Porque estamos viendo miles de desalojos y mayormente con esto del proyecto, pues igual va a ser muy complicado porque esto va a ser solo para la clase alta.
Yeah, my disappointment is based on the project is gonna just continue bringing more people who can afford to buy houses, and it's gonna result that displacement of people with low income that they're gonna be the most affected. ¿Qué más, señor?
Porque lo que sucede es de que se le pidió a la alcaldía que nos apoyara con el 30% de las unidades a bajo costo, pero eso no fue tomado en cuenta. y eso es lo que nos preocupa demasiado totalmente. Gracias y feliz noche y gracias por todo su apoyo.
Señor, nada más podría repetir cuál es el porcentaje que dijo que fue la petición.
Y le pedí a la alcaldía que apoyara con 30% de las unidades a bajo costo y igual no fue tomado en cuenta.
Okay, and again, my disappointment is that we request to the City Hall 30% of affordable housing, and basically they didn't listen to us, and that's why I would like to go in position for this. Eso es todo. Thank you so much.
Jesus, is that all?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Jose Torres, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jose Torres, and I would like to offer my testimony. I grew up in East Boston, and I am a local Latino business leader, as well as a local business owner. And I like to support the Suffolk Downs project for several reasons. Some being that the HYM group has been very supportive to the local community. And they have also included us on the discussion on how to be a good neighbor, the commitment on affordable housing, job training, and job creation, and the commitment to offer 10% of the commercial space for local business owners at a lower rate. And I would also like to thank the City of Boston, Mayor Walsh, Lydia Edwards, and her staff, as well as the BPDA and the board, to allow us to be part of the discussion and the constant contact. And as I said before, I'm here to support the project and look forward on continuing to be a part of the project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Torres.
Great, thank you, Jose, and thank you, Secretary Polhemus, for facilitating all of these calls. So what we're going to do now, it's 9:30. We're going to take a 5-minute break, just to kind of take a 5-minute break. So we will be back at 9:35. Again, we fully intend to get through all of the testimonies that we have today. We're just going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, thank you. During the break, we're going to ask that all board members and staff members return to the Zoom, and we'll get started. Secretary Polhemus, whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Okay.
Michael Kane, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Excuse me. I'm Michael Kane. I'm the Executive Director of the Boston Affordable Housing Coalition, more commonly known as the the Mass Alliance of Tenants.
مساكن بوسطن الميسر.
Hold on for 1 second.
Oh.
لحظة من فضلك.
Juha, hang on for 1
Yes.
second, Michael.
Okay.
I just switched it back to Daniel.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, Michael, sorry. We had to fix some interpretation issues.
We started as a housing coalition. We're currently known as the Mass Alliance of HUD Tenants. We help organize tenants in HUD housing to save their homes. We helped the tenants at Brandywine preserve Section 8 about a decade ago. We want to really support the position that Councilor Edwards in Pueblo has been taking. It's absolutely true that when you build new market rate housing, it drives the rents up in surrounding neighborhoods. This is, despite the concessions, it's still 87% market rate luxury housing. That's going to have a displacement effect in East Boston. If you don't believe that, look at the Seaport District, which, how many low-income people of color live in the Seaport District? It's driven up rents and displaced people in South Boston. We had the same problem in the South End. When Copley Place was proposed, the environmental impact statement actually did review, as part of its study, indirect displacement. It predicted more than 4,000 families would be displaced, which is about right. But they did evaluate that and they proposed some mitigation. I'm very concerned that the environmental process here did not even look at that issue. They didn't even evaluate it, and there was no fair housing impact either. So I think the plan can be improved by delaying this process, adopting the Senhai South End Neighborhood Housing Initiative 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 formula for vacant land to make it truly affordable, supporting the Mayor's Home Rule petition for raising the real estate transfer fee, and finally demanding recapture agreements on each parcel and on condos so that if they're resold, the city gets some of the windfall profits back. Those can all be, it can be improved in those ways, and we would urge the BPDA to postpone the vote until it is.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Jose Aguilar, go ahead and unmute yourself. Jose, you haven't unmuted yourself. Oh, there you go.
Hola, ¿cómo está? ¿Me escucha?
Sí.
Sí, José, si puede hablar despacio para que podamos traducir en tiempo real.
Ok, perfecto, muchas gracias. Bueno, antes que todo, buenas tardes a todos, buenas noches.
Good evening, everybody.
Mi nombre es José Aguilar.
My name is Jose Aguilar.
Yo he vivido en East Boston por más de 10 años.
I've lived in East Boston for more than 10 years.
Y soy también miembro de la Unión Local 2168.
I'm also a member of Local 2168.
Yo he trabajado por Local 2168 por más de 4 años. Y antes de trabajar para la Unión, yo trabajaba 3 trabajos para pagar mi renta.
Before working at Local 2168, where I've been for over 4 years, I used to have to work 3 jobs to be able to pay my rent.
Yo trabajaba en Market Basket, hacía Uber y también hacía deliveries para Pizza Shop.
I Market Basket, Uber, and I did deliveries for a pizza shop.
Y gracias a la unión yo he podido sacar un mejor salario para mantener a mí y a mi familia.
Thankfully, thank God to the Local 2168, I've been able to earn a better salary and been able to provide for my family much better.
Yo antes de trabajar en la unión nunca había levantado un martillo en mi vida. Yo no sabía que era construcción. Ellos me dieron la oportunidad, me metieron en un aprendizaje, me enseñaron a realizar el trabajo. Y sin saber agarrar un martillo, me comenzaron a pagar $21 la hora.
Okay, déjame traducir. Before working for Local 2168, I didn't even know how to pick up a hammer. They gave me an opportunity as an apprentice to learn. Before I had no experience with construction or anything of that sort.
Y de un solo mi salario de ganar a $11, $12 subió a $21 sin experiencia de nada.
in short time, I went from earning $12 an hour to making $21 starting overnight, essentially.
Yo creo que, como muchos dicen, en East Boston existe el problema que la renta está alta y muchas gentes no pueden pagarla, pero yo creo que la solución es darles trabajos dignos y que les den un salario digno para que ellos puedan pagar su renta.
Okay. A lot of folks in East Boston, they have a hard time making ends meet, paying for their rent. I think part of the issue is that folks don't have there aren't enough good job opportunities. I think the solution is to provide well-paying job opportunities to help folks.
Y ahorita yo estoy en apoyo del proyecto de Suffolk Downs por la razón que le daría trabajo a más de 14,000 agentes de unión para realizar el trabajo en 20 años y después de los 20 años quedarían trabajos para la gente de mantenimiento, para la gente de los pintores, la agricultura. Es una excelente oportunidad y no hay que dejarla pasar.
Okay. I support the project because it'll be offering over 14,000 jobs for union and construction workers. It also will provide many permanent job opportunities in the future, for maintenance, landscaping, and other areas. And for that reason, I support the project.
Mi esposa trabaja en la área de aeropuerto en un hotel, pero actual le dieron layoff porque no hay trabajo.
My wife works at a hotel and outside around the airport, and she was recently laid off because there was no work.
Y necesitamos más trabajos para que puedan comenzar a trabajar la gente y esa es una excelente oportunidad.
We need more job opportunities to come up so folks can get back to work, and this is an excellent opportunity before us.
Y la otra cosa es que esa tierra actual, yo he vivido en Boston y nunca he podido entrar ahí. No está haciendo nada, no está dando taxes, necesitamos poner a trabajar para la gente, aunque sea un porcentaje, pero le va a ayudar a la gente.
Ok, José, ya tenemos que...
Ok, dígale muchas gracias por la oportunidad por hablar y que sigan ahí y que aprueben el proyecto. Gracias y buenas noches.
Gracias. Last statement he made was that, historically the land's been inaccessible. The land is not in use. And overall, it's just a great opportunity in support of the project. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. We have another caller with Zoom difficulties. Go ahead, Jesus.
Hi, señora Cartagena, adelante, por favor. Hi, good evening. My name is Maria Cartagena.
Y estoy en contra del proyecto de Suffolk Downs.
And I am in opposition of the project of Suffolk Downs.
Porque no está bien nosotros somos clase media y yo ahora mismo no estoy trabajando y eso nos afectaría.
We are a middle class workers family, and if this project move forward, it's going to affect people like us, like referring to her family. ¿Qué más, señora?
Pues y quisiera que no se realizara.
Yeah, and basically, I would like to express that I hope that this project doesn't move forward. ¿Algo más, señora?
Hola.
And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jose. Jesus. Blake Shetler, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes. Hello. My name is Blake Shetler. I'm a part of a church in East Boston and an active member of Pueblo Coalition. So you probably already know I'm going to repeat the same three demands: that the PDA vote needs to be delayed unless it's included that there is a floor of 20% of affordable housing on site at a rate of 30% of the AMI with net zero carbon emission. Basically, my biggest concern about this is that this entire development is basically de facto segregation. And I know Boston has a reputation as being a racist city. And if we move forward with this, we're really saying segregation is okay and that we don't really care about racial justice. I say this because if 87% of the on-site housing is market rate, that means a 2-bedroom apartment could cost between $2,500 to $3,500, if not more. And there is widely available data on income disparities that is broken down along the lines of race. And so who do you think is really going to be able to afford to live in Suffolk Downs the way it is now? It's going to be mostly white people, as the data shows us that generally white people have more income and more wealth saved up to be able to afford things like this. There are a couple of other concerns. Charter schools, as was mentioned earlier, that is kind of a segregation mess as well in the making. The other thing is if 7% of off-site affordable housing has deeper affordability off-site than the on-site affordable housing, that's basically saying that low-income people who are more likely to be people of color are not welcome on the actual site of Suffolk Downs. And so my question is, why are we letting the interests of a billionaire in Texas run and destroy our city? And I'm urging to delay the vote and pay attention to the people that we are, or that you, the city government, and the BPDA is here to be serving. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Mr. Shetler. Brianna Roche, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Brianna Roche, and I've been a resident of Boston for the last 18 years and a resident and homeowner of East Boston for the last 8 years. I've come here tonight to express my great disappointment at the affordable housing allowances that are part of the current proposal, and would like to ask that this be revised before being approved, especially given all the last-minute changes in order to allow meaningful community participation. I would first like to say that I have participated in many of the opportunities for community feedback and would like to applaud the efforts of those who've been working on union and job training, conservation, and open space. Regarding community feedback around affordable housing allocations, as someone who's been actively engaged in this process, I would like to highlight the lack of transparency that I have observed. I've repeatedly heard that we're at 20% affordable housing. I did not see that number in the developer's proposal, and I think this is a reflection of the oversimplification of the so-called 20% allocation. It's not been represented as 13% with a 7% offset, not 13% with X amount going to a fund, and not 10% going to seniors rather than families. And quite frankly, I'm unclear exactly where we landed on this. So I just really cannot support a project that includes offsite housing allocation. As many have stated before, and Blake, I'm going to say a lot of the stuff that you just said. I think the timing on that is great, that we're kind of doubling down on the same points here. That Suffolk Downs is an opportunity to build a vibrant community that is accessible to all, that would break down the shameful history that the city bears around redlining and de facto segregation, and we are squandering that opportunity. Off-site affordable housing paints the essential workers of this city as undesirable neighbors, and it's worth mentioning that those who fall under the AMI limits are teachers, EMTs, hotel workers, retail workers, and many others that we have found to be essential to keeping our city going. Segregating affordable housing is a perpetuation of the disgraceful practices that should be a part of Boston's past and not of the future. Again, I would like to express my opposition to the current proposal and ask that more work be done to provide more equitable, affordable housing opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Minor Perez, representing the New England Regional Council of Carpenters. First and foremost, I want to thank the board for the great job, especially in this long night. And I also want to thank Mayor Walsh for allowing the community to be part of the process. Also, special thanks to HYM and Tom O'Brien Since the beginning, since November 2017, all documents have been translated into Spanish, which has been of great help to a lot of members of the Latino community in East Boston. In lieu of time, I just want to point out a couple of items. One of them being, this is an empty lot. No one is going to be displaced, and we need this housing more than ever in our city. 25,000 permanent jobs, 14,000 construction jobs. We live in a much better, different world than we did last year. Many people have to make a choice in between paying rents and paying food. Fact of the matter is, what we need is good paying jobs, and this is going to alleviate our needs. With respect to the revenues coming from the project to the city, we need the revenues in order to sustain and maintain firehouse departments, school departments. We're going to need this revenue. So with all due respect, Madam Chair and members of the board, it's with great respect I ask for a vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Fabricio Paez, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Fabricio Paez. I am a lifelong resident here of East Boston. Both of my parents are immigrants from Brazil. I'm first generation born here. I want to voice my support for this project. I currently serve on the executive board of the East Boston Social Centers. It's a over 100-year-old organization that has served many immigrant communities that have come through our neighborhood over the years. I myself am an alumni of the social centers. I attended there as a kid. Both of my parents worked, what we're calling these essential jobs today. My dad was a waiter, my mom's a house cleaner. And that place gave me a place to go after school, to be safe, and people to tutor me and help me grow in my education. And I couldn't be where I am today without that. And Tom at HYM have been so supportive of our program, even prior to proposing this development. They've been invested in not only financially, but connecting us with so many other resources that continue to pour funding into our programs that reach the very lives that we're all talking about here, that I believe we all really care about. So I'm grateful for everything they've done, and just again want to voice my support for the project. Thank you all.
Thank you. Billy Rue, you can unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going? Billy Rue. Oh, sorry, I'm waiting so long. Excuse me, hold on. My name's Billy Rue. Before I go in and use this whole 2 minutes, let me just say thank you to our local officials, everyone who came on tonight, Brian and the Boston Building Trades, all the hard work they've put towards this project. I want to say a special thank you to the BPDA. I know this opportunity tonight, something you guys worked on, and we appreciate the opportunity to let us speak. I grew up in Easton. Man, Meridian Street, up and down. But I currently live on 127 Saratoga Street in East Boston. I'm lucky to be an iron worker, a local 7 iron worker. I'm a proud union man. I'm a husband. I'm a girl dad. I coach a group of outstanding young 6 to 8-year-old girls in basketball. I just wanted to come on tonight, take the opportunity to speak about how I'm in favor for this. EC deserves this project because all us local men and women are going to have the ability to work in our own backyards, show our family members what we did for work, and not have to pay a toll to go to work. Being a young family, the opportunity to have local affordable housing, maybe even get a chance to live in, maybe even buy one of those condos that I built, man. Maybe even get some home games for the young ladies at these basketball courts that we were speaking about. The opportunity for us union men and women to get to work in our own city is unbelievable. I'm in favor for this. The way that you're working with the Boston Building Trades, the way you're working with building pathways to get us young minorities, Boston residents out to work and into their apprenticeships and make a solid living. All those reasons why I'm in favor for this opportunity. I just want to say thank you for the time tonight. Let's do this the right way. Let's do this the union way. Let's push this vote through tonight, and let's get this project on and going for all of us out here, not just the union members, but all the residents, all the immigrants, all the minorities, and everybody in the East Boston and Boston area. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Liliana Avendano, you can unmute yourself. Liliana, you need to unmute yourself. Okay. I'm going to go to Matt Walsh. Liliana, we're going to lower your hand, and if you fix your technical problems, you can raise it again, or you can dial 617-918-4236. Thank you. Matt Walsh, go ahead.
Hey, I'm Matt Walsh. I'm a member of a couple community organizations in East Boston, the largest of which is the Pueblo Coalition, which has been mentioned a couple times, so I'll just give some context. Pueblo is a group of groups, which is to say there are more than 10 separate community organizations that form a part of the Pueblo Coalition. So there are dozens of East Boston residents in these orgs, and the activities of these groups touch hundreds more. So to be clear, whenever you hear Pueblo on this call, Pueblo speaks with hundreds behind the coalition, even if only a few of us can speak on this call tonight. So BPDA board, the premise of the plan we saw was that everyone is welcome, but how can that be when the math and the PDA that everyone's citing today means that most of East Boston couldn't afford to live there? Half the Latinx community in Boston earns less than 30% AMI, but the lower bound of the affordable units in the Suffolk Downs plan is 40%. So more than half of Latinx families aren't welcome because they couldn't afford to live there, and the plan doesn't include a space for them. It would be great if all the housing in Suffolk Downs could reflect the income levels of the neighborhood, but at least the affordable units should, right? And they don't. Displacement's occurring every day in Boston. Tonight we've heard from teachers lamenting losing their schools and losing their students and their families. We've heard people testify in the call tonight who said they're fighting displacement themselves. We've heard from affordable housing experts that the plan and the PDA will exacerbate displacement. And of course, working residents in East Boston and Revere deserve well-paying, protected union jobs, but those jobs don't disappear if we secure more affordable housing. The jobs don't disappear if we secure more anti-displacement funds today. Families in East Boston will disappear if we don't, and we'll be left with a segregated neighborhood that sits north of Orient Heights. So Ms. Rojas, Ms. Downs, Dr. Landsmark, Mr. Monahan, Mr. Miller, Suffolk Downs is a once-in-a-century opportunity to remedy this problem through interventions today and affordable and inclusive development in the future. Now's the chance for fairness.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. We have a caller who got kicked out of Zoom. John?
Teresa, we've got the caller, 1 minute. Sarah, go ahead. And can you just indicate your name as well?
Hello?
Sarah, you're on.
Hello. My name is Joseph Carino, lifelong resident, 56 years, Orient Heights. I'm a business rep, the International Painters and Allied Trades. I represent painters, drywall finishers, and glazers. Many of our members are from the East Boston area. Over 50% of our members are minority. And I would just like to say this project will create great opportunities for our young kids in our community, careers in our crafts, and with good jobs and good benefits. So I'd just like to say I'm in strong support of this project, and I know it's been a long night. Thank you for having me speak.
Thank you very much. Michael Doucette, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Michael Doucette. I want to start by thanking the BPDA for a thoughtful and thorough process. I'm a proud member and I'm the business agent for the Iron Workers Local 7 in Boston. I speak in full support of Suffolk Downs project. This community deserves good union careers that provide its members with an honorable living wage, more than adequate health care, and will provide much needed housing that isn't there at the time. The community needs to pull together to provide for this equitable future. I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak, and in closing, again, I am in full support of the Suffolk Downs Redevelopment Project. And a final thanks to all the elected officials for spending their time on this project to get it complete during this time of need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doucette. Patrick Lynch, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Patrick Lynch. I'm a resident and teacher here in East Boston, and I just want to voice my support for the Pueblo Coalition and urge the delay of the vote until a higher floor for affordable housing is met with the Suffolk Downs development. And I just want to say that I think it's somewhat disappointing to hear tonight in that almost everybody who has voiced support for the Pueblo Coalition and the delay in the vote is not asking for the project not to happen or for union jobs not to happen as well. The ask is that this meet the actual need of the community, and to sit in a moment where the BPDA is pledging publicly to try and act better than it has prior to this in the history of the Redevelopment Authority, and to be sitting in a moment where people have to scream into a computer screen to ask for this vote to be delayed to meet needs that are still even changing because of the current pandemic feels very disheartening. And I hope that the board and those in charge of this decision tonight decide to delay this vote in order to be able to better hear the community and meet the needs of the community to help stop this current crisis of displacement that's already affecting East Boston and is going to continue to affect East Boston even worse due to this current pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. I need to take a quick break to switch the Arabic interpretation. So if you'll just give me one moment. Daniel, I'm switching you out to do it right now.
Yeah. I'm all set.
Okay.
Thank you.
Dua, you should be good.
Yes.
Oh, I can still hear you. Hold on.
Yeah, Saman, can you hear me?
No, I did Michael Christopher.
They said they can still hear him.
Are you good now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, they're good. We have another Spanish-speaking caller who's had trouble with Zoom. Jesus, are you ready to go?
Yes, 1 second, please. Señora Liliana, adelante, por favor.
Sí, muy buenas noches.
Hi,
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Yo llamo porque estoy en desacuerdo con la decisión de que Suffolk Downs no incluya a las personas, porque en este momento hay muchas personas con bajos recursos y me gustaría de pronto que analizaran. Yo hago parte también de Pueblo y de CCBS y nosotros pensamos que falta incluir a las personas de la comunidad que no tienen acceso a recursos del Estado.
The reason of my call is to express my opposition and concerns about this project. I think there is a lot of people with low income that is going to be affected by this project. And my suggestion would be to analyze again this proposal. Después, ¿podría repetir otra vez desde que...
Sí, me gustaría que analizaran si los empleos que están ofreciendo van a incluir a las personas que no tienen acceso a recursos del Estado.
My suggestion is to analyze if the jobs that they're going to provide, they're going to be focused, or they're going to consider people who doesn't receive any benefits from the government, whether the state or the federal government.
Nosotros trabajamos con la comunidad indocumentada, inmigrante de Boston.
We work with undocumented immigrants that live in East Boston.
Estamos planteando crear cooperativas de trabajadores.
And we're looking to create cooperativas, workers, yes.
Sí, y sería muy bueno que dentro de ese proyecto, ya lo habíamos planteado, incluyeran la vivienda cooperativa.
And we are looking to make sure that this could be included in projects like this, in this project. Específicamente aquí en Suffolk Downs?
Sí, en Suffolk Downs.
Yes.
Y en East Boston también, si van a abrir espacios dentro de East Boston,
yeah.
Que nos sean espacios para este tipo de proyectos.
Okay, so yeah, basically she works for the non-profit in East Boston. They are looking to get involved with projects like this one that are also focused in immigrants with no documents and also with low income.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jesus.
Okay, thank you.
Kimberly Landaverde, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. So my name is Kimberly, and I am a lifelong resident of East Boston and an intern with City Life Vida Urbana. I am a senior at Boston Latin School, and I live in fear that my family and I and currently fighting an eviction, and I am afraid that I will be displaced to a region like Lynn if 10,000 luxury units are built in my neighborhood. An eviction will cause me to transfer out of one of the best public college prep schools in the country. I cannot support this development in my community because growing up here with my whole life, I know my community and my family will not be able to afford a luxury unit. I cannot support this project until it includes accessible housing for the immigrant working class families in East Boston. The city and East Boston need more accessible housing for families that earn a 30% AMI and need housing for families that earn $30,000 to $50,000 a year, and we do not need any more luxury developments. I cannot support this project until there is an agreement on a community fund that would help finance a fight against the displacement crisis in the city. Our families deserve more, and we will continue to fight because we will not allow East Boston to become another seaport. As the rent prices go up, our families are forced to move out. Families are forced to move out and consideration the effect displacement has on students. This will only worsen if you build 10,000 luxury units without the affordable housing to keep families on the street. Shame on Mayor Walsh and the BPDA members and legislators who support this project and ignore voices like mine. You work for us, and do not forget that. And shame on you all for having such an inaccessible meeting for people without internet, without equal language access, and that forces students a student like me to sacrifice my homework, studying, and sleep time to fight to ensure deep, affordable housing now in our neighborhood.
Thank you, Kimberly. Alexandra Machuca, I said that right. Please unmute yourself. Alexandra?
Alexandra.
Yes.
Hello?
I can hear you. Yep.
Hi, my name is Alexandra. I am an intern with CLVU, who's a member of Pueblo. I am 17 years old and I've lived in East Boston my whole life, and currently my family is fighting against a no-fault eviction because an investor wants to clear out our building and convert it into a luxury 8-unit apartment. Richard Lynns and investors like Del Fiore would rather see us in the street than fully housed. I am against the HYM Suffolk Downs project right now because it does not include enough affordable units that will be affordable to my family and the working class immigrant community that earns 30% to 50% AMI and less. I have asthma because I grew up in East Boston and all the air pollution around us, and we need to make sure that HYM builds net zero to avoid the worsening of my health and other youth in Boston. If they build Suffolk Downs, the rental housing market will spike and property taxes will rise. And with the moratorium ending, we will see a foreclosure and eviction crisis. More people will face similar non-fault evictions like my family and I. Sadly, this affected my academic year and my mental health. Also, I am sacrificing my homework and studying to stand up for my people over profit. And I believe that this meeting is inaccessible and not available for people who don't have Wi-Fi or people who don't know how to access Zoom. We need healthy youth to be able to prosper in the future. So delay the vote until Pueblo demands are reflected for more deeply affordable housing. Marsh, Edwards, Madaro, and Boncourt E., you work for us. Don't forget.
Thank you, Alexandra. We have another caller with Zoom difficulty. Jesus.
Yes. Señora, adelante, por favor.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Mayra. Soy una residente de Boston.
A ver, un segundito. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Mayra, and I'm a resident of East Boston.
Sí, yo estoy ahora acá porque yo quiero, más que todo, estoy, por decirlo así, en contra del proyecto de Suffolk Downs, porque es algo que a nosotros los residentes de Boston no nos conviene para nada como comunidad inmigrante.
And the reason of my call is to express my opposition for this project because a lot of the community in East Boston is going to be, especially immigrants, and they're going to be affected by this project.
Y ustedes tienen que saber que por la comunidad inmigrante que vivimos acá en Boston es que ustedes también sobreviven totalmente con sus proyectos.
And you should do not forget that immigrant community like us is who actually make projects like this one successful. So please do not forget about us, that that we also we are part of this type of projects.
Entonces no sé por qué razón ustedes no nos quieren escuchar a nosotros como inmigrantes de aquí de la comunidad de East Boston, y deberían de saber que por nosotros igual están donde están.
And I'm not sure why you are not taking us in consideration, since a lot of immigrants actually work for this type of projects.
Y como siempre, nosotros como comunidad inmigrante somos los que salimos afectados totalmente. ¿Por qué? Porque vienen estos inversionistas con unos grandes proyectos, con una renta demasiado cara, incluso no queremos rentar a nosotros también, porque ellos dicen que no podemos pagar una renta como ellos quieren ponerlo al mercado. Somos una persona de bajos recursos, como sabemos y ustedes también lo saben, de que no ganamos ni 100,000 al año, sino que venimos ganando como $30,000 o $25,000 al año, más ahora hemos sido afectados por lo de la pandemia.
And immigrants, we are impacted a lot by projects like this because the prices of renting is actually going high, and we cannot afford that because we just make the low income, like less than $30,000 per year. And basically these projects are also like only focused for people who can afford to live in this type of projects or housing.
Exactamente, tienen que ponerse en un mercado bajo lo que es la renta. Porque también la gente que tiene ahorita también propiedades, que nos están rentando a nosotros, ¿qué es lo que están haciendo? Ponerse al mismo mercado de los proyectos grandes. Y somos personas de que no podemos pagar. Mi caso, yo me acabo de mudar del lugar donde yo estaba viviendo. ¿Por qué? Porque estaba pagando $2,100 en un apartamento demasiado pequeño, no mantenimiento. Y si nosotros le pagamos la renta o lo que es el morgue al dueño del apartamento. Entonces, ¿por qué nosotros los hispanos tenemos que pagar lo de ustedes? Entonces tienen que dar vuelta y unirse con nosotros, con la comunidad hispana, porque por nosotros, acuérdense que hay mucha gente hispana también que es ciudadana y de tal voto a ustedes igual.
Okay. Basically, she's expressing that that the immigrants are again like the most affected because the projects like this, the only thing that they're gonna do is increase the rents because other owners, like homeowners, will also would like to increase the rents as the new projects in all East Boston, and basically people like immigrants and low income, they cannot afford to pay the rent that is going to be affected by projects like Suffolk Downs.
Al menos en mi caso, yo voy a luchar hasta el final, y quiero que lo sepan, que lo vamos a hacer todos unidos, porque este proyecto no se tiene que dar en Suffolk Downs, o se ponen al mercado de que nosotros podamos pagar una renta, o cero proyecto de Suffolk Downs.
And I will make sure that I continue fighting for moving forward with this project, and because I think you should consider that it should be lower prices for rent in this Boston. Creo que haya dicho todo. Si me faltó algo, me dicen.
Are you finished?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jorge Aguirre, you can unmute yourself. Jorge? Okay, I'm going to go on to Fiona. Jorge, if you want to call 617-918-4236. If you're having technical difficulties, you can do that, or you can raise your hand again. Go ahead, Fiona. Fiona, you need to unmute yourself. Okay. Fiona, if you want to call 617-918-4236, they can help you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry. Hello, my name is Fiona Fee. I am 21 years old. I've lived in East Boston for my whole entire life. I just want to say no thank you to Tim O'Brien for making us a part of your tax write-off and not listening to the most vulnerable demands. No thank you to Mayor Marty Walsh and Lydia Edwards for giving us nothing. Like, we love closed door meetings and the public not knowing anything. In all seriousness though,
gentrification is violence, and this is what this project does to our neighborhood and to the people it displaces. What are we gonna do with these resources when when we all have to end up moving out due to market inflation in the area? I understand old habits die hard, but the BPDA doesn't have to let millionaires steamroll neighborhoods for 13% affordability under 100% AMI. Y'all should just delay the approval vote until 50% of the proposed 10,000 units until it is affordable to families earning 30% of the area median income. Because if this is the largest housing project in Boston, y'all are really only asking for 13%. This sets up a disappointing, disencouraging precedent for the rest of the city, not just East Boston. And the BPDA should really think about that before agreeing to vote on this. This is going to set a precedent for the years to come. So I'm urging y'all, postpone the vote. Again, I urge the BPDA to delay the approval of the vote until 50% of the proposed 10,000 units, until they're affordable to families earning 30% of the area median income. A stabilization fund made up of yearly percentages of HYM's total project income, with a board nominated by East Boston community members, with net zero carbon emissions on all stages of the construction.
Thank you, Fiona. Leonard Olson, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. Leonard Olson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, good evening, everybody. My name's... Oh, sí, tengo la interpretación. Sorry. Okay, so I'm a resident in East Boston. I live at 97 Lexington Street, and I'm speaking today to staunchly oppose the plan as it stands for Suffolk Downs. In short, the PDA does not sufficiently address any of the advocacy and clearly articulated demands from a variety of East Boston residents and community groups. That includes, of course, the Pueblo Coalition, who's made their demands very clear. I am a member of the Pueblo Coalition, as well as a community liaison with the group called Empower East Boston, who is an organizational member. Most notably, in my eyes, the project lacks any true accountability in ensuring that the majority of units dubbed affordable are indeed affordable to the most vulnerable or even average East Boston families. The HYM Investment Group has only included the bare minimum of 13% affordable units on site, available to families who on average make around $70,000 a year. As City Councilor Edwards explained to us just a few nights ago, the average median income for East Boston families is $52,000, and for Latinx families who make up 57% of our neighborhood's population, that number is closer to $37,000 a year. So at that, of course, there's no guarantee that any of the off-site affordable housing units will be made available to the average East Boston family. We keep hearing that 20% number, but there's nothing written in the plan right now to suggest that those units will actually be affordable to our neighbors here. In just a little over a year living in East Boston, I've seen several friends and families physically and economically displaced from this neighborhood. I'm looking across the street at one. You've heard from 3 or 4 others or more tonight, and it's gut-wrenching, right? I hear our union friends. I have a lot of love and solidarity for what they do. I think really the issue at hand here is not that anyone on this call is opposing that these jobs be available for folks in the community, but rather who are these jobs being built for, or who are the people who are going to be living in these units that these jobs are building. Now, and I can't explain or really testify to being someone who's been displaced. It's only gut-wrenching to see my friends and family and people close to me displaced. But I can say exactly who the people are that will be living and moving into all these Suffolk Downs units. And that's white, middle to upper class rich kids from the suburbs like myself. So if that's who you want here, you've got it. That's exactly what this plan is bringing into East Boston. But if this plan is actually designed to safeguard and preserve the community as it is, as a working class immigrant community, then the BPDA has failed, and so has this plan. So thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you, Leonard. Myrna Orellana, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak up. Just a parenthesis, I was in a Spanish room and the translation was not sufficient enough for me to understand what was going on. Well, I'm here to support the project. I've been for most of the 30 months, 36 months almost with this project, and have seen that the developers, Mr. Tom O'Brien and the HYM group, they have done enough to try to cover every single variable and taking every single step into consideration to provide what is going to be for our community. I'm Salvadorian, for the Salvadorian community, other communities that are also work in the construction industry, hotels industries, and janitorial. They will provide more jobs, and we need that in East Boston. I understand that affordable housing is a problem. I'm also in the same issue because I live on 91 Trenton Street, and the rent is very high, but I understand that that is not only a problem of the developers of the Suffolk Downs projects to address the affordable housing. It's a whole city and Massachusetts statewide issue. So they have tried to provide enough, like 14,000 affordable units plus another 5,000 is sufficient, considering other developers that have done waterfront projects that never took into considerations the needs of the residents in East Boston. So I believe that we need more jobs in this economy with the pandemic going on. A lot of Salvadorian people are unemployed. In a Salvadorian and as part of a nonprofit that supports Salvadorian people, I think that we need jobs, and jobs will take us to have more, to be more financially available to support ourselves better. So thank you very much, and great job to the BPDA, to Adrian Madaro and Lydia Edwards. They also, I know that they work very close to us, and they have done a great job. We cannot solve all the problems, so at least we'll have jobs. Thank you very much, and good evening.
Thank you, Myrna. I'm just going to take a quick break and switch the Arabic translators out. If you can just give me a moment, please. Daniel, you should be all set. Okay. Matthew Barrison, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. My name is Matthew Barrison. I'm a resident of East Boston, and I'm speaking on behalf just of myself as a resident. I strongly support this project. I believe the proposal for Suffolk Downs will bring a lot of recreation for people who live in East Boston, things to do, positive things to do, open space, environmental mitigation, and jobs and housing. And I hope that a project such as this may take some pressure off of the housing deep within the existing neighborhoods, because we are seeing unreasonable development in the neighborhoods. But this is a planned development area. This will be a special zone, and it may be a pressure release valve. This has been a very long process. There have been a lot of meetings and a lot of outreach, and at a certain point, things need to move forward. So thank you, everyone, especially Lydia, for working on this and for pushing to make this a better project. I look forward to seeing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria, I don't have a last name for you, but you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yep.
So I'm Maria Carolina, and I have been in East Boston for over 17 years. I came in as an immigrant, and I joined the Pueblo Coalition because of my concerns of this redevelopment when I found out about it 2 years ago. And as part of Pueblo Coalition, we know displacement ripples around, and it will displace those suffering the most right now in East Boston in 20 to 25 years. And when talking about the seaport, we weren't able to see 20 years ago what it would look like, but now that it's been about 20 years since the seaport, we know exactly what we are looking at. And we Pueblo understand this, and we have the same kind of fear and vision that this is definitely going to be a lot like Seaport as in its current state. So we don't want this project to be added to the Boston history list, like the West End and the Seaport. It is now the largest affordable housing because the project is so large. If the city required developers to do 5% affordability instead of 13%, I'm pretty sure HYN will also do 5%. I'm very disappointed to hear my representatives that I voted for to represent me in the city, to know that they, you know, as an immigrant woman of color, they're not supporting me, they're not looking out for me, and instead are supporting this billionaire, oil-based billionaire from Texas. I ask you, please, BPDA and city, this is your last chance to be able to stand in solidarity with the East Boston community and actually care, and to postpone the vote until the demands of the Pueblo Coalition are met. 20% on-site affordable housing, a community fund with a yearly commitment, net zero carbon. Okay. Also, I want to talk to the union folks. Like, I think it would be great that you could not only work in there, but also live in there. And the way the PDA documents that's now, I don't think everybody could be living there. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Maria. Itzel Polanco Cabadas, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thanks for having me. My name is Itzel Polanco Cabadas, and I've lived in East Boston for the last 5 years, and I've worked on affordable housing for the last 6 years. And I'm here to speak in favor of delaying the vote because I believe we can have both jobs and affordable housing. Communities around Boston and in some areas in Boston have been able to provide up to 20% affordable units on site, and I believe we can here too. And it would be an absolute shame to pass up the opportunity to create something better than what we have here currently. I've also experienced during the pandemic, a lot of our neighbors need extra assistance in paying their rent, and we know that their incomes are lower. So lowering the AMI from 80 and 110% would be ideal, even if these units would present an opportunity for Section 8 voucher holders to use their vouchers in these units. That doesn't translate to our community having the opportunity to live in those units with Section 8 vouchers, because most of our neighbors do not have access to Section 8 vouchers or federal assistance generally. And so I think this also provides, like many others said, an opportunity to not create housing, segregated housing like we have been doing it since the 1930s. And given the opportunity, I think we should take it because we don't have any other choice. And thank you so much, and hope you have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Joe Byrne, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Good evening. I'll be brief. My name is Joe Byrne. I'm a lifelong Boston resident, and I would like to fully support this project. I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Carpenters Union. I represent roughly 10,000 carpenters in the greater Boston area. And we fully support this project, and we hope that you consider moving forward tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Brenda Quintana, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, this is really quick. So my name is Brenda Quintana. I am a member of the Pueblo Coalition and also a worker rights advocate that works closely with residents of East Boston. And I'm also proud to say that I'm a union member as well. And I'm calling here to once again elevate the concerns that Pueblo has brought up and ask for the postponement of the vote. I think it's been really clear this has been a long and tiring meeting for everyone. I see like the people who are listening in on this and who have been waiting to be able to participate. And that's just such a minor portion of the people who I think are really concerned about these issues. I think I mostly want to express that, like, as it is laid out, I don't think this is a pro-worker project. I think right now, the workers of East Boston have really suffered during this pandemic, not only in their health right now as essential workers who really like put their lives on the line during this initial pandemic, but also as workers who, when they did fall ill, when they did face displacement, when they did like show this like great need for financial support, our city did not come in to support them. The community organizations that are stepping in right now to ask for this postponement of this bill were the ones to step in. So I'm just calling and asking really for us to pay attention to what our community leaders, neighbors, and members are asking for, and center what they hope for their community in these moments. So that is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Gloria Devine, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. My name is Gloria Devine. I'm the Family Engagement Director at the East Boston Social Centers. I'm calling tonight to support the project, the Suffolk Downs project. Being the largest addition of affordable housing in history, it just really has to count for something. It is my opinion that Tom O'Brien from HYM is an upstanding gentleman. And as someone did say earlier on the call, he's been to more community meetings than probably most of us. I feel Tom really took the time to get to know the community, and he is really caring and genuine. Tom has supported just about every agency in East Boston, and it actually bothered me a little that some of those agencies that he has supported were speaking in opposition tonight, but again, that's their prerogative. So Tom still supported them, you know, and being very generous. His support is genuine, and not just because he's looking for support. In closing, I would just like to say I trust Tom. I trust him to do the right thing for the community, and anyone that knows him or has gotten to know him the past couple of years, he is a man of his word. He keeps his promises, and I believe he will do more if and when asked from the East Boston community. There's tons of jobs that will be brought there, the affordable housing. I mean, there could be some more things that could be worked out, but I think when, you know, Tom is very approachable and has been very amenable to the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Luz Zambrano, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
I am Luz Zambrano. I'm a resident of East Boston, a mother of two children, and the general coordinator of a nonprofit organization in East Boston. I have lived here in East Boston for 25 years. For the last 5 years, I have been witness of the gentrification process happening in East Boston, which is displacing so many people of color, in the majority low-income Latinos. I am sure that this gentrification process is just creating the right conditions to attract more gentrifiers into Suffolk Downs. I am concerned that the transportation system and roads are not enough to support the amount of people coming to this site in the years to come. I am also concerned that a millionaire that is investing in this project from Texas is more concerned about profits than people. But for us immigrants, East Boston is our home. I urge you, all of you, to delay the board approval of this project till the community can have real voice and power to advocate for better deal for our community, including the petition of Pueblo, such as the affordable housing that can include cooperative housing for low-income people. I am asking to delay the vote because it needs to represent the needs of the community, not the profits of a millionaire. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex DeFranzo, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Alex DeFranzo. I'm a East Boston resident. I work in East Boston also, and I'm a member of the IAG for this project. And I just want to express frustration and the difference between the plans that the city has laid out for our future and the reality of what we're faced with if this PDA is approved. When the McClellan Highway Development Company bought this parcel in 2017, it was the same time that Imagine Boston 2030 came out. And we envisioned a city that was net zero. We envisioned a city with less inequity and less segregation. And the way that this proposal currently stands, those things are only going to be worsened. The effects of climate change and the segregation that we feel in our community and displacement and gentrification. And I ask the board to please delay this vote until more work can be done to create a PDA that will reach the goals that this city has set for itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Madam Chair, that is all of the hands that we have up.
Okay, great. Thank you, Teresa. Do we have any oral testimony?
Oh, there's actually one person just put their hand up.
Okay,
Sorry.
we'll do that.
Lori, go ahead.
My name is Lori Hurlebus. My hand was actually up for a while. I think actually you took it down earlier. So
I'm
thank
sorry.
you. I'm a resident of Boston, not a resident of East Boston. I'm a resident of Dorchester, but I do stand in solidarity with all the residents that are talking about their concerns about affordability. I'm really actually heartbroken that the conversation seems to pit jobs against housing that we can afford in our neighborhoods. So let's not mince words. Let's keep it simple. The housing that you're saying is affordable isn't affordable housing. So that's a lie. And on top of it, it also isn't enough. So it's even less affordable housing than 13% if people can't actually afford to live there. This is setting a precedent. You're building a mini city. So I want to take the time to thank all the folks who spoke on the call, including all the people who are fighting for jobs. Thank you. Thank you for fighting for jobs. We need jobs. I'm an unemployed service worker. I want to have a good job too. I want people to be able to have jobs that serve our community, our friends, our family, the neighbors that we care about, that the jobs we have to do don't force us out of our city. So thank you. Thank you for fighting for jobs. Shame on the developer, the BPDA, for pitting us against each other, for creating a false choice of jobs or housing in our community. So the board, if you're listening, all you hear is people saying they support it for jobs, and people say they don't because it's not affordable. So it doesn't have to be a choice. You shouldn't vote on it now. You can't vote in good conscience because that's not a real choice. We need jobs and housing, and real housing we can afford.
Lori, are you finished?
I mean, I could go on, but I gotta hit stop sign. I can't see anybody's faces. We can't see each other's pain, our joy. This process is shameful.
Thank you, Lori, for your comments. Conan, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you, Teresa. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for all the hard work on this project. I know we're all good people here. I know many of the people who are part of this project, and I do believe that we believe we're good and we want to do good. But can we do better? That is my question. When we call ourselves racial justice warriors and environmental justice warriors, shouldn't we be doing all we can for the people living in an environmental injustice community like East Boston? Are we doing all we can? I'm also curious, why is nobody from the Energy and Environment and Open Spaces Department of the City of Boston here at this meeting? Isn't this an important project from an energy and environment and open space perspective? What are they saying and what are we saying about their word? How many East Boston residents will this project actually house? I'm curious. There will be more than 1,000 units that are quote unquote affordable, but how many of them can East Boston folks actually get? I don't mean the AMI part. I mean, they cannot be restricted to East Boston, right? They have to be open. So how many of our own community residents can get in here? I'm just curious about that. And what did we learn from the Merrimack Valley disaster anyway? That happened due to the pressurized natural gas. Why are we still committing to gas? Isn't that a fossil fuel? Why aren't we moving to geothermal? We should be doing that now, right? If we don't act now to accommodate people who are being thrown out on the street, when are we going to do that? If we can't build clean new technology, when are we going to do that? Well, if we don't create green jobs now, when are we going to do that? If not now, when? I'm just not sure. If we look at the project 20 years from now, will we feel like the city of Boston was a leader in preserving communities and climate? When we look at this project 20 years from now, will we feel that? Will we feel that we created a compassionate version of Green New Deal? I'm somehow afraid not, but I hope that there's still an opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kandan. Madam Chair, I believe that's the last of the hands.
Okay, I'd just like to confirm and one more time call for testimony. If there is anyone on the call that would like to provide their testimony, please raise your hand and
I've got some. Hold
yeah.
on. Steve Hollinger has his hand up. Steve, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking my testimony. I've been watching most of the evening and I know it's late. I just want to comment that the project offers 40,000 square feet of civic non-commercial spaces that have over 10 million square feet of interior uses. And there's no civic planning whatsoever in the PDA. When I hear that people are welcome to Suffolk Downs in January, people would be expected to stand in parks if they don't have cash on hand to patronize commercial establishments. And having lived through decades of seaport planning and seeing what has happened with the lack of civic planning in the seaport, we pretty much have the same kind of situation. It's not a welcoming community for everyone. It's welcoming only to those who can afford to patronize commercial establishments. So I'm disappointed. I've registered my concerns with BPDA over the years, and thanks for hearing my testimony tonight.
Thank you, Steve. The other hand, Madam Chair, that's up is someone who has already testified, Leonard Olson, but Helen Matthews just raised her hand, so she can unmute herself.
Yes, hi. I'm Helen Matthews. I'm a Boston resident requesting that you not support the Suffolk Downs plan tonight, and to not support the plan until the PDA includes enough affordable housing for working class families of East Boston. The city as a whole, and especially East Boston, needs more affordable housing for families that earn 30% of the area median income, which, as we know, is the predominant income of Latinx families in the area surrounding Suffolk Downs. We need more housing for families earning roughly $30,000 a year, and we don't need more luxury housing. Also, delay the vote until the PDA includes a community benefits agreement in the form of a housing stabilization fund for East Boston that receives an annual percentage of the project's income, overseen by a board that is nominated by and representative of the community with real accountability measures in place. And thirdly, delay the vote until the PDA includes a commitment to green and healthy building by making the development project net zero carbon using no natural gas. So I just want to sum this up by saying that it's dire that the BPDA and the Walsh administration facilitate the development of the needed levels of affordable housing at the deepest levels of affordability for the folks surrounding Suffolk Downs, that that as many low-income families are really at risk of displacement due to COVID-19 and job loss. And so it is absolutely more critical now than ever that the Suffolk Downs project meet the affordable housing needs of the surrounding communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Madam Chair, the only other hand up is someone who's already testified.
Okay, great. Yes, and just to reiterate, due to timing, we are only allowing people just to testify once. So one last call, if there's anyone on the line who would like to provide testimony, they can raise their hand now. Okay, and seeing none at the moment, we did commit to reading testimonies that were submitted via email, and we're going to start that portion of the meeting now. So I will hand the floor over to Raul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me just pull up the...
Oh, Raul, I'm sorry. There's evidently one Spanish-speaking person on the phone before we start reading testimony. Can we just take that quickly?
Yeah, sounds good.
Raul, is that okay?
Yes.
Jesus, go ahead.
Sorry about this, Raúl. Okay. Señora, adelante, por favor.
Sí, muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Eli, soy residente por varios años de East Boston.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Eli, and I've been a resident of East Boston for several years.
En esta ocasión quisiera dejarle un mensaje claro a nuestros representantes políticos.
I would like to take this opportunity to leave a clear message for our representatives.
Que se pongan la mano en la conciencia y que piensen un momento en la comunidad, que es la que trabaja para el desarrollo de acá y no solo en el capitalismo.
I will ask them if they can try to be more conscious about the community and the people, and not only be thinking about capitalism.
Entiendo que estos proyectos traen desarrollo económico, traen trabajo y traen un desarrollo económico a Boston, y a las ciudades aledañas. Pero también
I understand that these projects bring economic development not only in the city of Boston, but also in the neighborhood in Boston and East Boston. But, adelante.
Pero también que no pierdan de vista el sentido humanitario y que ellos se pongan a pensar que este proyecto no venga a desalojar a todos los residentes que por décadas hemos vivido en East Boston y en las ciudades aledañas en donde se va a hacer construido este proyecto.
But please try to feel more empathy for all the residents that we've been living in East Boston for so many years, and we are a working class.
Muchísimas gracias y buenas noches.
Thank you so much, and good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Jesus.
Bye.
Raul.
Thank you. So we'll now return to our email testimony that Raul will begin for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the first written testimony that I'll be reading off is from Forbes Graham. Good afternoon. I'm writing to request that you do not support the Suffolk Downs project until the proposal is updated to include more affordable housing. While this is a long-term project and it will be many years before it is complete, I think it is certainly in poor taste to approve such a project during a pandemic that is causing such harm to the livelihoods of working class and poor people. The current affordable housing set aside of 13% is not enough. 20% should be the bare minimum. The poverty rate in Boston is 21.4%. That's just the poverty rate. Everyone needs housing to live in. Thank you, Forbes Graham, Rosendale, Mass. Next comment, written testimony is from Gail Miller. This PDA should be extended for a vote, as less than 1 week is hardly enough time for the community to adequately digest the same. When planning for a development of this magnitude, it is only fair. Gail Miller, East Boston. Next comment letter or testimony is from Adam, and I apologize for the mispronunciations. It's from Adam Werekamp. Dear BPDA board members, please do not support the Suffolk Downs plan until 1, the project includes enough affordable housing for the working class families of East Boston. The city as a whole, and particularly East Boston, needs more affordable housing for families that earn 30% of the AMI. We need housing for families earning $30,000 to $50,000 a year, not more luxury housing. 2, the project includes a community benefits agreement in the form of a housing stabilization fund for East Boston. This fund should receive a percentage of the project's annual income, overseen by a board that is nominated by and representative of the community with real accountability measures in place. 3, a commitment to green and healthy building by making the development project net zero carbon using no natural gas. As it stands, this plan only serves as a vehicle reap profits for the investors and developers. Without more and deeper affordability standards, it is guaranteed to accelerate the displacement of East Boston's working class residents, which is already at crisis level. I'm sick and tired of this administration's development at all cost mentality and constant kowtowing to the investment interests of wealthy developers and landlords. We need good affordable housing for the working people of Boston who are just trying to get by and build a decent life, not more luxury investment property for millionaires and billionaires who don't live here. Do the right thing, decent thing, and help Bostonians, especially our working class residents of color, build a city we can actually afford. Sincerely, Adam Werekamp, Jamaica Point. Next testimony is from Jerry DePrizio. Teresa, it was made out directly to Teresa, but in connection with the project. Teresa, I am fully in support of this project. Thank you for the chance to express our opinions. Next testimony is from Daisy Gutierrez. Hello, my name is Daisy Gutierrez. I am a resident of East Boston at 203 Condor Street, Apartment 1, and I am writing to oppose the Suffolk Downs redevelopment as it is under the proposed current PDA. In short, the PDA does not sufficiently address any of the advocacy and clearly articulated demands from a variety of East Boston residents and community groups. Most notably, in my eyes, the project lacks any true accountability in assuring that the majority of units dubbed affordable are indeed affordable to the most vulnerable or even average East Boston families. As City Councilor Edwards explained to our community last night, the HYM investment group has only included the bare minimum of 13% affordable units on site, available to families who on average make $70,000 per year. However, the AMI for East Boston families is $52,000, and for the Latinx families who make up 57% of our neighborhood's population, that number is closer to $37,000. There also is no guarantee that off-site affordable units will be made available to the average East Boston family. After living in East Boston for 11 years, I've seen several of my friends and families physically and economically displaced from their neighborhood. I cannot support any project that will build 10,000 new units in our neighborhood, yet at the same time, no place in which we can live. Best, Daisy Gutierrez. Next testimony is from Sarah Horsley. Dear BPDA board members, please see my letter to Mayor Walsh below. I urge you to postpone the vote on the proposal by HYM. Thank you, Sarah Hosley. And the letter, the comments beneath it say, Dear Mayor Walsh, I commend the City of Boston and the BPDA in particular for recently taking a crucial step toward equity by beginning to work with the City Council to incorporate fair housing into zoning law. If implemented, incorporating fair housing into zoning will help Boston to address past inequities and make progress toward a racially and economically just housing policy. Many people have lamented the lack of affordability and equity in past development of the Seaport neighborhood. We cannot now let that happen in East Boston, a neighborhood with many working class and immigrant families who are facing a triple crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic, housing displacement, and climate impacts. And yet it appears that the BPDA may allow East Boston to become more like the Seaport by approving the current proposal by the HYM Investment Group for the development at Suffolk Downs. The current proposal does not adequately further goals of affordability and equity. Until the process of incorporating fair housing into zoning is complete, the BPDA and your administration generally must carefully consider development proposals that come before it to ensure that they are contributing to a fair, equitable city. In that vein, today I urge you and the BPDA to, one, postpone the BPDA HYM vote until your administration passes the fair housing ordinance and until Pueblo demands are reflected in the PDA. Two, require that HYM have a floor of 20% affordable units with a long-range goal of 50% affordable units. Three, require that affordability be defined to reflect working class East Boston incomes, meaning 30% of AMI with units serving a range of 10 to 50% of AMI. Three, require HYM to institute a community benefits agreement in the form of a housing stabilization fund for East Boston that receives a percentage of the project's annual income overseen by a board that is nominated by and representative of the community with real accountability measures in place. And four, require HYM to make a commitment to net zero carbon and no natural gas in all stages of the project. Sincerely, Sarah Horsley, 34 Brookside Avenue, Jamaica, Queens. Next testimony is from Eric Parker. Dear BPDA Board, I'm writing to express my concern that the development of Suffolk Downs is not currently carbon neutral. Boston can and should exhibit leadership in this regard given the climate crisis and require all new construction of this scale to be carbon neutral or negative. Not everyone in the city can afford high-end luxury condos. When multiple new buildings are being created, it should be possible for existing neighborhoods to grow into them. New development needs to consider the needs of the existing community. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Eric Parker, 8 Douglas Street, South Boston, Massachusetts. Next comment and testimony is from Adam Pianizak. Again, sorry for any mispronunciations. And the testimony is the Suffolk Downs project as currently proposed has a major fatal flaw. While the project and city desire to reduce car traffic, this project adds over 6,000 new parking spaces. Simply put, parking does not discourage driving. If you build parking, you will attract people in cars who will park in those spaces. If the city of Boston truly desires reducing car traffic, then this project and all projects across the city must reduce parking. Anything else is not only foolish and a waste of money, but even worse, is detrimental to all of us as it would encourage people to drive more contributing to climate change. Suffolk Downs Suffolk Downs with its proximity to MBTA must drastically reduce parking, ideal all the way down to zero parking. If you build parking, you will increase car traffic. If you build absolutely no parking and instead heavily prioritize walking, cycling, public transit, then you reduce car traffic. The logic and math is clear. What's not clear is what our elected officials in the city of Boston actually desire. If you desire less traffic, you must drastically reduce parking at Suffolk Downs. Next testimony is from Carrie Muzzy. Dear BPDA board members, please do not support Suffolk Downs plan until one, the project provides enough affordable housing for the working class families of East Boston. The city as a whole, in particular East Boston, needs more affordable housing for families that earn 30% of the AMI. We need housing for families earning $30,000 to $50,000 a year, not more luxury housing. Two, the project includes a community benefit agreement in the form of housing stabilization fund for East Boston. This fund should receive a percentage of the project's annual income overseen by a board that is nominated by and representative of the community with real accountability measures in place. 3, a commitment to green and healthy building by making the development project net zero carbon using no natural gas. Now more than ever, housing justice, environmental justice, and racial justice, and all 3 are desperately needed in East Boston. Thank you, Carrie Muzzy. Next testimony is from Annie Gordon. It's identical to the prior testimony that was sent. Teresa, do you want me to read it off?
In the interest of time, why don't we please read the name and
Okay. Yeah, and the name is Annie Gordon, and again, it's identical to the prior testimony that was provided by the other individual.
Okay.
Next up, the next testimony is from Eleanor Mazzarella Catino. Dear BPDA, as a citizen of East Boston and someone who lives in the Orient Heights neighborhood adjacent to Suffolk Downs, I'm compelled once more to state my concern about the size and scope of this project. It is a project that will forever alter the landscape of East Boston and Revere and have long-ranging consequences. 10,000 units of housing is an immense number, to say nothing of the offices and retail space. And this number carries with it so many debilitating effects, as have been discussed over these many months. The amount of people and traffic moving in and out of this parcel will be overwhelming. I am just so concerned about this project and the effects that it will have on the neighborhoods that surround it. Sincerely, Eleanor Mazzarella Catino. Next testimony is from Katie Peak. Good evening, my name is Katie Peak, and I'm currently entering my 5th year teaching at the Donald McKay School in East Boston. I'm writing because I'm extremely concerned about the likely outcomes of the Suffolk Downs HYM development plan and that toll that the plan will take on our community. This past spring, teachers in East Boston received data from a family survey. The results indicated 62% of families at our school were very or extremely concerned about paying rent. I'm sure that the level of concern and the numbers of families worried about housing security has only increased as the pandemic has continued. Every day I read messages in the East Boston Mutual Aid group from people seeking affordable housing and folks responding with studios or 1-bedroom condos for $1,800 plus. This is not acceptable or affordable for the majority of residents. Pueblo Coalition is demanding that 50% of the proposed 10,000 units must be affordable to families earning 30% of AMI. This demand is reasonable and necessary. I cannot imagine the immense toll that this development will take on the community and speeding up gentrification if those demands are not met. I love my students and my families, and the stability of our community means more to me now than ever before. I'm also concerned about the way the development and voting process is being conducted. This fall, I've watched firsthand as East Boston community's questions about school reopening remain unanswered, and families are left in the dark and without information about their children's education. Unfortunately, this is all too common and is currently being replicated in the speed at which this voting is occurring without real opportunities for the community to engage or express concerns. Especially during a pandemic, this is unacceptable behavior and completely excludes communities from their own decision-making processes. I urge BPDA to seek more community input and to truly consider community needs before completely changing the landscape of Boston East by building more housing that current residents can't afford. Finally, I stand in firm opposition to the idea of including a charter school in the development. Charter schools already serve disproportionately lower numbers of economically disadvantaged students. For example, Excel East Boston, 46% of students are economically disadvantaged. At East Boston High School, that number jumps to 60%. Building a charter school in the same development as an affordable housing will only exacerbate these equity and access issues and will lead to more charter schools that disproportionately serve wealthier families. Thank you, Katie P. Next up is testimony from an individual named Benjamin Walker. Dear BPDA board members, please do not support the Suffolk Downs plan until 1, the project includes affordable housing for the working class families of East Boston. The city as a whole, in particular East Boston, needs more affordable housing for families that earn 30% of the AMI. We need housing for families earning $30,000 to $50,000 a year, not more luxury housing. Two, the project include a community benefits agreement in the form of a housing stabilization fund for East Boston. This fund should receive a percentage of the project's annual income, overseen by a board that is nominated by and representative of the community with real accountability measures in place. Three, a commitment to green and healthy building by making the project net zero carbon using no natural gas. Please side with your morals and not big money. There are lives at stake, and this will make the affordable housing crisis even worse in Boston. Thanks, Ben. Next comment is from John Vitagliano. Dear BPDA board members, I'm a lifelong neighbor of the former Suffolk Downs racetrack, including residency in East Boston, overlooking the site, and I currently reside in Winthrop, which has direct interest in the site due to its proximity. I have served the city of Boston as the Transportation Department Commissioner, as the Parks and Recreation Department Commissioner, as the Housing Inspection Department Commissioner, and as the manager of the East Boston Little City Hall. I enthusiastically endorse and support the HYM proposal before you regarding their innovative and comprehensive proposal for developing the disused former racetrack facility, and urge the BPDA to expeditiously approve the proposal. The HYM plan ingenuously connects both key public segments of the overall 161-acre site. East Boston with 2/3 of the property and Revere with the other third. The HYM Suffolk Downs proposal is laudatory enough for its success in melding the various public policy requirements of these two diverse municipalities into a comprehensive and seamless design, a remarkable achievement. The HYM commits for providing approximately 1,500 affordable housing units, and its mix of 10,000 total housing units is substantial and historic and would set a benchmark for other developers. The HYM proposal to provide 40 acres of parks and open space would partially compensate East Boston for its decades of takings of community facilities such as Wood Island Park for public projects such as Logan Airport, the tunnels, Route 1A, etc. The HYM proposal would optimize public transit potential for serving the Suffolk Downs site by the 2 MBTA Blue Line stations in East Boston and Revere, substantially reducing any dependence of the property for vehicular access. The HYM plan would also significantly enhance much of the local roadway network to accommodate any moderate traffic increase that might occur. Thank you, John Vitagliano.
Okay.
Next testimony is by Susan Racine.
هذه شهادة سوزان راسين.
I think we might be hearing one of the Arabic
I need to switch. I think I need to switch Arabic translation. Or Daniel, are you all set? You look like no. It says you're going to Doha. We're going to Doha.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I'm doing 3 things at once here. Or is it Mike Christopher? Doha, who am I going to?
Yes,
Mike Christopher?
Yeah.
Okay, we should be good.
Thank you.
Right. So next testimony is from Susan Racine. Dear board members, I am submitting testimony on the proposed Suffolk Downs development as a Boston resident, a primary care physician caring for Boston residents, and a member of the Greater Boston Physicians for Social Responsibility. I support the petition from Pueblo. This new development needs to be carbon neutral and it needs to be affordable. The health and security of all Boston residents is threatened by global warming caused by greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuel combustion. Rising temperatures cause longer heat waves with associated spikes in heat-related illness and worsening air quality from high levels of ground level ozone. The high ozone levels cause airway irritation and illness in those with asthma and lung disease and increased incidence of strokes and heart attacks. The extreme weather events are harmful to health and property. Buildings in Boston are responsible for 70% of Boston greenhouse gas emissions. In the Carbon-Free Boston Report published in 2019, commissioned by Mayor Walsh, it was concluded that all new construction needs to be carbon neutral to achieve the goal of carbon neutral Boston by 2050. This is incredibly important for such a large project as Suffolk Downs. The BPDA should not approve any plan for Suffolk Downs that is not carbon neutral. It is important that the housing units constructed on Suffolk Downs be affordable. Housing insecurity threatens the health and well-being of Boston residents. In my own practice, I've seen patients' health deteriorate because of eviction when the landlords raised their rent to unaffordable levels. They have developed anxiety and depression. They have had to be hospitalized because they lost control of their diabetes. I have seen them have to put treatment for cancer on hold. This is not the legacy we want for Boston. If we plan our housing developments wisely, we can avoid this type of suffering. I urge the BPDA to do the right thing. Sincerely, Susan Racine, MD, West Roxbury, Mass. 02132. Next testimony is in Spanish. I'll read it off as it's written, and then we can translate it. So the name is, or the individual that submitted this is Erica Artiaga, and her testimony says the following. Again, I'll say it in Spanish and then I'll summarize it in English. Hola, soy Erica Arevalo y vivo en East Boston por 7 años. Soy madre y padre de 2 hijos. Se me hizo difícil poder registrarme a la reunión vía internet, ya que la registración solo se encuentra en inglés. No apoyo este proyecto hasta que, 1, el proyecto incluye viviendas asequibles para la clase trabajadora de East Boston. La ciudad y East Boston necesitan más viviendas asequibles para familias que ganan el 30% de los ingresos medios del área, AMI. Necesitamos viviendas para gente ganando $30 a $50,000 al año y no más viviendas de lujo. No apoyo este proyecto hasta que, 2, no apoyo este proyecto hasta que el proyecto incluya un acuerdo de beneficios comunitarios para colectar dinero cada año para financiar esfuerzos para eliminar la crisis de desplazamiento. 3, necesitamos un compromiso de carbono neta cero en vez de gas natural porque la tierra se cuida. Necesitamos oportunidades para nuestras comunidades y su entorno. Muchos tienen años viviendo en esta ciudad y es difícil pensar en moverte por el simple hecho de no poder pagar tu renta por el alto costo de la ciudad. So in English, hi, my name is Erica Arevalo. I've lived in East Boston for 7 years. I'm a mother/father of 2 children. I had some difficulty registering for the meeting through the internet because the registration appears only in English. I do not support this project until, 1, the project includes affordable housing for the working class of East Boston. The city in East Boston needs more affordable housing for families that earn 30% of the AMI. We need housing for folks earning $30,000 to $50,000 a year and not more luxury housing. I will not support this project until the project includes a community benefit agreement that will include collecting money on an annual basis to help eliminate the displacement crisis. 3, until we have an agreement, a net zero agreement, and a carbon net. I'm sorry, I'm translating real time. A net carbon zero agreement that eliminates natural gas because we have to take care of Earth. We need more opportunities for our community and the future. Many people have lived in the city for years, and it's difficult to think of moving because we can't pay our rent because of the high cost of living in the city. Next testimony is from Rakshia Devkota. Hello, I'm a current resident of Jamaica Plain. I worked at East Boston High School during the school year of 2018-2019. One thing I took from this experience was the extent of the problem of gentrification in East Boston. East Boston has been a community of immigrants for many decades. It is a place where working class families live and should be able to thrive. In the single year I worked at East High, many of my students' families left in the middle of the year due to lack of affordable housing in the neighborhood. The school's population is steadily shrinking because of the lack of affordable housing. The issue of affordable housing not only impacts the school community, it also impacts the larger community of East Boston, as well as surrounding communities. The fact of the matter is that it is becoming far too expensive for working people to live in East Boston, and this is a problem that could be addressed by the Suffolk Downs development. This development is a chance to prioritize the working people of East Boston over big developers, something that is drastically needed. If more affordable units were built, the problem of working people moving out of Eastie would be mitigated. It is because of this that I urge the BPDA to include the demands of the Pueblo Coalition in the plans for developing Suffolk Downs. Only having 13% units be affordable, only having 13% of units be affordable is absolutely unacceptable. Thank you, Rakshia Devkota. Next testimony is from Maya Milik-Struckledge. Sure. You could probably take the next couple of comment letters as they're all identical. You can just read it. Let me just compile them, just one moment.
Raul, do you want me to pick up for a while?
Actually, these are all identical.
Okay.
I have a handful of identical letters, just with different folks signing off, and then 3 more. So why don't I'll read the letters as they're written, and then I'll just state all the names that submitted them. So dear BPDA board members, please do not support the Suffolk Downs plans until 1, the project includes enough affordable housing for the working class families of East Boston. The city as a whole, and particularly East Boston, need more affordable housing for families that earn 30% of the area median income. We need housing for families earning $30,000 to $50,000 a year, not more luxury housing. 2, the project includes a community benefits agreement in the form of a housing stabilization fund for East Boston. This fund should receive a percentage of the project's annual income overseen by a board that is nominated by a representative of the community with real accountability measures in place. 3, a commitment to green healthy building by making the development project net zero carbon using no natural gas. This letter was submitted, again, there's one. This same letter was submitted by 8 individuals. Their names are, again, Maya Milik-Struckledge, Ara Bergantino, Lisandro Garcia, Claire H.G., Lisa Thompson, Molly Ryan, Katie McCann, and Ari Rubenstein.
Raul, can I stop you just for 1 second? I have 20 letters that are exactly the same as well. Can I read those names?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I have 20 letters with exactly the same language as Raul read. The first one is from Lauren Bard from Roslindale. The next one is from Lauren Sava, who's a Boston resident. The next one is from Haley Violet from South Boston. The next one's from Allison Kronstad. Casey Torin on Freeman Avenue. Rachel Jelinek. Thea Patterson from Dorchester. Rebecca Siegel. Marissa Volk from Cambridge. Scout Perry from Quarry Road in West Roxbury, I guess. Myrna Morales. Sophia Haddingham. Reverend Leah Parcel Rumsey, Minister for Faith Formation Second Church in Newton United Christian Church. Matoka Kip from Boston. I hope I pronounced that properly. Hannah Poor. Sandy Calick Bartone. Tara Miller. Josh McClendon from North Cambridge. Sam Heller from Dorchester. And Sarah Koolsbergen. That's what I have for those roles.
Okay, great. I have, I think about 4 or 5 more letters / testimony than to read off. Next one, testimony is from Daniela Petuchowski. Hello, Boston Planning and Development Board. I am writing as a public school teacher in East Boston. Please understand that the briefness of this message is due to the stressful situation of being a BPS teacher right now, working to make sure our schools are safe, our families have access to the resources they need, and the materials are ready for all-day online class. The briefness in no way reflects the amount of concerns I have about this plan. This is my 6th year as a teacher in East Boston. Each year, students leave our school and move to Lynn and Revere because they are priced out of our community. This move is extremely disruptive to our students' education, as well as to their critical family network. These are people who help with raising our students as their families work several low-paying jobs and need to have safe, reliable childcare. This community has lost enough affordable housing. As new units are built in this place, at least 50% need to be affordable for families earning 30% of the area median income. Furthermore, East Boston community members need to have a say in the development and resources in their neighborhood. A stabilization fund should be created, made up of a yearly percentage of HYM's total income. This fund should be managed by a board nominated by East Boston community members. And finally, our families were brutalized by the COVID pandemic. Many have lost their low-paying jobs and have not been eligible for federal supports. My students don't have enough food to eat, are worried about what will happen when their neighborhoods flood as sea levels rise. Who will care what happens to them? Any new construction happening in their neighborhood needs to have sustainability in mind. There needs to be net zero carbon emissions in all stages of construction. Thank you so much for the work you do to responsibly manage development in our community. This is so important to many people. Sincerely, Daniela Petuchowski, Donald McKay School. Next testimony is from Carolina Tacona. Good afternoon, BPDA Board and HYM Investment Group. I am Maria Tacona, a neighbor to the property of the redevelopment. Unfortunately, I cannot attend the Zoom public hearing due to delivering food boxes to families that have been unemployed since the beginning of the pandemic, have not been able to pay their rent in months, have run out of any savings if they had the privilege to save any money during this housing crisis pre-COVID, and cannot feed their children. I cannot support this project in its current state because it will impact the children and rest of the immigrant community in East Boston trying to survive this pandemic. Like any immigrant trying to make a living, we do not have passed down wealth like that of property, and this project is not willing to give the rich immigrant community of East Boston that chance by making it affordable to those who make $35,000 to $65,000 a year. We know it is the biggest affordable housing proposal in Boston's history because of its magnitude, yet you're still meeting the 13% minimum like the rest of recent past developments in East Boston. This is a historic chance for the city of Boston and HYM to not be remembered like the West End and Seaport stories of Boston's history. Don't displace our culture and people in the next 30 years, but help us stay and plant roots in East Boston to be able to stay like your ancestors did generations ago. You still have time to be the role model this nation needs for the national housing crisis that has been displacing Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities all around the country. This is another chance for Boston to be the pioneer like it has in other previous situations. Thank you, Maria C. Tacoma. And the last testimony I have in my hand is from Krupa Patel. Dear BPDA board members, I am submitting testimony on the proposed Suffolk Downs Development Plan as a primary care physician who cares for many East Boston residents and is a member of the Greater Boston Physicians for Social Responsibility. I support the petition from Pueblo. This new development needs to be more affordable and carbon neutral. Climate change is affecting the health of many Boston residents through rising temperatures, worsened air quality, extreme weather events, and worsened mental health. Carbon neutral development is critical to mitigating these effects and cannot wait. To quote the 2019 Carbon Free Boston report commissioned by Mayor Walsh, timing is a key driver of the magnitude of emission reductions in new buildings. For example, the implementation of a net zero policy for all new buildings in 2030 reduces cumulative emissions by 17%. Earlier implementation of the same policy reduces emissions by an additional 25%. Early action builds on itself and makes it easier to reach the carbon neutral target. Considering the size of this project and that it will be completed well past 2030, it must be carbon neutral from day one. Boston's lack of affordable housing is also affecting the health of its residents. Many of the patients I see are housing insecure. Some are staying in shelters, at a friend's house, or on the street. This makes it difficult to provide even basic health care. For many who do have housing in Boston, it is a constant struggle to pay rent. They often have to choose between paying their landlord or paying for medication. As you can imagine, most end up going without their medication. This is not to mention the mental health consequences of not knowing if you will have a place to live each month or being forced to leave the neighborhood you have lived in for years. I support Pueblo in their strong ask for more affordable units at a lower percentage of the area median income. There also needs to be more formal community involvement in the project. There should be an implementation impact advisory group so community members have a place at the table while important decisions are made, including the months right after BPDA approval before any construction begins. With these changes, the BPDA can help make East Boston a healthier and more equitable place to live. I urge you to do the right thing. Krupa Patel, MD, Greater Boston Physicians for Social Responsibility. Actually, I should have noted that it did receive one email directly. Let me just read that off very quickly. This was from Allendale Coalition, Frank O'Brien. Dear Chair Rojas and BPDA Board, we recognize the work of many residents and community organizations who have devoted many volunteer hours to help improve the proposed Suffolk Downs project, and especially the sustained advocacy of the Pueblo Coalition. Having read the PDA agreement as posted on the agency website, we conclude that the project as proposed cannot support a finding of net benefit to the public welfare. This is the case due to the net adverse impact accelerating climate change, including a net increase in CO2 and greenhouse gas emissions over the baseline condition. These adverse effects will cause consequential harm to public health, as stated in the communication from Physicians for Social Responsibility, Great Boston. In addition to the adverse impacts on climate, the project will give rise to adverse impacts to East Boston residents with respect to accelerating housing displacement, as has been made clear by Pueblo. We support Pueblo in their assessment and advocacy on housing and displacement. Among other things, the net increase in CO2 and other greenhouse gas emissions directly associated with the project will contribute to immediate area sea level rise, increased local flooding, more extreme weather, and localized heat island effects to the detriment of individual East Boston residents. The city policies and goals with respect to achieving net zero carbon by 2050 have not been included as enforceable mitigation measures, despite the direct nexus and clear proportionality existing between project impacts and climate change mitigation measures. Finally, deferral of mitigation of these and other impacts to post-approval steps is impermissible to support a showing of net public benefit. As a result, and to confirm as set forth above and in our prior comment letters, the project as proposed cannot support a finding of net benefit to the public welfare. Very truly, Allendale Coalition, Frank O'Brien. And that is all I have.
Okay, thank you very much.
Raul, we need to take a quick break to do some checking on interpretation right now. Chair, give me a moment, okay?
Okay. Yes, so we're going to take a brief break.
Well, while we're taking this break, Daniel, I'm going to go ahead and activate you for Duha, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, I'm going to do a test right now. Daniel, can you do a test in the Arabic channel? Okay, and the Spanish channel, Gabriela?
Danielle, do you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Oh my God, شكرا كتير. إيش هذا الواحد خلص سطر you
Duha.
know? I'm like I can't even think anymore.
Duha.
بس أنت عملت شغل فظيع دانيال يعني ما شاء الله. You're great. No, أنا
All right, we are good to go. I'm going to start to read my letters. I don't have that many. The first two letters are very lengthy, so we're going to stop after two minutes of them. This one is from the Greater Boston Legal Services. Dear Chair Rojas and members of the board of the Boston Planning and Development Agency, as representatives of a coalition of community-based and legal groups focused on housing, justice, and fair housing in the city of Boston, we write to highlight several serious shortcomings in the proposed Suffolk Downs Master Plan dated September 22nd, 2020, that you're being asked to approve at your meeting this evening. Pursuant to federal law, the City of Boston and the Boston Planning and Development Agency, BPDA, have a grave, consequential, and enforceable duty to affirmatively further fair housing in the City of Boston. That duty includes taking meaningful actions to overcome historic patterns of segregation, promote fair housing choice, and foster inclusive communities, As set forth below, the proposed master plan will create a new, essentially segregated white neighborhood of Boston in violation of the city's and the BPDA's duty to affirmatively further fair housing. The proposal presently before the BPDA board has not been adequately vetted from a fair housing perspective and should not be approved. For reasons set forth below, we ask that you decline to approve the proposed master plan and that you postpone any vote on the plan until adequate language ensuring compliance with the city's fair housing duties can be incorporated into the plan. Number one, without significant revisions, the proposed Suffolk Downs PDA will create a racially, ethnically segregated neighborhood like the Seaport District because BPDA fails to require the proponent to affirmatively include sufficient on-site affordable housing. Boston has a long history of racial segregation and discrimination, including segregation that was created and perpetuated in past years by the city itself and its agents. As recently as the approval of the Seaport District in 2010, Boston failed to take steps within its power to ensure that the newly created neighborhood would be integrated. As a result, the city created one of the most racially segregated neighborhoods of Boston, perpetuating and expanding racial and ethnic segregation in the city to the deep regret of many Bostonians. In its consideration of the proposed Suffolk Downs neighborhood, it's incumbent on the City of Boston not to repeat past mistakes. I will move on to the next one. Dear Boston Planning and Development Agency, my name is Dr. Britta Lundberg. I'm a medical doctor, infectious disease specialist, and I'm testifying here on behalf of Physicians for Social Responsibility, a national advocacy organization of more than 50,000 members. Greater Boston PSR, its founding chapter, is proud to call as members nationally recognized experts in public health, cancer, epidemiology, occupational medicine, environmental health, emergency medicine, disaster preparedness, and the health effects of climate change. We would like to present the following testimony regarding the human health concerns around the massive Suffolk Downs project that have not been addressed and should rightfully lead to the project being placed on hold until they are addressed. These include notably, number one, the project will hurt the health of Boston residents and fails to meet Mayor Walsh's carbon-free Boston standard. The health and security of all Boston residents is threatened by global warming caused by greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuel combustion. Rising temperatures cause longer heat waves with associated spikes in heat-related illness and worsening air quality from high levels of ground-level ozone. The high ozone levels cause airway irritation and illness in those with asthma and lung disease and increased incidence of strokes and heart attacks. Extreme weather events are harmful to health and property. Buildings in Boston are responsible for 70% of Boston greenhouse gas emissions. In the Carbon Free Boston report published in 2019, commissioned by Mayor Walsh, it was concluded that all new construction needs to be carbon neutral to achieve the goal of a carbon neutral Boston by 2050. This is incredibly important for such a large project as Suffolk Downs. The BPDA should not approve any plan for Suffolk Downs that is not carbon neutral. Number two, protect families from displacement by creating more affordable units. We ask that more affordable units be planned for so that working people in East Boston can stay in East Boston, especially first-generation immigrants and families. Okay. The next letter is from Jasmine Lee. My name is Jasmine Lee and I'm a Boston resident. I urge you all and demand the need to postpone the vote on the BPDA Suffolk Downs Development Project today. I'm writing in support of Pueblo Coalition's demands and the need to postpone the voting in order to further discuss true affordability and the need to push for true equity for Boston residents who continuously face the housing crises. This is from Marjorie Hamlin. There is a new analysis coming soon showing sea level rises far higher than those in previous projections. BPDA should not grant permit without seeing newest numbers, giving additional weight to floodplain zones. Plan shows lots of water on both sides. How will they be connected? Jerry Hamlin, Mothers Out Front. This is from Chris Stivers, who lives in Somerville. Dear BPDA, this is very similar to the previous emails. I urge you to withhold your support for the Suffolk Downs plan until this project includes 50% affordable housing units to accommodate the working class families of East Boston. While this project appears on its surface to be well thought through and a major improvement to the city, it ignores the requests and needs of a major constituency of the area, i.e. families that earn 30% of AMI. We need housing for families earning $30,000 to $50,000 a year, not more luxury housing. This project targets and benefits those who have wealth and whose voices are louder and easier to hear. I urge you to listen to those who need assistance the most. Please do the right thing for the most vulnerable residents of the community. Okay, my light went out there for a second. My name is Nicholas Dwyer. I am with the East Boston Community Soup Kitchen. We operate in the basement of Our Savior's Lutheran Church at 28 Paris Street in East Boston. Every Tuesday, we distribute food to everyone who comes to our doors, and we try to connect our guests to much needed services. The presentation this evening did not mention East Boston's homeless population and those suffering from substance abuse. These people need to be included in such project plans because they too matter. Each guest has a story of how they came to our door. For far too many, rising housing prices and the current pandemic have been the causes. We are all responsible for the well-being of everyone in the community. HYM, in joining this community, has the same responsibility. They have supported us by sponsoring hot meals through the pandemic and prior. While we appreciate the support, the Suffolk Downs project is likely to increase the cost of living in Eastie, and thus will increase housing instability and the risk of homelessness in a population already on the edge. It is your duty entering this community to do more to address these negative impacts. We've come tonight with two requests. First, set aside some of your revenue from Suffolk Downs project for a shelter in East Boston for those experiencing homelessness and struggling with addiction. East Boston does not have the same resources that other parts of the city do. Our community should provide for them so they are not forced to cross a bridge to get resources they need. Second, provide the East Boston Community Soup Kitchen with a building to better serve our guests. One connected to public transit and accessible to our whole community, not miles away from the people who need our help the most. It is the duty of all developers who want to come into our community to support and assist everyone within it, not just the people who will be living in the most expensive apartments, but also those who struggle to afford and find a home. This is from Joe Aranjo. He says, I had my hand raised as soon as Lydia completed her remarks, but was never called upon to offer my views. Finally left the meeting at 8 p.m. with the exception of a few exceptions. Your project was supported by an overwhelming number of those called upon to testify. Again, you do such a good job in these situations. Thank you for, this is from Benjamin Hall. Thank you for reading this testimony. Please read this quick as it is late. I am in full support of the Suffolk Downs project. This is a chance unlike any other that will put East Boston on the map. It not only shows the commitment to the East Boston community by creating jobs, but it shows that the City of Boston's commitment to East Boston development and climate change. I worry about the BPDA passing up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and what not approving this will do to the future of East Boston, the amount of jobs in the neighborhood, the city's commitment to climate change efforts in East Boston, and general livability in Eastie. Thank you for the assistance in getting my message across. I look forward to seeing this project move forward along with a thriving future community for all families of East Boston. That is my last letter.
Teresa, Madam Chair, if I may, there was one more comment / testimony that we received that's in Spanish. So I'd like to just read it very quickly for the record in Spanish as it was written, and then I'll do a summary translation. So this comment / testimony was from Ana Gutierrez, and it states, por supuesto que nos afecta en grande a todos, a mi familia, a nuestra comunidad latina en general, y no me parece justo que nos quieran tomar en cuenta en estos proyectos sabiendo que somos personas trabajadoras y que aportamos tanto económicamente y laboralmente, y aún así a veces trabajando hasta 2 trabajos, no llegamos a tener un ingreso alto para poder acceder a dichos condominios. Simplemente estamos pidiendo lo que nos merecemos como comunidad, confiando que la votación sea justa. Este es mi testimonio. And so I'll do a translate this very quick, or interpret it really quickly. Of course, this will affect all of our families, the Latin community in general, and this seems to me unjust that they do not want to take us into account in these projects, knowing that us folks are hardworking and that we contribute to society economically and work-wise, you know, and even working hard sometimes. Although we work hard, and so oftentimes work two jobs, we're unable to reach a high enough income to acquire condominiums such as the ones provided in this project. We're simply asking for what we deserve as a community. We trust that the vote today will be just, and this is my testimony. That's all I have.
Thank you, Raul. Thank you, Teresa, for reading all of those into the record.
So, Madam Chair, I'll remind you that before we started reading the written testimony, we've closed taking any further testimony through Zoom.
Yes, that's confirmed. Okay, so now that we've completed that portion of the meeting, the developer has 5 to 10 minutes of rebuttal, so wishes to exercise that.
Thank you, Chairwoman Rojas, and thank you to the members of the board and to Secretary Polinas and to all the other staff members who put so much time into this tonight. We really appreciate everybody putting all the work in that you've done. We truly appreciate everybody who has taken also the time to participate in this meeting and to comment tonight. We're obviously gratified and heartened by the broad coalition of support that was shown here in terms of Councilor Edwards. We've been talking to Councilor Edwards quite a bit over the last couple of days, and she clearly outlined for us 5 items that we need to continue to work on with her, and so we will continue to work on with her as I pledged to just prior to the beginning of the meeting. But we do appreciate her support, and also to the other leaders who expressed their support, from the leaders of both long-time existing community development corporations to leaders of nonprofits and other people who have been active community leaders in the neighborhood. I think it's reflective of the work that we've done. But I have to say, though, we also too recognize that the housing crisis in East Boston is real and that it's heartbreaking, and that the testimony from the people who have come before you to talk about how heartbreaking that housing crisis is in East Boston is something that we have heard quite clearly throughout the 3-year process that we've been involved in this. As I described to you in the beginning, we've done 450 meetings. I don't think we've done any of our meetings quite as long as this particular meeting, but we've done a lot of long meetings. And so we have definitely heard that. I have to say we will continue to work with members of the community. We like to work directly with people on these types of problems. But I would like to just make 4 or 5 quick points, and then hand it back over to you, Chairwoman Rojas. The first is on the concept of displacement. The one key piece that I would point out is that the displacement that has started in East Boston, that has been happening for the last 5 or 6 or 7 years or so, has happened without us doing anything at Suffolk Downs. Suffolk Downs obviously sits as an empty site and has not produced anything for any members of this community for a long time now. Very few in the way of jobs. There's a few remaining jobs just in terms of caretaking for the place. But there's certainly no jobs really happening there right now. And there's certainly no housing that's been created. And yet the displacement continues. We think of ourselves as a group that can create housing, that can at least make a dent in the need for housing that's broadly felt across the market. I would just, my second key point is there's a lot of talk about more affordability and more affordable units. Some of those proposals have equaled, for example, the developer should do 50% affordable at 30% AMI. Just to put a number on that for people to understand, that would be almost 3,600 units of affordable units at 30% AMI. That would be the equivalent of a public housing project, which would make this the largest single public housing project, I think, in the history of Massachusetts, and certainly, I think, in more broadly speaking, in the eastern part of the United States. So that too, just that kind of a 3,600 unit public housing development would require over $1.5 billion of public subsidy, which is really not available, obviously. The primary issue here is in Massachusetts, in eastern Massachusetts, we have just not built enough housing. And I think members of this board know that. They know me, you know me, that I've worked on these issues for pretty much my whole career. And our objective here is to do what we can do on this site, reflective of the fact that we've got hundreds of millions of dollars of infrastructure costs to connect this site to the surrounding street grid, to build the parks, to build all the infrastructure. We are going to do our share of what is required to help try and address the regional housing crisis. And we will continue to work in partnership with people for a long time to come to try and do as much or more as we possibly can. But the cost of building these units and the cost of the infrastructure and all those pieces together, we're at the point where we can do no more than what we've offered so far. I would say, though, the fourth point I would make is there's a lot of talk about a community housing fund. Well, we're the ones working in conjunction with Mayor Walsh and Councilor Edwards and others to create that housing fund. So that housing fund came out of those discussions with Mayor Walsh and Councilor Edwards and others. And the city staff have worked very hard on this. And we're the ones who will write the first check into that. And if things go well with you tonight and we reach agreement and get approval, the first check that we would write for that would be this year in 2020. So those needs can begin to be met right away this year. That would be a check for $2.7 million this year before the end of the calendar year. The last point I would make is we've worked very hard to advance the resiliency program here and to address climate change related issues here. We are definitely advancing the mayor's goals with regard to carbon neutrality and net zero. We are ahead of really, quite frankly, most of the energy reduction goals. We continue to pursue all electric buildings. We continue to pursue all kinds of different efforts to make this site carbon neutral, to make sure that it's a district energy site. I think people know that and people recognize that. But the plain fact is there has been very little national leadership on these issues. And so for us, much of the technology to make this site truly carbon neutral does not exist yet. Yet we've still made the commitments to be ready for that and to move ahead with energy reduction commitments in a space where the technology and the path to do that does not yet exist. We will do our share again. We'll be leaders. We'll do more than our share in this regard. But there's only so much right now in 2020 that can actually be done by anybody. So we've committed to these pieces. We ask again for your consideration, again, after 3 years and a really solid amount of community engagement, I think, which is reflective of the number of people who spoke in support tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have for me. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you. So now we will move to board questions. Do we have any questions from the board?
I don't have a question, and I know it's late and we want to be able to wind this down. But given that we heard from well over 100 people, I feel compelled to say something, at least as one board member, in response to a number of the comments that were made. First, I would thank all of the people who showed up online or through email or whatever. We knew that there was some controversy around this project. I don't think any of us anticipated that we would have this many people showing up. It almost felt like a filibuster. And I'm very appreciative that people did show up and participate. Second thing I'd say is that what it is I hear some groups asking for in terms of a higher level of subsidy really would make this feel like a public housing development. And I grew up in public housing and I favor public housing, but the reality is public housing came into effect at the end of the New Deal, lasted until the 1960s basically, and then the federal government walked away from it. So the kinds of subsidies that I hear this developer saying that would be needed in order to support this simply don't exist and haven't existed for decades. And if we really want to see that kind of public housing built and developed and supported, we have an opportunity in 5 weeks to elect a different administration that would believe in public housing and the need to provide adequate new housing for people at the $30,000 level in a city like Boston. And I recognize that a lot of the people who testified tonight might not necessarily be in a position to vote, but they're in a position to contact friends and neighbors and other people who can vote. And 5 weeks is a short time period for people to get engaged in bringing about the kind of change that would produce the subsidies that folks are looking for. And I think it's unreasonable for anyone to look to the private sector to meet these kinds of requirements on its own. One of the things that struck me about some of the environmental concerns, and I applaud the developer for taking steps to deal with flooding and resilience and the like, but I'm kind of surprised at the physicians who wrote in talking about air pollution and the like, given that this development is at the end of 2 of Logan Airport's major runways. And those are the runways that are used for flights to Europe with the largest planes and the heaviest pollution. And it's hard for me to believe that the pollutants that might emerge from this development would have much of an effect on the overall environment of East Boston, given its location at the end of 2 major runways. And in terms of affordable housing as well, I wonder why we are hearing all of the arguments for increasing numbers when the city of Revere had no standards at all and moved forward to approve the project. I would hope that folks who raised issues with us raise those issues with Revere as well, because Boston should not have the sole responsibility of addressing issues of public housing. The sense of a delay is particularly troubling to me, and really the most compelling reason for me to feel that I have to vote for this. And I speak to that because we have delayed some projects. And inevitably, when we do, the development money goes away and nothing gets built. And as this developer has pointed out, that has 0 effect on gentrification in those neighborhoods. The gentrification is a market force that continues whether or not a particular development is effectuated. And delays at this moment, given what's going on in the broader economy, also means that we lose the opportunity to jumpstart work that needs to go on in the city in order to put people back to work. And so I wonder what the value of a delay is when it's going to have a detrimental effect on economic development in that community. And then finally, I, for one, was very impressed with Councilor Edwards' comments. She didn't asked that we delay the vote. My understanding of what she said was that we should proceed and let the parties continue to negotiate through the balance of the process. And what I've heard from both her and from the advocates and from the developer is that there is a willingness to continue to negotiate. So I don't see any value in our delaying something that I believe is going to have a detrimental effect on the community, and therefore I'm going to vote in favor of this.
Thank you, Dr. Landsmark. Do we have any other questions or comments from the board?
I have a comment. As I, Ted, and eloquently pointed out with respect to the federal abandonment of housing, but we've also been putting on private developers what the government has walked away from with public housing. So we know the need is there, and we keep pushing more and more affordables on private developers, and they have been stepping up. But they're not the responsibility of what has happened with the federal government, nor should they. $61 million on the Blue Line, $20 million from a private developer to do upgrades on the Blue Line, right? Another $41 million on Route 1A to improve public roadways in 30-something intersections. And that's not what this country was built on. But because of the no taxes and so on and so forth, it's being shifted onto people like that. And so I couldn't agree with you more. But I just want to commend Teresa. You guys did a great job. It's late. Nobody wants to hear all this, and there's probably nobody even watching anymore. But all the interpreters, and I heard you say Mike, and I'm sure there's a dozen people behind the scenes there. But you guys did a really, really good job tonight, as far as I'm concerned. Even with some of the snafus, but the snafus I don't think were on our part. There were people that just didn't understand how to unmute themselves, But I want to commend Mr. O'Brien and HYM and the staff, as I said, incredible job that you guys have done over the last 3 years that will benefit generations of Bostonians and hopefully East Bostonians, and the biggest contribution to public on affordable housing on any development in the city of Boston ever. And you really, in my opinion, you've done a great job in the public process, maybe not as quick as some would like, but that's what happens sometimes with the public process. I think I don't know, could have been better. 1,400 units of housing, benefiting as many as about 5,000 residents. I know there's 2-3 bedrooms, and how many people are in those beds, etc. But I think it was fabulous. 710 units for Boston elderly, not counting the 300 in Revere. 25,000 jobs, 14,000 construction jobs, which that's kind of near and dear to my heart. And there's a saying, give a man a fish, he eats for the day, teach him how to fish, and he eats for a lifetime. And Brian Doherty and Councilor Edwards spoke about building pathways. And I kind of touch on it a lot at some of these meetings, but I don't ever really go as deep as I'm going to go right now. The non-union projects that fall under I said BRA, BPDA, and they have to provide certain numbers of residents, etc. That's just giving them a fish for the day. They're not teaching them anything. They're not giving them a career. Once that job's over, they're gone. They're history. And the difference between a PLA, which HYM, actually I know Tom is actually the one that was pushing this PLA. And this is exactly what a project labor agreement does. And you have resident language, you have woman minority language, and they teach people a trade that they take with them for the rest of their life. And that's teaching someone how to fish so they can feed themselves for the rest of their life. They're not just giving them 8 months worth of fish and they never learned anything. And that's what the non-union scenario is versus the union scenario. And Mayor Walsh has boldly challenged us all to create 53 100,000 units, I think it is, by 2030. And I listened to it today. I have it written down at 85 people. Maybe you're right, over 100. There was certainly a lot of give and take on how many people spoke there. But he understands the supply and demand economics 101, and it's the lack of inventory. We all seen through this pandemic, prices of housing going way beyond asking price. And every single station, I don't care which you listen to, it's lack of inventory. It's supply and demand, economics 101. And what this project does is bring 10,000 units of inventory. And when you get something, you have something of value and it gets watered down, well, it's not worth as much anymore. And that's what this project does. I understand people look at it as a negative. It's going to drive prices up, but I don't see it that way. Brian and I, South Boston, and when Seaport happened, we heard the same thing. And actually what it did was it took some of the pressure off of the neighborhood. And you're not going to pay X amount when you can live down there for the same amount of money. But, under Mayor Walsh's leadership, he challenged us. We've crossed the 30,000 number of units, 6,000, I think, income restricted. And tonight, with 10,000 more units, now it brings us over 40 or close to 40 of the 53,000 that he's challenged us with, and about 7,500 income restricted units. I mean, this, in my opinion, was a no-brainer. And as Ted mentioned with the doctors and the jet fuel, never mind, the situations where they have to dump fuel over the airport and so on and so forth. I didn't hear a peep about the oil tanks out on Route 1. And, nothing but $60 million in property taxes at a time when the state does not have the money mainly because of sales tax and the pandemic. And we have an opportunity to have someone that's going to give $60 million annually to the city of Boston for teachers and all the things that we want to do. $41 million, as I said, to Route 1A, $20 million for the Blue Line. I don't know. And I saw a lot of well-scripted form letters and testimony, and children that claimed they wanted to do homework rather than be waiting for us online. And I question really the motives of a lot of these people. I did pick up on people that actually lived in the community. That's why, Ted, I had 85. I was counting as well as you were. And, Rich Russo, Andrea Flanagan, Gina Champa, Marla Martinez, Claudia, Mike Triant, Justin, Jose Torres, Jose that had 3 jobs that now works in a union job, Fabrizio, Billy Rue, the ironworker, Joe Farino. These are people that live there. And the addresses that Teresa read off and Rue read off, they don't live there. They're part of some sort of climate justice, which I can appreciate. But I know an awful lot about electrical generation, okay? And what frustrates me is people that know better use people like this, and you can have no gas at all go through Suffolk Downs. Make the whole thing electric. They're going to get their electricity from the Mystic Power Plant in Everett, which is powered by gas. I mean, what are we doing? You can have the stove turn on with gas, or you can have it turn on with electricity powered from gas. So I think most people like to cut out the middleman, and electricity costs more money. And all this testimony we heard of economics and people that are just struggling. And there's some people, in my opinion, that are getting used over climate. And as Ted mentioned about jet fuel, and I brought up the oil tanks, et cetera. So I think this is the most I've ever spoke and the longest meeting. So maybe there's somewhat, they're tied together. So I think it's a great project. And Tom, HMIM, and your team, I've seen you at these meetings forever, John Hurley. You guys are a class act, and I really appreciate the time that you guys have put into this, and of course the jobs. And the careers that are going to come out of this. You can have a father, son, mother, daughter. From start to finish, you could have a second generation start where the parent left off on this project. That's how big and long this project is. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other further questions or comments from the board? Brian, I think you may be on mute.
I am. It's been a long meeting. Good morning, everybody. I want to say, Mike and Ted, you really hit all the high points. And one of the points I picked up, it was pretty consistent. And it's been my experience with Tom O'Brien, is he does listen, he takes things to heart, and if there's something he can work out reasonably, he makes his best effort to do so. We've had some experiences many years ago, and I always found that to be the case with Tom. So it's nice to see that you went through that process, and really it was a give and take. So at the end of it, it's certainly not perfect, but I'd say it's a very, very good project. And if you try to shoot for perfection, we could go another 3 years and make very, very small changes. And I look at the benefits from the project, and there were so many. It's the jobs, it's the 1,400 affordable units, it's the job training, it's the impact that that part of the area of Boston has on the entire region. So the infrastructure spending and the improvements to the roads and all of that. So I'm pleased to be in solid support, and I'd like to see this move forward.
Thank you, Brian. Do we have any other questions or comments from the board? And Carol, you're on mute. Carol, you want to unmute yourself? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
Tom, one of the concerns expressed quite often about Suffolk Downs is that it's going to be another seaport. So what are the lessons learned from the seaport that are being applied at Suffolk Downs so that the things that are able to be criticized about the seaport are not going to be repeated at Suffolk Downs?
Sure. I could think of 3 or 4 lessons right off the top of my head, Ms. Downs, and I'm happy to kind of give you these. First, with regard to affordable housing, at the time that the seaport was envisioned, the neighborhood of South Boston primarily wanted to have the affordable housing that was going to come from the seaport to benefit the neighborhood more directly by having more units built off-site. And so, the policy decision was made in part in conjunction with neighborhood leaders in South Boston at the time to allow developers to take the increment of their affordable housing and move those affordable units from the Seaport District into South Boston. So the neighborhood of South Boston, I think, was able to benefit with some significant creation of affordable housing. But the seaport, what's ended up with the seaport is, I think the statistic that I saw about a year or two ago was that the seaport today has something like 7% or so of its units affordable, which is less than what the city policy is. But it's explainable, obviously, by the fact that the neighborhood wanted to do something different. So I think the policy was trying to be reflective of what the neighborhood and the neighborhood leadership was trying to achieve in that. But it did end up with the seaport having fewer affordable units itself. From our perspective, we want all 13% of the units that we're obligated to build, we want to build those in our project. So they'll be all on site at Suffolk Downs. It's a key lesson learned. And that's part of who we are as a company. Every project that we've brought before you, I think in our history, we've also said that we'll build the full increment of that affordable piece in the project itself rather than moving off-site. So that's number one, I would say. Number two, I think, as I walk the seaport and think about the open space, because it was developed by different developers, and there are, each of the parcelizations were done, and I think developers were trying to think carefully about what would be the appropriate alignment of the open space, but they thought about it with regard to the alignment of the open space within their own development. And so I think what we've ended up a little bit is a disjointed plan for open space in the seaport. Here, we have a different opportunity because we own the whole site together with our investor partners. With 161 acres, we've created an open space system that we really believe is integrated through the entire site and makes sense. And so, for example, there's a 2.5 mile walking path surrounding the entire site that people can use to walk through the entire site. And we've also, made carefully sure that there's a variety of different types of open space, that they're all connected ultimately to the Blue Line stations. And so I think that piece is a key part of it. I'd add one other lesson learned, which is, a key thing for us too. When I walk through and think about the retail in the Seaport District, I do think, again, part of this was the cost of developing some of the buildings in the Seaport and some of the pieces that had to happen. I think that some of the retail ended up being, sort of more national in scope. Our approach here is going to be to try to be more focused on trying to create authentic retail, which I think honestly does a better job of creating a more interesting and popular neighborhood, which quite frankly makes it a neighborhood that is of value, I think, for a variety of people, investors, neighborhood people, stakeholders. And so that's why we focus so much on trying to create relationships with already existing local retailers and restaurant owners in East Boston and the Revere, because we want to make the retail authentic. To me, that's the way you make this an attractive place for people to live, because the retail will be unique and interesting and sort of grounded in Boston as best we can. Not to say that we won't, make some transactions work with national retailers, that, we can't exclude them all, but trying to do something that is really interesting and different, that's a lot of what we're going to try and do. So those are just three off the top of my head.
I need to just pause for a second to switch out the Arabic translators. If you can just hold on for a second.
Daniel Samani.
سمعك.
Okay, we should be good.
I have another question about the energy capacity of the local supply. How are the local utilities going to be able to handle the creation of this entire new mini city?
So both National Grid and Eversource are they are the source of power for the different different pieces of it. So both utilities actually power portions of the project. We've been in ongoing discussions with both of those utilities to make sure that they've planned for what can potentially be built here. I would say though, quite honestly, Ms. Downs, that we've also worked carefully to see if we can turn this into a district grid opportunity, where could we create a capital investment vehicle that would allow us to make this a district energy place, that would have its own direct connection then to the grid, which would allow us, I think, to more clearly control our future. I think there's a lot of discussion that we as a region and as a city should have about whether or not the existing utilities do a good job of servicing, whether it's homeowners or larger building owners. And I just question whether or not the two utilities have done a very good job on these issues. So we've tried to focus on a district approach if we can make it work. So far, the work that we've done has not been, fully conclusive yet because the upfront capital cost is so high, but we're still not letting go of it. And that's part of our effort is to see if we can run that out and see if we can make that work.
Okay, great. And I would just like to say about all the people who testified about the displacement crisis in East Boston that testimony was very moving. I know we all know the displacement crisis is happening. It's happening all over the city in all of our neighborhoods, but particularly in East Boston, where many undocumented residents reside who work at lower wages and who cannot afford the rising rents. And even though Suffolk Downs isn't displacing any current housing, it will raise property values. And we all know that when property values rise, rents rise. So I do think the fear of people living there now of this new development is completely real and not to be dismissed. And if it wasn't 12:30 at night, I will be asking someone from the city to comment about what anti-displacement measures we are doing in East Boston specifically, and also how we are going to create housing for that 30 to 70% AMI range, which so desperately needs housing. You know, if the federal government has left the table, and we're pushing private developers as far as we can, there's a gap there, and what is the city and what are the state doing to fill that gap? So I guess I just wanted to bring that point up and not leave this conversation without addressing it. We can't address it in as much detail as would be ideal, but I do so appreciate the severity of that crisis, the hunger crisis, the joblessness crisis. It is all very real, and we as an agency have to help the city and the state figure out how to deal with it, you know, head on, I guess.
Thank you, Carol. Any further questions or comments from the board? Well, on behalf of the BPDA board, we thank you, we thank the agency, elected officials, city employees, the community, advocates, and organizers for your collective efforts over the past 2 or 3 years. You are the ecosystem that's building and shaping the city, our city, and that's all members of that ecosystem. It's clear that we have a lot of work to do. And I encourage us to continue to work together and make your voices heard in all spaces. All of your voices are important, even the young ones who stayed up late and missed their homework. Thank you for participating. You are welcome here. This is your city. This is a city that we're building for you, so your voice is important. And this isn't a 101 like situation. This is a very complex geopolitical, socioeconomic, healthcare, like this is both and all of that. And I appreciate and I respect, see and hear all of you. We all do. You're not invisible to us. You're not invisible to this agency or the city of Boston. Again, I really just thank you for your participation this evening, and to each member of the BPDA staff and leadership. Your hard work, creativity, and commitment to the city is honorable and commendable. And I'm humbled to be a member of your team. Thank you. And with that, a motion is in order. So moved.
Second.
Okay, we'll now take a roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you all. At this time, Director Golden, or would anybody from the agency like to say something before we adjourn the meeting?
Madam Chair, I appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to have something to say, but I think I'll reserve my remarks until the next board proceeding in October, given the late hour. But thanks very much, and congratulations to all on a really Herculean effort, in both in the community and within City Hall and our sister agencies working to get the project to a good place where it can be brought to you and approval can be recommended. So I expect to be saying more about it next month, but thanks so much. Good night.
Thank you, Director Golden. And with that, I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we'll do a roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes, meeting adjourned. Thank you all. Stay safe, stay healthy.